unions to end the strike in the afternoon, but this order applied only to the union workers. It was just for them. Thousands of other Israeli citizens were still out on the streets from all walks of life, voicing the same demand: get the hostages back. In some places, there were fresh clashes today. So how many hostages are still there in Gaza now? An exact figure is not available. More than 200 people were captured in October last year. That's when Hamas attacked Israel on October 7. They took more than 200 hostages. Some were returned. A lot of them died. Reports say 97 hostages still remain unaccounted for. And it's hard to get an accurate number now because the fighting is still on. It continues despite the protests. Israel is still pounding Gaza. Today they targeted a school. It was being used as a shelter for displaced Palestinians. The Israeli forces struck it. At least 11 people were killed. These military actions are becoming harder to justify for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, especially after what happened over the weekend. Israeli forces were on a mission. They were searching for hostages in southern Gaza. During this operation, they found the dead bodies. These 6 hostages were already dead before the Israeli forces arrived. As usual, a bitter blame game followed. Israel says Hamas killed these 6 hostages. Hamas says Israeli gunfire killed them. An American citizen was among the victims. His name is Hirsch Goldberg Polin. He had dual citizenship of Israel and the US. His death has prompted reactions from Washington, D.C. President Joe Biden issued a statement. It said Hamas will pay for this. At the same time, the US is working on a deal. The Americans have been talking to Egypt and Qatar. Together, they are crafting a new ceasefire deal, a take it or leave it offer for Israel. And what will be the terms of this deal? A ceasefire in Gaza and an exchange proposal. Hamas could be asked to release the remaining hostages they took from Israel. In return, Israel will have to give up Palestinian prisoners. Now, for months, both sides have been going back and forth over this. But now the US hopes that mounting public pressure will force Netanyahu to accept this time. It's not a given, though. Netanyahu is yet to commit. He has called today's strike shameful. That's the word he used. He says the protest will strengthen the hand of Hamas. You see, this war has killed more than 40,000 Palestinians. But it's the death of 6 Israeli hostages that may finally force Netanyahu's hand, which says a lot about how human life is valued in this conflict. Brazil has banned X. It's a sort of decision that would make the front page, but in most places it hasn't because the ban was largely expected. You see, Elon Musk had picked a fight in Brazil. His target? A judge of the Brazilian Supreme Court. The judge asked X to block certain accounts on the platform, most of them linked to far-right parties. These accounts were accused of spreading fake news, so the judge asked X to block these accounts, but Elon Musk refused. He resorted to personal attacks on the judge. He compared him to Darth Vader, even called him an unelected dictator. That was his first mistake. The second mistake came last week. Brazilian laws require social media companies to appoint a legal representative. Again, Elon Musk refused, so the court had no choice. It has asked Apple and Google to remove X from their app stores. Of course, you can still use VPN, but if you're caught using VPN and on X, the fine is stiff. Around $8,000 per day, that is the fine. So X has effectively been banned in Brazil. Now, this issue can be polarizing. A ban is rarely the answer to any problem, especially when free speech is involved. But Elon Musk is also responsible here. Maybe he finds the judgment unfair, in which case he can always use legal means. He can disagree and still respect the law of the land. That's what normal businesses would do. But not Elon Musk. He chooses to insult and abuse office bearers. Look at his latest post. Musk says the Supreme Court judge meddled in Brazil's last election. Has he offered any evidence? Of course not. Instead, he is asking followers with evidence to reply to his post. It is childish, it is dangerous, but it's not unprecedented. Elon Musk has made a habit of this. In Australia, he sparred with Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. In the UK, he sparred with Prime Minister Keir Starmer. He said a civil war is inevitable in the UK. Do you see the problem here? Elon Musk is not just a normal X user, he's the richest person on the planet. Also the most followed account on X. He's got 196 million followers, so his words and tweets carry weight. But Musk is not using that power wisely. He's using it to bully and fight foreign governments. It's a sign of how far X has fallen. Elon Musk bought the platform. He bought Twitter for $44 billion. Today, the platform is worth around half of that. So nearly $22 billion wiped out. Same with advertisers. Out of the top 1,000 advertisers, half have left X. The reason? Elon Musk. He was asked about advertisers leaving the platform. His response was to abuse them. Musk has fired nearly 80% of all X-employees. That includes content regulation teams as well. The guys who filter out hate and fake news. He's fired all of them. As a result, X is now more toxic. And advertising companies had a problem with this. They said their ads were being displayed alongside neo-Nazi tweets. So what did they do? They pulled out. Now, all of this makes one thing pretty clear. Elon Musk is running X to the ground. And he's now lost a key market. Brazil had around 24 million X users. It was the fourth biggest market for the company, and that has disappeared overnight, all thanks to Elon Musk and his refusal to play by the rules. I know Elon fanboys won't like this. They think he is God or something. But do remember this. You may like his brash attitude when he's on your side, but he won't always be. He can always turn his attention to your country or your political group, and when he does that, you will think differently. Of course, there are exceptions here. Have you ever heard Elon Musk criticize China or Saudi Arabia? Chances are you haven't, because he's not done it. China is the biggest electric vehicle market in the world. They make more than half of Elon's Teslas. So he's mum on Beijing. In fact, he pushes Chinese propaganda. Last year, he said Taiwan is an integral part of China. Same with Saudi Arabia. Riyadh used to own around 5% of Tesla. A Saudi prince was also part of his takeover of X. So clearly, Elon Musk's free speech advocacy has a red line, and that red line is money. And I know we've only talked about X, but these problems apply to most American social media giants. They still don't respect local laws. When other platforms do it, they get punished. When American platforms do it, they get away. Just look at Telegram. Its CEO was arrested by France last week. Why? Because Telegram was used by organized crime groups. Same with TikTok. Western countries have curbed its use. They say TikTok is working for the Chinese regime. Fair enough, it's a fair point. But where is the action against X? Or Instagram? Or Facebook? Facebook was implicated in the Rohingya genocide in Myanmar. The platform amplified anti-Rohingya hate. Was Mark Zuckerberg arrested for that? No, he wasn't. No one batted an eyelid. Same with child abuse. Around 100,000 children were sexually harassed on Facebook and Instagram in 2021. Did Mark Zuckerberg face any consequences? Well, he was grilled by the US Senate, but after that, nothing happened. It tells you about the double standard. US social media companies are subservient at home, but they're rogue abroad. They ignore hateful content. They pick fights with governments, and they refuse to follow local laws. So to all the Elon bros out there, we have just one thing to say. Don't let American corporations decide your free speech. You have laws and courts to do exactly that. Now, Pakistan desperately needs funds. It is on the hook for billions, and the bills are piling up. You could say none of this is news. This has been the Pakistan story for a while now. What's new is this. They have a new payment to make, a demand from Iran. more like an ultimatum. You see, Pakistan had a deal with Iran. They've committed to building a gas pipeline, but they haven't built it yet. And Iran is done waiting. The Iranians say either complete the project or pay a penalty, a whopping $18 billion. That's what Iran wants Pakistan to pay, $18 billion. Obviously, Pakistan does not have that kind of money. So can they finish the project? Like I said, it's a gas pipeline. The deal was signed way back in 2010. Pakistan and Iran called it the Peace Pipeline. It was supposed to run from the Iranian border to Pakistan's Gwadar port. That's a distance of over 1,900 kilometers. More than 1,100 kilometers of this pipeline was supposed to be on the Iranian side and more than 700 kilometers in Pakistan. And it would have been a boon for Islamabad. Their country would have benefited immensely from the project. It would have boosted their energy security. The pipeline was supposed to supply up to 1 billion cubic feet of gas per day. This volume of gas can power up to 30 million homes a day. Now, the tenure of this pact was 25 years. 14 of those years are already over, and Pakistan is still sitting on it. It is yet to build the pipeline. Iran has done its bit, though. Their side of the project is done. They're ready to export the gas, and they've invested heavily in this pipeline, at least $2 billion so far. That's what Iran has invested. But Pakistan has not delivered on its part. It hasn't even completed the groundwork. The pipeline, like I told you, was supposed to be built in Gwadar. According to the Pakistani press, they're yet to acquire the land for this project. Now, you may ask why. Why is Islamabad dragging its feet? Well, they blame all of it on US sanctions. And for a change, they may have a point. The US has placed sanctions on Iran over the Iranian nuclear program. It has kept Iran out of the international banking system. So if Pakistan imports energy from Iran, if Pakistan buys gas from Iran, it will end up violating American sanctions. What's worse, it could be slapped with American sanctions. Needless to say, Pakistan cannot afford that, and they will not risk it. But this is not the only reason they've been lagging behind. Pakistan has made multiple flip-flops on this matter. In the month of March this year, they said they don't need a waiver, that Pakistan does not need a waiver from the US to construct the pipeline. That's what their foreign ministry said. But within a few days, they changed their tune. Pakistan's petroleum minister said they would seek a waiver for the project after all. In fact, he said, and I'm quoting, they would plead Pakistan's case vigorously. These flip-flops seem to have upset Iran. In 2014, they had granted a 10-year extension to Pakistan. That extension will expire this month. So now Iran has sent a final notice to Islamabad. Their message is quite simple. Build the pipeline or we'll see you in court. And what happens if Pakistan does not comply? Well, Iran could move the International Court of Arbitration. The court could impose penalties on Pakistan. If Pakistan loses this case, they could be asked to pay up to $18 billion. This is money that Islamabad does not have, $18 billion. It was bailed out by the IMF earlier this year, remember? It's the International Monetary Fund, the lender of last resort. And that bailout was not enough. So Pakistan is lobbying with the IMF again for a larger and longer bailout. Although that wouldn't stop Iran from seeking damages. Pakistan is also a repeat offender. In 2019, an Australian mining company took Pakistan to court over an exploration contract. The company had invested in a copper mining project. The International Court of Arbitration heard the case. They found Pakistan guilty. They imposed a fine of $6 billion. Pakistan later settled the case out of court, and they still ended up paying $1 billion to the Australian company. Pakistan also has energy bills to pay. It owes some $15 billion to Chinese companies. Those bills are still unpaid. Those power bills to China. Again, Islamabad does not have the money to settle them. In July, it reached out to China with a request. It wants this debt to be restructured. What does that tell you? If the Chinese can't get Pakistan to pay, we say good luck to Iran. The peace pipeline should serve as a cautionary tale. Pakistan is a serial defaulter and it is broke. Iran's pipeline looks like a pipe dream. And staying with Pakistan, let's tell you about what was supposed to be Pakistan's biggest thrift store, the The Dream Bazaar in Karachi. It opened around 3 p.m. local time, and within half an hour, the mall was empty. The goods were all gone. Now, you'd imagine the opening was a super hit. But then again, this is Pakistan. The mall was empty because of an out-of-control mob that looted it. They vandalized it. They broke the glasses, beat up the security personnel, and took all the goods home. How did Karachi's dream turn into such a nightmare? Our next report tells you.
अबे तो वो है टी-शर्टें हैं चलो आगे चलो यहाँ पे मगे चलो टी-शर्ट चलो
लेकिन क्या हाल किया यार
It was supposed to be a grand opening, yet it turned into absolute chaos. This is Dream Bazaar. It's located in the city of Karachi in Pakistan. According to reports, it was established by a Pakistani businessman living abroad. The mall was marketed as Pakistan's first mega thrift store, and the promises were lofty. Apparently, you could buy anything for as less as 50 Pakistani rupees. That's around 18 cents. The opening day was on Friday. The store announced special discounts. There were aggressive marketing campaigns. It was set to be a grand affair. Dream Bazaar opened at around 3 p.m. local time, but by 3:30 p.m. it was completely looted. Thousands gathered outside the mall ahead of the opening. When the gates opened, they rushed in. The crowd swelled every minute. The mall management tried to keep things under control, but soon it was impossible. And things descended into chaos. People looted the entire store. They took whatever they saw. Some carried them out in their arms, while others brought bags to stuff goods and carry them home. Meanwhile, the security there was overwhelmed. The crowd overpowered them. They beat up the security personnel, glasses were shattered, the property was destroyed. Some people even filmed themselves while vandalizing the store. Outside the mall, things came to a standstill. Traffic stopped and people gathered. But where were the police? Well, they were nowhere to be seen. Some allege the police ignored the looters and were beating up bystanders instead. Of course, the incident has since divided Pakistani social media. Some called it a banana republic. Others lamented the lack of rules or ethics. But more importantly, it's a commentary on the country itself and its economy. Take Karachi, for example. It's where the mall is located. Karachi accounts for 25% of Pakistan's GDP. It generates 50% of the country's revenue. Yet, development projects in the city are missing. The government slashed the budget for that. So, what's the government doing about it? Well, it's touting its own record. A few days ago, Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif spoke on the economy. He said the country is moving towards stability. Yet the numbers don't look good. Debt has soared to $254 billion. This comes as Pakistan is anxiously awaiting a $7 billion bailout from the International Monetary Fund. Meanwhile, the people of Pakistan are struggling. Inflation is still high, things remain unaffordable, and the angst is palpable. The looting and vandalism in Karachi reflected this. The mall may have started out as a dream project, but Pakistan's Dream Bazaar turned out to be a big nightmare.
Now let's turn our attention to Southeast Asia. A clash took place over the weekend, a maritime clash between the Philippines and China in the West Philippine Sea. That's the part of the sea that belongs to the Philippines. Therefore, it's called the West Philippine Sea. But China claims the entire region as its own, and it tries to enforce these fantasies with aggression. On Saturday, this happened again. Multiple Chinese ships ganged up on a Philippine Coast Guard vessel. Then one of the Chinese boats rammed into it. Thrice. Take a look. Sailors on board the Filipino vessel recorded the attack. They say that the Chinese ship deliberately rammed into them. And that's certainly what it looks like. The Filipino ship was damaged. There are now holes in the ship's hull. You can see the aftermath. But despite this visual evidence, China is trying to turn this around. Beijing claims to be the real victim of the clash. They released their own video of the incident taken by someone on board the Chinese vessel. This video shows just one of the 3 ramming incidents. And Beijing is trying to portray it as an aggressive maneuver by the Philippines. Today, a Chinese spokesperson doubled down on this claim.
First of all, the Sabina Shoal is part of China's Nansha Islands. On August 31st, a Philippine Coast Guard vessel had illegally stayed in the waters near Sabina Shoal for a long time. In an unprofessional and dangerous way, it deliberately rammed into a Chinese Coast Guard vessel, defending what is its rightful position. This caused a collision between the vessels from both the Chinese and Filipino sides. It is, therefore, justifiable that China takes necessary measures in accordance with the law, which is legitimate, lawful, and beyond reproach.
You've seen both the videos, both the versions, the Chinese and the Filipino one. I'll let you decide who looks like the aggressor. Meanwhile, let's look at the bigger picture here. This was the 5th clash between China and the Philippines in a month, the 5th clash in 1 month. Chinese ships and planes constantly butt heads with Filipino vessels, hoping to take hold of the disputed region by force. So let's understand the situation a bit better. First, why is this area disputed? Let's show you the map. This is where the Sabina Shoal is located. It's about 230 kilometers away from Palawan, one of the islands that make up the Philippines. Now, according to international maritime law, anything up to 370 kilometers away from the coast falls into a country's exclusive economic zone, EEZ. Anything that's 370 kilometers away from the land border is your EEZ. The Sabina Shoal is 230 kilometers away from the Philippines, so it is well within its territory. Then why does China have ships in the area? Why is it clashing with the Philippines over this island? Well, because it's China. China believes itself to be above international law. It keeps spewing bogus territorial claims based on ancient imperial boundaries using these convenient old maps. Beijing claims almost the entire South China Sea region. It draws this infamous 9-dash line, and it claims everything within this 9-dash line. Obviously, that is bogus. An international tribunal said as much. It ruled against the Chinese claims back in 2016. So the dispute should have been over, but China refused to accept the verdict. It continues to harass countries that should actually control the region. And that is why a dispute still exists. Now let's look at the reason behind all of this. Why does China want this area so badly? Why does it want to control the entire South China Sea region? The simple answer is resources. The entire sea is rich in oil and gas. New deposits keep getting discovered. It should be enough to benefit all the countries in the region, but China wants to hoard all of it. And it's not just oil and gas, you also have fish. The South China Sea region is full of marine life. It's a boon for a nation's food security. But again, China wants to hog it all. It keeps sending its trawlers to exploit the region, even areas in the exclusive economic zones or EEZ of other nations. So China is literally stealing food off Filipino plates. That's one reason why it wants to control the South China Sea. for the resources. The second reason is trade. About $3 trillion worth of trade flows through the region every year. $3 trillion, it's more than the GDP of most countries. And then there's the strategic angle. Remember, Beijing views the South China Sea region as its own, as its mythical, historical territory. So it wants to control the region to the T. China has set up a number of military bases and airstrips all over the sea, which it can use to exert pressure on other nations and counter any challengers. So the region is lucrative and it has military value. No wonder Beijing goes to such lengths to exert control. Our next story is from Germany. An election took place there yesterday in two German states, Saxony and Thuringia. Now, these were state-level elections. They won't change the country's top leadership, but the results made global headlines because an unlikely force ended up the winner, a far-right party called Alternative for Germany, or AfD. That's the party, AfD. It won the state of Thuringia and it came second, a very close second, in Saxony. And this seems to have alarmed the world because it's a first since the Second World War, the first time since the Second World War that a far-right party has won elections in Germany. The last far-right party to do so was the Nazi party. Yes, those Nazis. So you can understand the discomfort. And you can decide for yourself if it is warranted. Here's the co-leader of the AfD giving a glimpse of the party's politics.
Our school classes are being flooded with children and young people from foreign cultures who come from archaic backgrounds, marked by Muslim beliefs. They are uneducated and all they speak is gibberish. Children no longer learn anything. And this is the result as to why those young people who still want to have a perspective in our country have supported the AfD as much as they have.
As you can see, the AfD takes a hard line on immigration. They don't want any foreigners in Germany. Now, being against illegal immigration is one thing, but the AfD's rhetoric has raised concerns. They've been branded, and I'm quoting, they've been branded as suspected extremists. The German courts have given the party that status, suspected extremists. But people still voted for them. The AfD emerged as the biggest party in the state of Thuringia. It won almost 33% of the vote. In neighbouring Saxony, the AfD came a close second. It polled at over 30%, but narrowly lost out to the Christian Democratic Union, who won about 32% of the vote. Now let's look at what this really means. First, will the AfD govern any of these states? Most likely no. You see, no party has won an outright majority in these two states. They will have to form a coalition government, and all the other political parties have refused to work with the AfD. They have closed ranks to keep the AfD out.
For us, it is still the case, as we said before the election. We will not govern or form a government with the AfD.
I am available to form a government that has a Democratic majority. And I have always made it clear throughout the election campaigns that I am not fighting against the CDU. I am not fighting against the BSW. I am not fighting against the other Democratic parties. I am fighting against the normalization of fascism.
So the AfD may not get a chance to govern, not yet anyway, but they aren't powerless either. In Thuringia, at least, they have the power to veto certain decisions, like the appointment of judges and security officials. So the party will have a say in governance. Now to the second big question. How did a far-right party get so powerful in Germany? After the Second World War, Germany rejected far-right politics. Most Germans were ashamed of the Nazi atrocities, so they distanced themselves from that brand of politics. But the far-right got a shot in the arm in 2015 thanks to former Chancellor Angela Merkel. She allowed more than 1 million refugees to move to Germany. Most of these people were fleeing the civil war in Syria. It was a kind gesture on her part, but it seems she underestimated the repercussions. 1 million foreigners moving in led to friction, especially in the East German states, which are poorer than those in the West. There was already a scarcity of economic opportunities here. And now the locals had to compete with foreigners as well. It worsened their economic situation. Add to this the cultural friction, the religious friction. And you have the perfect storm. The AfD tapped into the anti-immigrant sentiment, and they've been getting more popular since then. So Merkel's immigration policies helped propel the rise of the German far right. And her successor, Olaf Scholz, is facing the heat. Germany goes to polls next year. The state elections were like a trial run, and the results will give Scholz sleepless nights. So far, he has barely managed to keep the AfD from taking power, but who knows what will happen in the next few months. What we feared is happening, both in West Bengal and in Kerala. Both states saw significant events last month. In Kerala, the Hema Committee report came out. It exposed sexual abuse in the Malayalam film industry. In West Bengal, the brutal rape and murder of a doctor, that too inside a government hospital. Both events raised the same questions. Why are women unsafe at their workplace? What can we do to make it better? Both events also triggered massive outrage. In Kolkata, we have seen public protests. Today, hundreds of junior doctors gathered in the city. They had one demand: the Kolkata Police Commissioner must resign. There is logic to their demand. Kolkata police are facing a lot of questions. They acted very slowly after the murder. It took them 14 hours to file an FIR. Plus, the culprit was a civic volunteer. He was using a Kolkata police bike on the day of the murder. So the criticism is justified. Of course, the state police is not investigating the case anymore. The CBI, the Central Bureau of Investigation, is doing that. And they are building a case against the main suspect, the civic volunteer Sanjay Roy. He plans to plead innocent in court. His lawyer says Roy is being framed. Meanwhile, the CBI is also probing a second case, that of corruption at the RG Kar Medical College. At the center of it is the ex-principal. He is accused of running a mafia inside the college. Today, he was arrested by the CBI, and rumor is that he has political patronage. A new audio clip is doing the rounds. It features a conversation between a junior doctor and this ex-principal's aide. The aide name drops the chief minister in this audio. He uses political links to threaten the junior doctor. Now, we've not been able to verify the audio. The principal's aide says it is doctored. So that's where the Kolkata case is at. The accused will plead not guilty, and the CBI is probing corruption. Which brings us to Kerala. Top actors have been forced to break their silence, including Mohanlal and Mammootty. Remember, Mohanlal was the chief of the Artists' Union. He resigned after the Hema Committee report was published. Reports say he was part of a power group, a group that basically ran the industry and shielded predators. But Mohanlal has denied all of it. He welcomed the report's findings, and he also said a cleanup is necessary. Don't buy it though. The very same Mohanlal called Me Too a fad in 2018. So his statements clearly don't mean very much. Meanwhile, the politics continues. A female Congress leader in Kerala made some damning revelations. She said a casting couch exists in the party, in the Congress party. A casting couch exists. If you're close to top male leaders, you get opportunities. If not, your career goes nowhere. In response, she has been removed from the Congress. The party says she's working with adversaries. And who is that? Who are these adversaries? Kerala's ruling Communist Party. Fun fact about them. One of their lawmakers is accused of rape. Actor turned MLA Mukesh. He's been booked for rape by the Kerala police. But the Communist Party has not asked him to resign. It probably sums up the situation in Kerala and West Bengal. Days of outrage, days of street protests, all of it drowned by the political games. And this has always been India's problem. We've never been short on outrage. We hit the streets, we scream from TV studios, we hold candlelight marches, but then the politicians roll in and we get distracted. We don't know how to convert outrage into meaningful action. Just look at West Bengal. Tomorrow the government will introduce a new law, death penalty for convicted rapists. The hope is it will stop future crimes, but guess what? The crimes are already happening. 2 assault cases have been reported in West Bengal, both at hospitals. On Saturday, a 13-year-old girl was molested in Howrah. The same day, a nurse was assaulted in Birbhum. Do you think these criminals care about the law or the quantum of punishment? They have probably seen the protests and outrage in Kolkata, yet they did not think twice before doing what they did. So let's get one thing clear here. Outrage alone will not solve this problem, nor will cosmetic political moves. We need to channel that outrage into meaningful solutions. If not, another turning point may slip away from us. Espionage has 2 rules. Don't talk about what you do and don't look like a spy. So who better to go undercover than animals? And no one knows this like Vladimir. I'm not talking about the Russian President Vladimir, who too was a spy. I'm talking about a beluga whale called Vladimir, who was believed to be a Russian spy. The whale became a bit of a celebrity over the years and now he has died. We'll tell you all about him and answer your burning questions about wild sleuths that roam among us. Who are they? How are they trained? And do they have cool gadgets? Here's a report.
The name's whale, beluga whale, with a license to krill, pardon the pun, and an even cooler nickname, Vladimir. If this reminds you of a certain world leader's name, you aren't wrong, and we'll tell you why. But first, what's going on with Vladimir? He has died. That's unfortunate, but why is the death of a whale making the news? Because this is possibly the world's most famous whale, and it had a cooler job than most of us ever will. Vladimir is world-renowned for being a spy. This is the assumption, at least. No one has any proof. Guess Vladimir did its job a little too well. He was over 4 meters long and weighed about 1,200 kgs. Kind of hard to miss. He was first spotted in Norwegian waters 5 years ago. This was strange for 2 reasons. First, belugas are rarely seen in such busy waters this far south of the high Arctic. And second, the whale was spotted wearing a harness with a GoPro camera attached to it. And the harness said, "Equipment of St. Petersburg." This raised suspicions. People wondered if the whale was on a Russian reconnaissance mission. Russia has never answered the rumors or claimed ownership of the whale. But if the whale was a spy, he was an exceptionally friendly one. The whale was comfortable around people. He responded to hand signals. He showed signs of domestication, and he captured people's imagination almost instantly. That's where he got the nickname, Vladimir. Val is the Norwegian word for whale, merged with what sounds like Vladimir, from the Russian president's name, Vladimir Putin. But now, Vladimir is dead, and no one knows why. But animal rights groups are demanding answers, because Vladimir died at the age of 15. That's relatively young for a beluga whale, whose lifespan can reach 60 years. But it's certain that Russia won't be coming forward with any answers. Multiple sources have cited evidence of Russian programs training animals as spies, but Moscow has repeatedly denied these reports. This is not the first time animals have been used to spy. Just this year, a pigeon was captured in India over accusations of spying for China. The pigeon refused to spill the beans. It didn't utter a word, obviously. Eventually, it was released after being held for 8 months. It's not the only wily animal detained over suspicions of espionage. In 2011, Sudan captured an unlikely Mossad agent, a vulture. It apparently had a GPS tracker and wore tags from Tel Aviv. In 2007, Iran arrested 14 spies, all of them squirrels. Being a spy is a tough enough job as is. The first days are often the hardest. In the 1960s, the US intelligence agency, the CIA, spent $14 million training purring sleuths. The idea was to use cats to pick up Russian intelligence. But it went bust on day one itself, when a cat was run over by a car outside the Soviet embassy in Washington. Occupational hazard, it seems. But despite this, wild sleuths will always be widely used. Because no one follows the first rule of spying like they do. They don't look like a spy.
For our next story, let me ask you some questions. Have you ever tried booking a flight a day before? Or booking an Uber at peak traffic hour? Or even booking a hotel just hours ahead of check-in? If you have, then kudos to you. You went where others fear to tread. And that's because of exorbitant prices. Last-minute bookings cost a bomb. Reason? Dynamic pricing. And what's that? Imagine you have a product, say a flight ticket. The airline is the seller, but it doesn't set a fixed price for the ticket. The price depends on the demand. If the demand is high, the price goes up. If the demand is low, if the flight is going empty, you can snag the ticket for cheap. It's your basic demand and supply principle. High demand, high prices, low demand, low prices. And it is applicable for a range of things, like hotel rooms, ride-hailing apps, concert tickets, movie tickets, train seats. Anything and everything can be dynamically priced. But why is it done? Well, the United Kingdom, for one, is asking it. Last week, British band Oasis announced a reunion. The boy band will reunite next year. It is scheduled to play 17 shows. And tickets for those shows went on sale. One ticket was initially priced at £148. One ticket for £148, so fans joined the queue online to buy these tickets. But once they reached the checkout, they were in for a rude shock. The tickets had been rebranded. Why? Because of the growing demand. They were now selling for £355 a ticket. So more than 100% markup. And this hasn't gone down well with Oasis fans, also with the British government, where Culture Secretary Lisa Nandy has slammed the inflated prices. The government is launching an investigation into the pricing of tickets. And this has triggered a debate on the practice of dynamic pricing. Is it good or bad? Is it fleecing people or just pure economics? Let's look at the pros first. Dynamic pricing focuses on one principle, the free market. Market forces determine the price of goods. If the demand is high, the charges are more. If it is lower, prices drop to attract more customers. It helps companies pad their margins, manage the inventory, and align better with the market. Take travel, for example. It's a volatile industry. So hotels and airlines must adjust prices to meet the demand. They can use dynamic pricing to optimize their revenue. But there's a catch. In concept, dynamic pricing works both ways, meaning prices can go higher or lower. But in practice, they seem to go only one way, and that is higher. Or we only notice when prices surge. For example, try booking a flight in off-season. Chances are the prices are lower than usual. But we take that as granted. Human psyche associates dynamic pricing to surge pricing only. And that puts off customers. Plus, there's a nagging question. Who determines this demand? What are the metrics used to measure it? Why is there no transparency in the process? And that is what makes customers doubt the process. They feel that the entire process is manipulative, that it's a scam to fleece them. Take Wendy's, for example. It recently introduced dynamic pricing. If there were more people in a store, they would pay more for a burger. That's what they introduced. But people were furious. They threatened to boycott the chain, so Wendy's took it back. Then there's PVR Inox. They too have dynamic pricing for movie tickets. The idea is to increase footfall, but customers complain of high prices, which is why we need regulation. These are just two examples. A lot of companies do it. We need regulation because what if companies are increasing prices just for the sake of it? Say you order food, the company says the demand is high, so you pay for surge pricing. But where's the proof? How do you actually know that there is more traffic? Who regulates that? So we need mechanisms in place to monitor the extent and practice of dynamic pricing. So to sum it up, dynamic pricing can be a useful tool. On paper, it even sounds fair, but the problem is the way it's implemented. Customers always feel that they're losing out. What we need is more transparency from companies and a better understanding of how it works for customers. Tell us what you think. What was God doing before he created the world? Back in the 4th century, philosopher Augustine of Hippo asked this question, and then he answered it himself. He said, before God created the world, there was no time. There was no before. The question is invalid. When it comes to the universe, you could repeat the same annoying process and ask, what came before the Big Bang? And most astronomers would say nothing. Time, space, matter, they all began with a sudden explosion, what we call the Big Bang. But a new study is challenging this theory. It says there was a secret life before the bang. Our next report tells you more.
The big yarn, the big scam, or the big sham. Ignore us. We're coming up with alternate lingo for the theory that has so far told us how the universe began. We're talking about the Big Bang Theory. That's what astronomers say birthed the universe. They say it all started with a single point about 14 billion years ago. The universe was trapped inside a bubble, just hot, tiny particles mixed with light and energy. All of this thousands of times smaller than a pinhead. It was super cramped, so the bubble was dense and hot. Doesn't sound very healthy. So, like most people in toxic relationships, the universe was in desperate need for space. Within a fraction of a second, it suddenly exploded. This is called the Big Bang, and the universe we know today was born. And it began growing, stretching in all directions. Tiny particles came together to form atoms. Then more atoms came together, and we got stars, planets, asteroids, galaxies, and even black holes. The universe grew at a rapid rate, and it never stopped. Billions of years later, it's still expanding. That's quite the growth spurt. But what if none of this is true? After all, the Big Bang is just a theory. There's no proof. So what if the Big Bang was not the birth of the universe? What if there was life before the Big Bang? This is what a new study says, that our universe may have had a secret life before the Big Bang. According to the study, black holes already existed. They contracted to form the little bubble that eventually exploded. So technically, atoms existed even before the Big Bang. But it's not alone in coming up with the theory. In modern astronomy, many scientists have said something similar. They say the Big Bang was not a birth but a transition phase. They call this theory the Big Crunch. Let's explain. Have you heard of a soufflé? Normally, it's cool and small, but if you heat it up as you should, it expands. Eventually, the soufflé cools and then it collapses. Now imagine that the soufflé is our universe. The Big Crunch says something similar happens to our universe. It's expanding now, but thanks to gravity, one day everything will begin to contract. It will fall inwards and collapse, much like a fallen soufflé. Now, no one is going to like a collapsing universe. This will spell the doom of everything. Every galaxy, every planet, every ex-boyfriend's t-shirt you still cherish, every comic you hold dear. All of it gone. And the universe will turn into a super hot, super dense bubble awaiting its next Big Bang. So these are the two camps, the Big Bang and the Big Crunch. This is kind of like Team Edward versus Team Jacob, if you know what we mean, but scientists have picked their favorite theory. So far, no one has any proof. But for ordinary souls like us, do you know the best part? It will be billions of years before the souffle will collapse, if at all.
It's been a tough couple of days for Vadodara, a city in Gujarat. Heavy rains have left most of it flooded, or had left it flooded, and along with the water came new visitors. Crocodiles. You see, Vadodara is home to the Vishwamitri River, a croc-infested water body. When the river flooded, the crocs were swept into the city. At least 25 of them have been rescued. One crocodile was carried away on a scooter. It tells you how bad the Uber situation is. But seriously, the internet is filled with croc memes, many of them courtesy residents of Vadodara. We've seen Bollywood croc memes, scooter croc memes, and dancing croc memes. The situation has improved in the city and across the state. The waters have started receding, but even amid this crisis, residents retain their sense of humor.
Rame belalang kupu-kupu. Taprak biar rame kalau malam minum cucu. Hooray!
And now it's time for Vantage shots, images that tell the story. Russian President Vladimir Putin gets a grand welcome in Mongolia as he lands for a two-day state visit. New images show the scale of Titanic's decay as its wreckage rests on the ocean floor. And floats covered in flowers take part in the annual parade through a Dutch town. We're finally taking you back in history. On this day in 1666, the Great Fire of London broke out. It started at the house of the King's baker. Soon the fire engulfed a large part of the city. It lasted for 4 days, burning down more than 13,000 houses. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the Middle East. Over 100,000 Israelis took to the streets to protest against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The uproar comes after the Israeli military recovered the bodies of 6 hostages from Gaza in a late-night operation on Saturday. Following an autopsy, the Israeli military said that the hostages were shot and killed at point-blank range just hours before their bodies were found in a tunnel used by Hamas. Now, during the operation, Israeli-American hostage Hersh Goldberg Poland's body was also recovered. According to American officials, Goldberg Poland, along with 2 others, were supposed to be released by Hamas as part of a ceasefire deal. In fact, Goldberg Poland's parents had recently spoken at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, where they urged the party to press Israel to accept a hostage release deal. Meanwhile, Israel's largest labor union joined the nationwide strikes and accused Netanyahu of deliberately rejecting a deal.
This country was built on some core values. One of them is strictly that the government of Israel will do everything in its power to bring back hostages and soldiers from captivity wherever they are. And this government, because of political reasons and for the right extreme coalition of Netanyahu, is breaking those values.
We are very, very sad and very, very angry about our government, that all they does is care about their position in the government. It doesn't care about the hostages and doesn't do anything in order to release them. The deal should have been signed a long time ago, and these people for sure, like many others, could have been saved.
Now the Israeli Prime Minister is pointing the finger at Hamas for rejecting the hostage release deal and has vowed to avenge the deaths of the 6 hostages.
In recent days, as Israel has been holding intensive negotiations with the mediator in a supreme effort to reach a deal, Hamas is continuing to steadfastly refuse all proposals. Even worse, at the exact same time, it murdered 6 of our hostages. Whoever murders hostages does not want a deal.
In Washington, President Joe Biden said he was devastated and outraged by the news. The White House has also confirmed that it's working with Prime Minister Netanyahu's office to secure a hostage release deal as soon as possible. The protests weren't limited to just Israel, as they also erupted in New York and London. In Manhattan, the Israeli-American hostage was given a special memorial where his parents spoke at a rally attended by thousands as chants of "Seal the Deal" echoed in Central Park.
Just 3 months ago, Hamas released a video of Hersh, the first proof of life his family received since he was kidnapped from the Nova Music Festival on October 7. He gestured at the camera with his amputated arm, and despite the shock, this video was a sign of hope for the Goldberg's fallen, to our family, and for the families of all those lost in the tunnels of Hamas. Hersh was alive, and now we know that other 5 hostages were alive too. None of this had to happen.
No.
I would like to call President Biden to tell Prime Minister Netanyahu, do not delay the deal.
With more protests lined up through the week, Israelis are putting pressure on Netanyahu to accept a ceasefire deal or resign. Now, it's unclear how much longer Netanyahu will in fact prolong the war against Hamas. About 100 hostages are still being held captive in Gaza with no clarity on when or how they will in fact be rescued. And moving to Russia, Moscow says it sees Vice President Kamala Harris as more predictable than her opponent, Donald Trump. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov sat for a rare TV interview and offered a variety of opinions on the upcoming U.S. presidential election. Reiterating that Russia does not favor any candidate, the Kremlin spokesman said Democrats are more predictable than Republicans, including Vice President Harris. Now, earlier in July, when President Joe Biden was still running for president, Vladimir Putin said Moscow actually preferred the current commander-in-chief over Donald Trump. Meanwhile, Peskov on Sunday accused Washington of meddling in Russia's affairs. He added that bilateral relations between the two countries remain at a historic low and that there was no magic wand to halt the war in Ukraine overnight. The Kremlin also expressed doubt regarding Donald Trump's repeated claims of being able to end the war within 24 hours if re-elected to the White House. Both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump have contrasting approaches to the war in Ukraine, with the Democrats supporting Ukraine with more aid to fight Russia, while the Republican demands halting U.S. support. With their first debate just about a week away, both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump will get a chance to outline their vision for addressing both the war and the next phase of U.S.-Russia relations. Now, according to latest polls, Kamala Harris continues to lead Donald Trump nationwide, including in key battleground states. What is known for certain, Russia is taking a keen interest in the U.S. election with an eye on the outcome. In fact, according to U.S. intelligence, the Kremlin is even actively attempting to influence the results in its favor. And staying with Russia, in a remarkable show of camaraderie, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un received a shipment of 24 purebred Orlov trotter horses from Russia. Now it's worth noting that this isn't just any breed. In fact, these horses are Kim Jong-un's favorite and are often featured in his propaganda images. However, these horses signify more than just a gesture of friendship. In fact, several reports suggest the horses are part of a payment for North Korean artillery shells that were sent to Russia for its war in Ukraine. Now, this is not the first time that Russia and North Korea have showered each other with gifts. In fact, earlier this year, Kim Jong-un sent a pair of Pungsan dogs, a local breed, to Vladimir Putin. The Russian leader then, in return, gifted North Korea exactly 447 goats. And the gift exchanges between the two rogue leaders goes beyond animals. In June, during Putin's first visit to North Korea in nearly 25 years, the leaders swapped several luxurious gifts. Putin presented the North Korean leader with a Russian-built Autos limousine, which is the second of its kind that Kim Jong-un has received. Alongside the limousine, Putin also gave Kim Jong-un a tea set and a dagger. In return, Kim Jong-un gifted Putin artwork and a bust depicting the Russian leader. Pyongyang has been deepening its ties with an increasingly isolated Moscow since the start of the Ukraine invasion. And South Korean intelligence last week noted that it has so far monitored over 13,000 shipping containers suspected of carrying weapons going from North Korea to Russia. The gift exchanges certainly underscore the military partnership between the two rogue nations, but have yet to show an ability to expand beyond these hard power exploits, which still aren't producing dividends for either country amid their respective saber rattling. And now to Canada. The border between the United States and Canada is experiencing an unexpected increase of undocumented immigrants. According to Customs and Border Protection, a record high 5,000 undocumented Indians entered the United States from Canada on foot in June alone. For the first time ever, a higher number of Indian immigrants have entered the United States via the Canadian border than the Mexican one. Washington has alerted Ottawa as concerns mount over the Trudeau government's visa policies. Here's our report with more.
The US-Canada border, once the world's longest symbol of peaceful coexistence, has quietly become the front line of a new immigration challenge. Stretching nearly 9,000 kilometers, which is more than twice as long as the US-Mexico border, this vast route has seen an unprecedented surge in undocumented Indian immigrants crossing into the United States. In June 2024, the situation reached a tipping point. That month alone, a record 5,152 undocumented Indians crossed from Canada into the US on foot. This figure not only shattered previous records, but also marked a significant shift in migration patterns. Because for the first time in history, more Indians were recorded entering the US from Canada than from Mexico. In 2023, a record 96,917 Indians were apprehended unlawfully crossing from Canada into the US between October 2022 and September 2023. This number represents a five-fold jump from the previous year, when over 19,000 Indians were recorded crossing at this border. Canada's role in this surge cannot be overlooked. In recent years, Canada has become an attractive destination for immigrants, particularly students. The Canadian government, eager to boost its economy, relaxed its visa policies around 2017 to attract more international students, the results of which were immediate and dramatic. Between 2018 and 2022, the number of international students in Canada skyrocketed by 61%, from 566,000 to a whopping 800,000 students. This trend, however, has not gone unnoticed by the US and the UK, both of which have expressed their concerns. The US has urged Canada to tighten its visa screening process, while the UK has suggested that all Canada-bound Indian nationals should be required to obtain transit visas for stopovers. The reason for the UK's concern is clear. The number of Indian nationals seeking asylum in the UK during transit to Canada has spiked alarmingly in recent years. In 2022, there was a 136% increase in the number of Indians seeking asylum at port in the UK compared to the previous year. And by 2023, the number had risen even further, with 1,319 Indians seeking asylum in the UK, many of them Canada-bound transit passengers. So, as the situation continues to evolve, the US, Canada and the UK find themselves at crossroads. The surge in undocumented crossings at the northern border and the spike in asylum claims by Indian nationals in the UK are forcing all three countries to reconsider their immigration policies and their responses to these complex challenges. The once peaceful and open US-Canada border is now at the center of a growing crisis, one that underscores the growing migration crisis, particularly in a crucial election year in the United States.
And finally, a new Chinese video game has stirred massive controversy with its strange instructions. Released on August 19th, Black Myth Wukong has accumulated more than 10 million users worldwide. However, gaming influencers have been asked to avoid discussing topics including Chinese politics and feminist ideas during live streams. Gamers were also warned against trigger words such as COVID-19, quarantine, and isolation. Our final story goes inside the gaming world for more details.
For the latest Chinese game, Black Myth Wukong, expectations were already sky high since its reveal back in 2020. The game is based on the 16th century Chinese novel Journey to the West. The very same novel that's considered one of the greats of Chinese literature and has inspired hundreds of movies, TV shows and cartoons, including Dragon Ball Z. And finally, after 4 years of anticipation, the single-player action game did not disappoint its players. Released with China's AAA rating on August 19th, the high-budget blockbuster game sold over 10 million copies worldwide in just 3 days. That's not all. Launched by Game Science, Black Myth Wukong now has more than 10 million concurrent players across all platforms, and it became the second most played game ever on the streaming platform Steam. But while the game's high-end graphics, sophisticated design, and hot blood hype has brought national pride to China, it has also become a huge source of criticism for the country. That's because in the run-up to its release, video streamers received a strange document from its co-publisher, Hero Games. The document warns players to avoid a range of topics while live streaming the game. These include offensive humor, politics, violence, nudity, fetishization, and feminist propaganda. The directive also says that players must not use trigger words such as quarantine, isolation, or COVID-19. Moreover, discussions over China's game industry policies, opinions, and news should also be avoided. These instructions have sparked a heated debate among users outside China. While some gaming influencers have celebrated the directive, saying it was a needed pushback on what they see as wokeness, others have slammed the game for a lack of diversity. Some content creators have directly defied the warnings altogether. A user named Moon launched a Twitch stream of Black Myth titled COVID-19 Isolation, Taiwan is a Real Country, Feminism Propaganda. Meanwhile, another streamer, Rui Zong, discussed China's one-child policy while playing the game. In the first week of the game's release, Chinese social media platform Weibo banned around 140 users who were deemed to be violating the gaming guidelines. Even though the controversy has attracted a lot of attention globally, it has not really dented Black Myth Wukong's overwhelmingly positive reception. People on Reddit, Weibo, YouTube, and elsewhere have been hailing the game's success. And some employers in Singapore have even given time off to play the video game. Chinese authorities and the media have been praising the game's boom, saying it has sparked interest in Chinese culture and has built pride and subdued prejudice.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections, to climate change, to innovations, and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global South. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Let's take a look at our top story. After days of chaos, confusion and uncertainty, South African beauty queen Chidimma Adetshina finally has a crown on her head. Not in South Africa, but Nigeria. Now, the former Miss South Africa finalist was forced to withdraw from the pageant amid a wave of vicious xenophobic attacks and abuse online over her Nigerian heritage. Capping a few difficult weeks, Adetshina was crowned Miss Nigeria Universe over the weekend.
I just want everyone to know that this crown is not just a crown of beauty, it is going to unite us as one, and I'm really proud and grateful that I am going to represent Nigeria at the Miss Universe, and I know we are going to win.
Adetshina became the center of a heated debate after her participation in the South African beauty pageant was opposed by many South Africans, including a government minister. This was over her heritage, which many objected to as non-South African. 23-year-old born to a Nigerian father and South African mother in South Africa's Soweto. Her Nigerian roots triggered controversy when she was announced as a Miss South Africa finalist in July. The backlash was further intensified by allegations that her mother may have been involved in identity theft. The South African government began a probe last month into claims that Adetshina's mother had assumed the identity of a South African woman. The initial Home Affairs probe found that she may have indeed committed identity theft. However, it added that Adetshina could not have participated in the alleged unlawful actions of her mother, as she was an infant at the time. However, the controversy forced Adetshina to drop out of the contest. She said she made the decision for her and her family's safety and well-being. But after hearing her story, the organizers of Miss Universe Nigeria invited her to participate in their contest and to represent her father's native land on the international stage.
This journey has been a tough journey for me, and I am so proud of myself, and I'm really grateful for all the love and the support. I just don't even know what to say. I think the excitement, the emotions are really everywhere right now, but I'm just like really grateful for both countries and Africa in general, because the love and support was not only coming from South Africa or Nigeria, it was coming from Ghana, literally every single way as well, and I'm so proud and I'm so happy.
Adetshina will now represent Nigeria at the Global Miss Universe pageant in Mexico in November. Many are taking to social media to celebrate her success. However, some have alleged the Miss Nigeria contest was rigged and biased. They have raised questions on why Adetshina has been crowned over others who have lived in Nigeria their entire life. The incident has also brought into view the animosity between the citizens of South Africa and Nigeria. The two African powerhouses have often been at loggerheads due to competing economic and cultural influence. But this has also spiraled into violence and xenophobia. Many Nigerians living in South Africa have been victims of the frequent xenophobic attacks, while Nigerians have retaliated by attacking South African businesses in their country. The rivalry has often snowballed into diplomatic rows and also extends to sectors like music and sports. In the latest, the dispute extended into a taxi war when citizens of both countries prank-ordered Bolt and Uber rides in each other's cities and then cancelled them. This caused a huge frustration among commuters and a financial loss for the drivers. The ride-hailing service, Bolt, in response restricted inter-country ride requests after the spat escalated, which was also triggered by the ongoing controversy surrounding Chidimma Adetshina. And staying on with Nigeria, with an estimated population of over 9 million people, Lagos is Nigeria's largest city. In fact, it is also the largest city in sub-Saharan Africa and one of the most densely populated cities in the world. The city is Nigeria's financial, cultural and educational center. But in recent years, the Nigerian megacity has also become a center of tragedies. Now this year, Lagos has seen a building collapse once every 2 weeks. The situation is so worrying that the city has been dubbed the building collapse capital of Nigeria. At least 90 buildings have collapsed in the last 12 years, leaving over 350 people dead. These incidents that have been on the rise have not just raised serious concerns, but have also exposed glaring lapses by the government and contractors. Several reports and researchers state that corruption and the use of low-quality material in construction are among the main reasons. There have also been reports of dishonest construction companies getting away with violation of building codes, design errors, and employing poorly trained workers. Another problem is the gross lack of accountability. Nigeria does have regulations and maintenance schedules for construction of buildings. State authorities also have inspectors, but many complain that the system barely functions. Those responsible are also never held to account. In 2021, Lagos witnessed one of the worst incidents of building collapse. A 21-story block of luxury flats, which was under construction, collapsed and left 42 dead. Evidence from the state government shows that the developer flouted building permits. The structure was originally approved for 15 stories and not 21. 3 years on, the investigation report is still pending with the state governor. The building compound remains shut, with nobody allowed inside other than state government officials. A panel of experts reportedly finalized a list of recommendations after the investigation. However, it has still not been made public. The judicial official who investigated the 2021 collapse came down heavily on the government, blaming its agencies that were supposed to approve and supervise the plans and construction of irresponsibility and negligence. As population in Lagos booms, the demand for housing and commercial buildings is also rising rapidly. There are 3 agencies involved at multiple stages of construction in the city. The first is the Lagos State's Physical Planning Permit Agency. Now, this agency needs to approve plans before the work can begin. The next is Lagos State Building Control Agency, which looks at the site and carries out checks at every stage of construction. The third is the Standards Organization of Nigeria, that makes sure only suitable and approved building materials get to the market. But people say these procedures are not followed on most occasions. They have been accused of accepting bribes to fake certificates and approvals. The agencies, however, dismiss these allegations and blame a lack of resources. The state's building agency has also been accused of not taking any action, even when violations are identified after a collapse. Several experts say those involved usually use political influence to get away. So far, 19 buildings have collapsed in Lagos this year. If the number gets any higher this year, the city could see the highest number of building collapses in the past decade. Innocent Nigerians, especially construction workers, are paying the price of rampant corruption and civic apathy in the Nigerian megacity of Lagos, while those responsible use money and muscle power to evade the law. Shifting focus now to the Horn of Africa, where Ethiopia and Somalia continue to remain locked in a conflict. In the latest, their neighbor, Djibouti, has now stepped in to ease the tensions. Djibouti has come up with a proposal to solve the dispute between Somalia and Ethiopia. Both the neighbors are at odds over a port deal Ethiopia signed with Somalia's breakaway region, Somaliland. The deal provides landlocked Ethiopia access to Somaliland's port and 20 kilometers of its shoreline to build a naval base. In return, Ethiopia agreed to recognize Somaliland, which has been seeking independence from Somalia. The move triggered an angry response from Mogadishu, which called the deal an attack on its sovereignty. Somalia's ally, Turkey, has been mediating to solve the conflict, but so far there has been no agreement. Now, the tiny Horn of African nation Djibouti has stepped in. It has offered Ethiopia access to its port instead. It is offering a port of Tajura, which is about 100 kilometers from the border with Ethiopia. Ethiopia already relies on Djibouti's main port to import most of its goods, but now Djibouti is ready to hand over a new port and a new corridor to Ethiopia. It is even ready to consider a mixed management of the port with Ethiopia. Now, Djibouti's foreign minister has said the proposal was put in front of Ethiopian leaders a month ago and that they have gotten a positive response. Ethiopia is reportedly considering the technicalities of the proposal and could make a final decision in the coming days or weeks. However, Djibouti's offer does not include the permission to build a naval base in the country. Djibouti currently hosts multiple military bases, including those of France, the United States, Italy, Japan, and China. Located at the mouth of the Red Sea, it is a strategic maritime nation providing access to West Asia and Africa and the world's busiest shipping lanes. Now, as per reports, even Somalia has expressed its willingness to accept giving commercial sea access to Ethiopia during the Turkey-mediated talks. However, it has ruled out providing any naval base. The tensions between the two neighbors further escalated last week with the arrival of Egyptian military aid in Somalia. Egypt, which is at odds with Ethiopia over a dam on the River Nile, has extended support to Somalia over its dispute with Addis Ababa. Will the latest attempt by Djibouti offer any resolve to the ongoing tensions in the Horn of Africa? Now, for more on this, we have with us Dr. Samuel Oyewole, a security expert and a research fellow at the University of Pretoria. He is joining us live from Pretoria, South Africa. Thank you for being with us, Doctor.
Thank you for having me.
Now, what are the primary factors driving the current tensions between Somalia and Ethiopia? And how have these recent diplomatic and military agreements influenced these dynamics?
Okay, there are so many factors that are involved in the current tension that we are witnessing in the eastern part of Africa, especially between Ethiopia and Somalia. The agreement that was reached between Ethiopia and Somaliland on the issue of hosting a naval base as well as a port for establishing a port and naval base around in that country, in the region of Somalia. The fear and the response of the Somali government. The fear of the Somali government is that this particular agreement can later lead to recognition of this region, which has technically been a self-governing region for the past 30 years. However, if Ethiopia, this agreement can lead Ethiopia to recognize this country as an independent sovereign state, which can also encourage other African countries to also recognize this Somaliland. And these potential trajectories is a major security concern for Somalia, and that's explained the decision of the Somalia government to approach Turkey in terms of partnership in naval as well as ports management. And we have seen recently how Turkey government is intervening diplomatically to resolve this issue. However, the attempt or recent efforts were this last month in August, Somalia, the government of Somalia also signed another agreement, a military agreement with a cooperation agreement with Egypt, which is a major power in the region, as well as a relatively not in good time with Ethiopia over issue of the dam that is under construction in Brunei, which has been a subject of debate and concern, security concern between the two countries. So this security agreement with Egypt, and which involve establishing a military base in the region. Again, before now, the government of Somalia have announced their decision to withdraw, informing Ethiopia of the need to withdraw its troops in the country. Ethiopia currently have between 5,000 to 7,000 troops in Somalia, supporting the government of Somalia in its war against Al-Shabaab and other insurgent groups around the region. And again, Ethiopia play a major role in liberating African Union initiative, peacekeeping initiative in Somalia over the years. However, this recent development with issue of Somaliland is changing the relationship between these two countries.
Yes. Yes, Doctor, and plenty of factors at play here. Now, how might Djibouti's offer to grant Ethiopia access to the port of Tajura influence the ongoing tensions between Somalia and Ethiopia?
Okay, this particular offer is likely to down tension between Ethiopia and Somalia because it's a way of is an offer that substitutes detention with cooperation. However, the details of the offer may not be as juicy as what Ethiopia is expecting or reached with Somaliland, because Somaliland needs recognition. The region is willing to offer details, offer both port and possibly naval base, which Djibouti is taking off the negotiation table in terms of the naval base. So already Djibouti has the military presence or military bases of the Chinese, the US, and French. Which is already significant. So the agreement, the available information on the agreement does not show that the Djibouti agreement include naval base, of which Ethiopia, beside the fact that Ethiopia is interested in having access to the sea for economic reason, is also important for strategic and military reason. So we can't say for now how this will go down well with the government of Ethiopia, whether this will be satisfactory enough to consider the economic benefit of the port that has been offered by Djibouti, or the military interest will also be of issue of concern to them, because it's not just limited to importing consumer goods or civilian wares or products. Military assets, shipping route and naval operation is very critical to importing sensitive military assets into Ethiopia, as well as maintaining Ethiopia presence and protecting the ports as well. It will not be easier for Ethiopia to protect its interest in that region without having military base around that. So it's a complex situation for Ethiopia as well as the countries in the region.
And what are the potential economic and geopolitical implications of this move for the Horn of Africa region in general?
Well, there are so many things that we can identify in this area. In terms of geopolitics, the tension, proper management of the tension can actually resolve many of the geopolitical complications that can arise as a result of this issue. Because if this issue is not properly managed, we can see that more neighboring countries are taking interest in the African domain, that is Egypt, as well as in the Arabian Peninsula. Countries like Saudi Arabia, UAE, the rest of them are taking interest in this particular issue. I will not be surprised if this situation is not properly managed, that countries like Russia, China, and the US and other Western countries may also become more active in this issue. In terms of economy, the economic implication of having a cooperative, a joint management of this port, or Ethiopia having this port, we also expand this economic benefit of this maritime domain for the region, because there's more likely to have more investment, given that Ethiopia has more stake and more financial strength in the region compared to other countries in that area. It's more likely to invest more and attract more investment to expand that kind of port and then boost trade in the region. So, but if the tension is not properly managed, geopolitical consequences of this may be more damaging than the economic benefit that's going to happen.
Doctor, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa. As always, great to speak with you.
Thank you for having me.
And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Egypt's construction industry is a major contributor to both economic growth and environmental degradation. However, a startup called TileGreen is tackling this issue by turning plastic waste into eco-friendly, cement-free tiles by recycling discarded plastic into durable building materials. The company aims to reduce the environmental impact of construction and address Egypt's massive plastic waste problem. Our final story gets you all the details.
Construction sites are like the never-ending fireworks of environmental harm. The production of building materials like cement is one of the worst offenders, releasing carbon dioxide into the atmosphere at alarming rates. While this scenario is concerning globally, it's even more pronounced in countries like Egypt, where construction and real estate are not just industries, they're the lifeblood of the economy. In 2022, these sectors made up nearly 19% of the country's GDP, with the cement industry alone responsible for nearly 14% of carbon dioxide emissions. But not all is gloom and doom on Egypt's construction front. A glimmer of hope comes in the form of a startup called TileGreen. It turns plastic waste into tiles. The company is taking the mountain of discarded plastic that usually clogs up streets and oceans and is transforming it into eco-friendly tiles minus the cement. This process involves shredding plastic into tiny bits, mixing it with sand and molding it into tiles.
We invented a technology and an industrial process whereby we transform all forms of plastic waste, namely those of low value, into building materials. We manufacture a material named polymer aggregate composite, where we mix plastic waste with natural aggregates like sand and gravel in order to produce a substitute for concrete. We can use this composite to produce multiple products.
The result? A product that's both kinder to the environment and a potential game changer for the construction industry. The magic happens in a small factory 80 kilometers east of Cairo, where TileGreen's machines hum away, churning out about 5,000 tiles each month.
We are currently producing interlocking tiles, but our technology can allow us to produce building bricks, floor tiles, pillars, different precast products, as well as urban furniture. Our technology can be applied to produce more than 40 products.
These aren't just any tiles, they are interlocking, durable, and most importantly, they don't contribute to the carbon dioxide nightmare that traditional cement tiles do. Egypt churns out a staggering 4.5 million tons of plastic waste annually, with only about 10 to 15% being recycled.
Egypt produces around 4.5 million tons of plastic waste a year. The recycling rate is somewhere between 10 and 15%. This is a good rate compared to recycling rates in other neighboring countries, but it shows that there is still a huge gap in recycling and that plastic waste ends up reaching undesirable places.
The rest, it either litters the streets or worse, ends up in the Mediterranean, contributing to Egypt's dubious honor of being responsible for 43% of the plastic waste dumped into the sea each year. TileGreen's mission, therefore, is twofold. One, to offer a sustainable alternative to traditional building materials, and two, to tackle Egypt's ever-growing plastic waste problem head-on. Since launching, TileGreen has caught the attention of local real estate developers and multinational companies in Cairo looking to reduce their carbon footprint. The company's eco-friendly tiles have been used in several pilot projects, with more on the horizon. And while the startup's journey has been impressive so far, experts believe there's more to be done. Some argue that startups like TileGreen need stronger government support to scale up, along with increased awareness among developers about the green materials available in the market. While the construction industry remains a significant contributor to environmental degradation, companies like TileGreen are proving that innovation and sustainability can indeed coexist. By turning Egypt's plastic problem into an opportunity, they're not just building tiles, they're laying the foundation for a greener future.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Big changes are happening in Dhaka. Enemies are becoming friends, rivals are becoming partners, and old friends are becoming foes. It's a major churn after Sheikh Hasina's ouster. And who is benefiting from it? Looks like everyone but India. The US, China, Pakistan, they're all making inroads, while New Delhi is dealing with baseless accusations, even hostility in some quarters. Let's start with China. Their ambassador to Dhaka has been quite busy. A few days ago, he met caretaker leader Mohammad Yunus. He also invited him to visit China. Now, this is normal diplomatic protocol. Even the Indian envoy met Yunus. But the Chinese ambassador went a step ahead. First, he met the BNP leadership. The BNP is the Bangladesh Nationalist Party. It is one of the biggest parties in Bangladesh. They were the arch rivals of Sheikh Hasina. Later, the Chinese ambassador also visited the Jamaat-e-Islami office in Dhaka. And this is very significant. The Jamaat was accused of war crimes in 2010. Since then, no foreign official had visited their office. So China is the first in 14 years. The ambassador held talks with the Jamaat chief. He called them a well-organized group.
Jamaat-e-Islami, we used to have good relations with the Chinese Communist Party, with our embassy. But it has been affected during the last 13 years. But now we believe it's time to re-establish our close ties and restart our dialogue and cooperation.
Interesting way to describe a radical Islamist group. But then again, this is China. If they can embrace the Taliban, Jamaat should not be a problem. Same with the BNP. Xi Jinping had travelled to Dhaka in 2016. Sheikh Hasina was in power back then, but Xi Jinping also met her chief rival, BNP leader Khaleda Zia. So Beijing's strategy has always been clear: keep your options open, cozy up to anyone who's in power. Which brings us to their iron brother, Pakistan. Pakistan is also courting the new powers in Dhaka. The BNP and Jamaat have old ties with Islamabad. Their new target is Mohammad Yunus. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif spoke to Yunus over the weekend. He talked about strengthening bilateral ties. Sharif also referred to the historical bond between Dhaka and Islamabad, which is frankly strange because Pakistan slaughtered Bengalis in 1971. It's not the sort of history you fondly remember in a phone call. But then again, this is the new Dhaka. We've seen Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's statues vandalized, his family home destroyed, and liberation museums targeted. So clearly Pakistan is not taboo anymore. And this is exactly what Islamabad wanted, a reset with Dhaka. They've announced a new decision. Bangladeshis can now visit Pakistan without paying the visa fee. You would still need a visa, but you wouldn't have to pay for it. The United States is also making moves, but not overtly. Mohammad Yunus will be visiting the US this month. He is expected to address the United Nations General Assembly. A couple of things to note here. This will be Yunus's first trip abroad after taking office. not India, not China. He is visiting the United States of America. And we get the idea behind it. The world is confused about where Bangladesh is headed. So the UNGA, the United Nations General Assembly, is a chance for Yunus to clear the air. Just one problem though. Yunus is a caretaker. His job is to oversee this tense period, to hold democratic elections. Plus, the law and order situation is not back to normal yet. So should Mohammed Yunus really be jetting off to New York? It's a question to consider. Here's another one. Where is India in all of this? Well, New Delhi is keeping an open mind. Yesterday, the Indian High Commissioner met the interim Home Minister of Bangladesh. They discussed a number of important issues like the security situation in Bangladesh, the safety of Indian nationals, and the exchange of flood warnings. And that last one, the exchange of flood warnings, is very important after the recent flood. Many Bangladeshis wrongly blamed India for causing the flood. But beyond these exchanges, what is the status between India and Bangladesh? Well, Sheikh Hasina remains a problem. She now has 89 cases against her, most of them for murder, 89 cases. So Hasina's stay in India is a clear point of contention. The second issue is the political past. The BNP and Jamaat have historically been anti-India. On paper, they claim to have changed. Both groups have talked about strengthening ties with New Delhi. But if they come to power, who knows? It's a delicate situation for India. New Delhi has shown some flexibility recently. For example, Indian officials have held multiple rounds of talks with the Taliban. That too was considered impossible at one point. But it's happening. Same with the Maldives. Mohammad Muizzu talked about India out. He expelled Indian soldiers from the country, yet New Delhi kept engaging. It invited Muizzu for Prime Minister Modi's swearing in. So India has demonstrated diplomatic flexibility. No reason it cannot be replicated in Dhaka. Of course, the rest is up to them. India will have some red lines for the regime in Bangladesh. If they respect those red lines, ties may stabilize. If not, all bets are off. Prime Minister Modi is visiting Brunei. It's a trip that's easy to overlook. Brunei does not stand out like some of the other engagements on India's diplomatic calendar. Later this month, the Prime Minister will be in New York to attend the UN General Assembly. Next month, he'll visit Russia again, this time for the BRICS summit. Compared to these, a visit to Brunei seems less significant. But for India's diplomatic efforts in the region, this visit is extremely important. This year, India and Brunei are celebrating 40 years of diplomatic ties, 4 decades. But never before had an Indian leader set foot on its soil. Modi is the first Indian Prime Minister to visit Brunei. When he arrived today, he received the full red carpet treatment. He was welcomed by the Crown Prince of Brunei. Brunei is a unique country. It is a tiny tropical nation in Southeast Asia, home to less than 500,000 people, most of whom are Muslims. Brunei is on the island of Borneo. The country is split into 2 parts, separated by Malaysia. That's right. There's a piece of Malaysia between the 2 halves of Brunei. During the 15th and 16th centuries, Brunei was a powerful sultanate. It controlled large parts of the Borneo Islands, also some parts of the Philippines. But over a period of time, the empire whittled away. By the 19th century, Brunei was struck by conflicts and piracy. In 1888, it became a British protectorate. What does that mean? What's a British protectorate? Brunei Sultan was still in charge, but he had no control over foreign affairs and defense. These were controlled by London. But despite Britain's protection, Brunei kept losing land. The British controlled it for almost 100 years. Finally, in 1984, They were ousted. And since then, the Sultan of Brunei has been in charge, Sultan Hassan al Bolkiah. He's still on the throne. He's one of the world's oldest, longest reigning monarchs. And he is the one who invited Prime Minister Modi to visit Brunei. And this is where the two leaders will meet. The Istana Nurul Iman Palace. It is the official residence of the Sultan. And one of the world's largest residential palaces in the world. Listen to this, it has over 1,700 rooms, parking space for more than 100 cars, 5 swimming pools, a mosque that can accommodate 1,500 worshippers. There are 44 staircases inside. They're made up of 38 different types of marble. Such opulence, it should tell you something about Brunei. It's a small country, but it's very rich. In fact, it's one of the richest in the world. Citizens earn more than $77,000 a year. That's the average, $77,000 a year. And they don't have to pay income tax. They also have to spend less on staples, food, water, healthcare, even housing. The state subsidizes all of this. And citizens don't have to spend on education at all. The state provides it for free. But what makes Brunei so wealthy? It's oil and gas reserves. The government gets 76% of its revenue from energy exports, and India is among Brunei's top customers. The energy trade is a key foundation of this relationship. In 2022, the bilateral trade reached $400 million. A bulk of this was from India's energy purchases. And this is a good starting point for both sides to build their relationship on. Defense is another priority, and on this front, Brunei could use India's help. Let's look at the map again. Brunei is right next to the South China Sea. It is one of the 6 players in the region. It has claims conflicting with Beijing. Brunei's coastline faces the South China Sea. It has access to important trade routes and potentially lucrative oil and gas reserves. They have access to all of this, but Brunei faces a challenge from China. Beijing stakes claim on almost the entire South China Sea. Do you know how much oil and gas this region has? 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas and 11 billion barrels of oil. This could be worth more than $1 trillion. China wants to grab this entire reserve, which is why Chinese forces are so aggressive in this region. So Brunei needs help to defend its interests, and it is looking to India for support. Both countries want to boost defense ties. They plan to create a joint working group. It will focus on deepening bilateral cooperation in defense. There are other areas of interest, including space, technology, health, trade and investment, and people-to-people exchanges. All of it is on the table. Brunei is also a member of the ASEAN. So by courting this tiny oil-rich nation, India could secure another ally in the region. And Prime Minister Modi's visit could open a new chapter in this partnership. Our next story is also about India's outreach, although of a different kind. This is India's outreach in the field of education. But first, a quick backstory. Shortly after India gained independence, it was confronted with a weakness. The nascent republic lacked higher educational institutes, especially for the sciences. So as the country started to find its feet, the Indian Institutes of Technology, or the IITs, were set up. The first was IIT Kharagpur in the state of West Bengal. Then you had IIT Bombay, Madras, and so on. These were set up as institutes of excellence to train the very best and to overcome India's initial shortage of engineers. Today we have 23 IITs all over India. And now one of them has opened a campus in the United Arab Emirates, UAE. IIT Delhi Abu Dhabi is officially open for business. It was inaugurated yesterday by Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed Al Nahyan, the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi. He's the eldest son of MBZ. MBZ is Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the president of the UAE. Sheikh Khalid was seen touring the campus. He also welcomed the first batch of undergraduate students. There are 52 in total, a mix of Indian, Emirati and international students. They are pursuing B.Tech degrees in computer science and engineering. Now, this inauguration is a major milestone. It's the second foreign IIT campus to be inaugurated. The first was an IIT Madras campus in Tanzania. It was inaugurated last year. It's been conducting classes since last October. And now we have the IIT Delhi campus in Abu Dhabi. These mark the first steps in the spread of IIT education abroad. And we say it's about time. Think about it from a marketing perspective. The IITs have always had a reputation for excellence, a brand value, a certain pedigree, and this reputation has stood the test of time, no matter the recent turbulence, which is also something that we've discussed on the show, on the challenges that the IITs face in the tough job market and how the graduates are not getting placed for top dollars. That is a challenge. But despite all of this, the IITs remain coveted institutes, both in India and outside. For years, we've been sending our engineers to the world, especially IIT grads. They've made a name for themselves in Silicon Valley and added to the reputation of these institutes. So why not leverage this reputation? Why not use the IITs as a means to boost India's soft power? New Delhi realized this opportunity a few years ago. They embarked on this mission in 2022. A committee of the IITs shortlisted some countries where they would set up IIT campuses. The initial list had 7 nations. You can see that the UAE was always a priority, but as things turned out, Tanzania ended up becoming the first destination and Abu Dhabi the second. The third could be a lot closer, in Sri Lanka. If the plan materializes, it would be the second overseas campus for IIT Madras. So the internationalization of India's education is truly underway. That's how the country's education minister put it, the internationalization of India's education. And this phrase is a bit nostalgic. Long ago, India was famous for its education. You had the grand universities in Nalanda and Takshila, renowned for their teachings. People would come from all over the world to study at Odantapuri or at the Somapura Mahavihara in what is now Bangladesh. These monasteries and universities made Indian education famous and made teachers from India highly sought after. The oldest school of Tibetan Buddhism is credited to an Indian guru, Padmasambhava, also known as Guru Rinpoche. He is thought to have built the first monastery in Tibet. By comparison, the first IIT overseas campuses are a drop in the ocean. But they are a step in the right direction, helping India reclaim its legacy of bringing knowledge to the world. On Monday, Vladimir Putin landed in Mongolia. The Russian president got a grand welcome. The capital was decked up for him. In any other year, this would be just another neighborhood visit. But this one was under global scrutiny. That's because Mongolia is a member of the ICC, that's the International Criminal Court. Last March, this court issued an international arrest warrant for Putin, a warrant for war crimes. Now, Mongolia, as we said, is a member of the court, so technically Mongolia must arrest Putin. But they haven't. Instead, they're rolling out the red carpet for him. Can Mongolia ignore the ICC warrant? Will it face repercussions? Has any world leader been arrested on an ICC warrant? Our next report tells you.
This is the Genghis Khan Square, decked in Russian and Mongolian flags. The red carpet is ready, soldiers are lined in horsebacks, live bands play the martial anthems, all prepared to welcome a special guest, Russian President Vladimir Putin. It's his first visit to Mongolia in 5 years. And Putin got quite the lavish welcome. There was a guard of honor at the airport and then again in the capital. He met his Mongolian counterpart, Ukhagi Khulelsuk. The two leaders held talks, they promised cooperation, and then there's a gala reception.
The relations with Mongolia are among the priorities of our foreign policy in Asia. They have been brought to a high level of comprehensive strategic partnership.
So it's quite the vibrant, friendly visit for Putin. Except there's a problem. Mongolia is a member of the International Criminal Court. In March 2023, the ICC issued a warrant. It was for the arrest of Putin. The court said he was responsible for war crimes. So that put Mongolia in a bind. ICC members are expected to arrest suspects who have a warrant issued for them.
ICC is an international organization. It is true that we are a member country, but it doesn't mean we have to follow every order, and arresting Putin during this visit is immoral and improper. China and Russia both are very important to us as neighbors.
During the Soviet era, Mongolia was under Moscow's sway. Since 1991, the two shared friendly relations. Mongolia did not condemn the Ukraine war. It declined to vote on it at the UN. Plus, it relies on Russia for oil and gas. The focus of this visit by Putin is also on a pipeline, one that will carry gas from the Yamal region to China via Mongolia.
It is not just about transit of the Russian gas through Mongolia. We are reviewing the possibility to supply this energy source to the Mongolian consumers. Gazprom is ready to provide the support in the practical issues of the country's gasification.
But the question is, why isn't Mongolia worried? They are flouting an ICC arrest warrant. Aren't there any repercussions? Mongolia is a state party to the ICC Rome Statute. That means it must cooperate with the court, which also means it must arrest Putin. Yet it didn't. Now the ICC can take measures it deems fit against the country. Yet there's no clarity on what these measures are, which makes the ICC here a toothless tiger. Putin's arrest warrant came 18 months ago. He's never visited an ICC member state since then. But with this trip, he's proven one thing. The warrant was just plain tokenism. The Hague-based court can't enforce it. Neither can the member states. It depends completely on the will of the country he's visiting. And for Ulaanbaatar, it doesn't matter. On one side, they have a non-enforceable arrest warrant. On the other, they have an ally that will bring them investment. And we all know who Mongolia chose.
India is talking about women's safety because of two major events last month. In Kolkata, a female doctor was raped and murdered in a hospital. In Kerala, a judicial probe exposed sextortion in the film industry. This triggered anger and protest, so political leaders wanted to be seen as doing something. In West Bengal, they're pushing a new bill, the Aparajita Bill. It was passed by the State Assembly today. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee called it historic. She even demanded the resignation of Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, saying they had failed to protect women. That is why they must resign. So the politics is heating up, but let's take a look at the bill first. It's called an anti-rape bill that gives the death penalty for rape, with two exceptions. Two conditions rather. If the assault results in the victim's death, or if it leaves her in a vegetative state, then the death penalty applies. That is the first and the most important provision of this bill. Number two, the limit for investigations. Probes into rape cases must be concluded in 21 days. The current limit is 2 months. Extensions may be allowed, but only under senior supervision. Provision number three, fast-track courts. The law calls for the establishment of special courts for speedier justice. Number four, penalties for delaying justice. And this is for everyone, from police officers to health workers to anyone who fails to act promptly. They will all be penalized. But the bill is not without its problems. It restricts publication of court proceedings in such cases. You need permission of it to report on the court proceedings. And if it is published without authorization, you can be penalized. Now, the state says this is to protect the dignity of the victim. But what it also does is prevent the media from holding the government accountable. Now, the Bengal Assembly has passed the bill. It will head to the governor and then the president. And if the president gives her assent, it will become the law. But will the law change anything? We ask because India already has anti-rape laws. They've existed for years. Rape is a non-bailable offence in the country. The punishment ranges anywhere between 10 years to life imprisonment, in some cases even the death penalty. So do we really need another law? The state says we do. They want to plug loopholes in existing laws. They want to enforce stricter punishment. But this approach may not help. It hasn't helped. And I'm not the one saying this. The Indian Supreme Court is. Harsher anti-rape laws alone do not deter crimes against women. I'll give you an example. In 2012, there were 244,000 cases of crime against women. These were the reported cases, 244,000, 2012. That's the year the Nirbhaya rape rocked the nation. So in 2013, India's anti-rape law was amended. It became stricter. But crimes against women only went up. In 2023, the number of recorded cases was 445,000. That's around 51 FIRs every hour. So India did introduce stricter laws, but that has not brought the crime rate down. Because this is a systemic problem. Laws alone cannot fix it. Take the state of Kerala, for example. A Me Too movement is rocking their film industry. A new judicial report highlights abuse and exploitation. It implicates top actors, filmmakers have been charged, politicians have been named, more than 24 cases have been filed. The state of Maharashtra, which is home to Bollywood, has now taken note. Apparently, they want a similar investigation into Bollywood. I'm sure it will expose more dirt, and such investigations must be conducted. But they must be seen to their logical conclusion as well, and I'm afraid that does not happen. We have a recent example in the Me Too movement, the one that started in 2018 in Bollywood with Tanushree Datta. She accused actor Nana Patekar of touching her inappropriately. 2 other people corroborated her version, and that opened the floodgates. There were accusations in every industry, Bollywood, government, even the media, practically everywhere. Hundreds of people were accused. Top figures were implicated. Many lost their jobs. Yet 6 years later, little has changed. Look at Tanushree Datta's case. The police took her complaint, but 1 year later they closed the case, citing insufficient evidence. That's what happened in most of the cases, in fact. As for the men, after lying low for a few months, they got back their jobs. They were reinstated. And they're back to doing what they did. No repercussions, no judgment. Because public memory is short-lived. Once it's out of the news cycles, no one cares. When Me Too hit the headlines, there was a push for change. But when it got to boring legislation, the public focus shifted. And the accused made a comeback. Most of them charted a redemption arc for themselves. And who ended up paying the price? The women. We are a society that forgives and forgets easily. So change will take a lot more than stricter laws. Yes, we need deterrence, but we also need more accountability. We need more empathy with the survivors, to amplify their voices, to hold the men accountable, and not rest until justice is served, or else all this outrage will remain a mere footnote in this story. We are counting down to elections in Jammu and Kashmir. It promises to be a very important one, the first since 2014, also the first since Article 370 was revoked. 370 is what gives a special status to Jammu and Kashmir. It was scrapped in 2019, so Kashmir lost its special status. And later this month, it will see elections. This time, new players will be on the ballot. Well, not technically new in the game or on the scene, but new on the ballot. These are old and controversial players in Jammu and Kashmir politics. I'm talking about the Separatists. A number of them will be contesting the election, both as independents and as members of regional parties. The election will be held in 3 phases: September 18th, September 25th and October 1st. 90 MLAs will be elected to the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. Among the hopefuls are separatists. I'll give you some example. Javed Hubbi is contesting from Charar-e-Sharif. He is the son of a former Hurriyat leader. A quick side note, the Hurriyat is basically a political alliance in Kashmir. It is made up of 26 political parties. They want Kashmir to secede from India, to separate from India. A second example is Aga Muntazir Mehdi. Again, the son of a Hurriyat leader. He is contesting from the PDP, for the PDP from Budgam. The PDP is the People's Democratic Party. It is a regional player in Kashmir. A third example is Altaf Ahmad Bhatt. His brother is in jail right now. He was very close to the Hurriyat chief Syed Gilani. A fourth example is Kalimullah. He is contesting as an independent. He is backed by the Jamaat-e-Islami. Now, the Jamaat has been banned by the central government, so its candidates are independents. Reports say they will field up to 14 of them, 14 Jamaat candidates. And these are just some of the examples. Many more separatist candidates are in the fray this time. And why is this important? Because Kashmiri separatists have always boycotted elections. They rejected Indian democracy. Instead, they wanted to leave the Indian Union. So from the 1990s, separatists boycotted elections. But this time they are contesting. What has changed? Well, the security situation has improved. Most of the separatist leaders, the senior leaders, were arrested in 2019. So the movement is not what it used to be. Plus, separatists have tasted electoral success. It happened in the recent general election. Engineer Rashid won the Baramulla seat. He defeated 2 heavyweights of Kashmiri politics, former Chief Minister Omar Abdullah and People's Conference leader Sajjad Lone. What's more, Rashid is in jail. He was one of the separatists arrested in the 2019 crackdown, and he won the election from jail. And that has given confidence to other separatists. They too are joining the electoral race. Regional parties in Kashmir have welcomed this move, especially the PDP and the National Conference. The NC, or the National Conference, has always asked separatists to join the democratic process. So they're claiming vindication.
Election का हमने सामना किया, इन लोगों ने बॉयकॉट के नारे दिए थे. अब खुद इलेक्शन के मैदान में उतरने के लिए तैयार हैं. तो कहीं ना कहीं इनकी आइडियोलॉजी में चेंज आ चुकी है और हमारी बात सही साबित हुई.
What about the BJP? Well, they too have welcomed this move. The party says the credit goes to the central government. Why is that? Because removing Article 370 gave separatists a chance to contest. On paper, this is not bad at all. Any strategic expert will tell you that this is not bad. It's always good when separatists join the democratic process. Disagreements may still exist, but at least they have joined the mainstream. Just consider Engineer Rashid. He took oath as an MP in July this year as a member of parliament. An oath that includes allegiance to the Indian constitution. So separatists contesting elections is not bad per se. The question is, what happens afterwards? What will they do with this newfound power and legitimacy? Again, consider Rashid's party, the Awami Ittihad Party. They are fielding around 36 candidates in Kashmir this time. 36. They may not win that many seats, but they can emerge as kingmakers. That's a possibility, perhaps part of a ruling coalition even. If that happens, separatists could find a seat at the high table. They could influence policy decisions in Kashmir, decisions that could impact security. Of course, they would still be bound by the Indian constitution. But it's still uncharted territory. Like I said, this promises to be a very important election. We'll be tracking all the updates for you. Now let's turn our attention to Pope Francis. He's currently on a historic tour in Asia. A 12-day trip that started today with Indonesia. Indonesia, which is home to the world's largest Muslim population. Next, the Pope will visit Papua New Guinea, Timor-Leste and Singapore. Of these 4 island nations, only one is predominantly Catholic, Timor-Leste. So on the face of it, his choice of tour stops is unusual. Which brings us to the question, what is he trying to achieve in these islands? What is the Pope doing in Asia? Our next report tells you.
He's 87 years old. He's on a wheelchair. He's battling a spate of health issues. And currently, he's on a historic tour in Asia. This is Pope Francis, and he's in Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia. He was welcomed with tears and cheers as he kicked off the longest and farthest trip of his pontificate.
I am very proud and touched because we are in a Muslim country and are still visited by the Pope, the highest Catholic leader.
I am hopeful that with the blessing of the Pope, Indonesia can become a better country in the future.
During the 12-day trip, the Pope will visit 4 island nations: Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, Timor-Leste, and Singapore. Of these 4 nations, only one is predominantly Catholic. So why is the Pontiff on this tour? There are 2 reasons. First, the significant shift within the Catholic Church. We're talking about the tilt to Asia. The Church is no longer a Western institution. Churches in Africa, Latin America, and especially Asia have a growing influence. Asia is one of the few places in the world where the Catholic Church is growing, be it through baptisms or religious vocations. Even though Catholics remain a minority, they are promoting dialogue with other religions, running schools, and charitable works. The Pope has previously visited a number of Asian countries, and he's been increasing his engagements with the region. So now, a tour to the Asian island nations makes complete sense for the Pope. Plus, this extends his outreach to what he calls the peripheries, meaning communities who are either marginalized or far away. And this is the second reason why the Pope has selectively chosen locations for his tour. What about the themes of this landmark visit? They've been carefully picked as well, including interreligious dialogue and protection of the environment. The agenda is tailor-made for each nation. Let's look at Indonesia. This is the world's most populous Muslim majority country. In a population of about 283 million, 87% of the people are Muslim. But Indonesia has a decent Christian population as well, of about 3%. The Catholic community here is considered lively and a shining example of interfaith tolerance, despite Islamic extremism in the country. Here, the Pope is holding talks with religious leaders at the Istiqlal Mosque, the largest in Southeast Asia. He will sign an interfaith declaration, hold mass for 70,000 people, and meet with outgoing President Joko Widodo.
Indonesia and the Vatican have a similar commitment to cultivate peace and brotherhood as well as ensure prosperity for the people.
Next, the Pope will visit Papua New Guinea, one of the world's poorest countries. He will travel to remote cities and meet with missionaries, many of whom have walked for days from all over the country to meet the Pope. Next on the tour will be Timor-Leste, Asia's newest nation, when 97% of the population identifies as Catholic. And finally, Pope Francis will wrap up his trip in Singapore, the economic powerhouse, known for its blend of ethnicities and religions. So it's quite the mix. And the Catholic Church can only hope that the Pope's grueling tour bears fruit.
Our next story is for anyone who has tried to buy insurance, especially health insurance. Why do people buy insurance? Mostly for their peace of mind, to protect themselves against unexpected life events. But ask anyone who has tried to buy an insurance policy. They'll most likely tell you that it's a dreadful experience. You have to navigate confusing jargon in policy documents, hustle and endure a maze of fitness tests, and haggle with agents over every penny. The entire experience is stressful, to say the least. And to make matters worse, many Indians are struggling with their health insurance claims. Earlier this year, a survey came out. 39,000 Indians took part in it. They were asked about their health insurance and if they had trouble with their claims. 39,000 Indians. 43% of them said they did, that their claims were either rejected or partially approved. And this even forced some patients to stay in hospital longer than was necessary. So what issues did these policyholders face? Well, there is a whole list. Lack of full disclosure about exclusions and ambiguity in contracts. Some claims were rejected due to pre-existing diseases, others over eligibility issues. So policyholders want more transparency from insurance companies. That's what more than 90% of the respondents said in the survey. They want a more transparent process. And these complaints are not new. The Government of India is aware, and it has raised similar concerns in the past. Last year, they released an assessment. The government released an assessment. It focused on cases in consumer courts. The government looked into some 600,000 cases, some 6 lakh cases from the consumer court. Nearly 1/3 of these were related to insurance companies. That's well over 1,60,000 cases. Most of them were about health and life insurance, and the issues were the same. Vague insurance contracts, refusal to cover pre-existing diseases, and lack of transparency by insurance intermediaries. The government also believes that insurance policies need to be more transparent, and they should be worded simply. India's insurance regulator has been looking into this. That's the IRDAI, the Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India. This year, it made some changes in regulation. The first was about cashless claims. Health insurers need to clear cashless claims in 3 hours now. Companies were asked to offer more choices to make it easier for senior citizens to get insurance too. They often find it hard to get insurance, mainly due to their age and due to pre-existing medical conditions. Companies do not like to insure the elderly. If they do, they charge exorbitant premiums. So these moves by the regulator must be welcome. They're good moves, but they may not be enough. And I'll tell you why. 73% of Indians do not have any health insurance. 73% of the country. There is clearly room for growth. The industry is pushing the government. They want health insurance to become more accessible. Recently, the industry made a demand, lower the tax on insurance premiums. The GST applies here too, the goods and services tax. Right now it is 18%. So you pay an 18% GST on your insurance premium, an 18% tax. The industry wants it to be brought down to 5%. Reports say the government is considering this proposal. If implemented, insurance policies would become more affordable. And that should help. But again, we say, what's the point of getting an insurance if you cannot claim it during a crisis? If you're squeezed for premiums every year, but when you file a claim, you're turned away. In this day and age, health insurance is a necessity. But without strong regulation, customers will remain targets for exploitation. Our next story is about Volkswagen, the German automobile giant. Most of you will be familiar with the company or its host of subsidiaries like Audi, Porsche and Skoda. All these brands are part of the Volkswagen Group, making it both a German and European institution. But this grand company is currently in a world of hurt. And yesterday it did the unthinkable. The CEO announced that he wants to close some car plants in Germany. And this is unprecedented. It has never happened before in the group's 87-year-long history. In fact, Volkswagen has not closed a plant since 1988, since it shut a facility in the US state of Pennsylvania. That was in 1988. So what has prompted this turn of events? Why is Volkswagen closing or thinking of closing down its factories, and that too in Germany? Well, it's a combination of factors which have merged into the perfect storm. The biggest reason is the rise of Chinese electric vehicles, EVs. As you know, EVs are everywhere these days. The electric craze started with Tesla, but soon the industry came under Chinese dominance with brands such as BYD, NIO, SAIC Motors and the rest. The Chinese EVs are everywhere these days, and that has hurt Volkswagen in two ways. One was the Chinese market. Before the rise of these EV giants, China used to be Volkswagen's single biggest market. But then BYD and others started growing, and Volkswagen's share of the Chinese market started shrinking. Profits dipped, growth stagnated, Volkswagen's share prices started tanking. It was chaos. But this was just the first blow. The second was the growth of Chinese brands in Europe. The EV craze has hit every part of the world, and Europe is no different. Electric cars and hybrid sales keep growing. They make up 25% of all European car sales. They made up 25% of all European car sales last year. This would have been challenging enough for Volkswagen, having to transition from petrol and diesel to EVs. But then came the Chinese brands. They clawed their way into the European market, and they keep growing, taking away the share of traditional European auto giants like Volkswagen. So it's a double blow. Volkswagen is losing both China and Europe to the Chinese brands because of the new electric vehicle craze. Now, you would think Volkswagen should do better. It should get with the program and start churning out EVs. Well, it did. And that has become another problem for them. Volkswagen and its arsenal of subsidiaries all invested in EVs. It was a tough market, already dominated by early movers like Tesla and the Chinese companies. But the Europeans knew that EVs were the future, so they went ahead, and it has been tough. They cannot produce their cars as cheaply. They have to pay European wages after all. So European EVs are more expensive than their Chinese counterparts. And this is a price-sensitive segment, often subject to price wars between Tesla and the Chinese firms. So the Europeans kept ending up as collateral damage. To counter this, some of these European companies like Volkswagen decided to make in China to bypass the European wage problem. So they invested in Chinese plants and began manufacturing in China. But then came another blow: European tariffs on EVs from China. The EU, the European Union, is putting tariffs up to 38% on EVs made in China. Any cars made in China will face this tax of up to 38%. And this includes cars made by European brands like Volkswagen. So it seems that no matter what they did, they could not win. Now combine all of this with the bigger picture, the state of the European economy. Europe has been struggling for years now. First, there was the Wuhan virus pandemic, then the Russia-Ukraine war. Both have hammered the European economy. Growth has stagnated. Germany, in particular, is in the doldrums. It keeps hovering around a recession. Every month seems worse than the last. And Germany is supposed to be Europe's growth engine. If the engine is busted, how will the economy run? How will people make money? How will they afford cars? So it's no surprise that European car sales are down overall. Volkswagen was already dealing with sluggish demand at home, and now the whole EV debacle. It has been one blow after another, and the German giants are finally throwing in the towel. They want to shut plants at home and lay off workers, something they had promised to not do till at least 2029. But now they want to break that promise because the situation is just that bad. Volkswagen is in a race against time. It has to cut about $11 billion in costs, $11 billion in the next 2 years. That is its grand plan to survive the transition to EVs. So expect more potential closures and layoffs. These are just the first casualties of the rise of the EV age. Now let's talk about climate change. It has claimed yet another victim, South Korea's national dish, kimchi. Kimchi is a fiery fermented food. It is mainly made of Napa cabbage. But now the crop is at risk due to rising temperatures. Experts fear that by 2090, South Korea will not be able to grow the crop at all, and kimchi as we know it will change forever. But this is not an isolated case. From poutine in Canada, to gallo pinto in Costa Rica, to sushi in Japan, to aloo paratha in India, across the world, climate change is putting traditional dishes to test. Here is a report.
When South Korea launched its first astronaut to space in 2008, do you know what they sent with her? Kimchi. This is a fiery fermented food made of mainly Napa cabbage. Kimchi originated over 3,000 years ago. The tradition started as a way to store vegetables during the cold winter months. Today, kimchi can be found complementing nearly every meal eaten in the country. It's South Korea's national dish and it is an integral part of the Korean identity. But that may not be the case for long, because kimchi is under threat. It has fallen victim to climate change. Napa cabbage thrives in cooler climates. It's usually grown in highland areas. But with soaring temperatures, unseasonal rainfall and growing soil diseases, both the quality and quantity of the crop is taking a hit, and farmers are running out of area to grow the crop. The area of highland cabbage farmed last year was less than half of what it was 20 years ago.
It's very sad to think that we might not be able to make kimchi, which our ancestors have eaten for generations, using cabbage grown on our own land. If this continues, then in the summertime we might have to give up cabbage kimchi.
Scientists are looking for ways to save kimchi.
We are looking into watering methods that could help lower temperatures and expanding the use of biological control methods to combat the newly emerging crop diseases. Given the rising temperatures, we are also working on developing cabbage varieties that can grow well even in higher temperatures.
South Korea needs feasible solutions and it needs them now. If matters don't improve, experts calculate that by 2090, no cabbage will be grown in the highlands. But South Korea is hardly the only one worrying about its traditional foods. Across the world, climate change is causing farming conditions to change, so crops that were once suited to certain climates may now need to be grown elsewhere. Plus, rampant floods, wildfires and droughts are destroying crops. Rising temperatures in the oceans are either killing sea life or pushing seafood out of their traditional range, putting many traditional delicacies at risk. Like the Canadian traditional dish, poutine. This is a combination of potato fries, cheese curds and gravy. All these ingredients are produced at home, but thanks to warming temperatures, Canada's potatoes are shrinking in size. Potato produce is decreasing. Cows are increasingly dying of heat stress and cheese production has reduced. Or look at China's vastly loved Peking duck dish. China is the world's largest domestic duck producer, but heat stress is increasing the risk of disease, causing more ducks to die. In short, you can choose any country and most traditional dishes like Costa Rica's gallo pinto, Italy's pasta, Japan's sushi, Jamaica's ackee and saltfish, or India's aloo paratha, and you will see that flavors and the quality of food are changing. More crops are dying and the area of production is taking a hit. So no matter where you are, climate change is taking a bite out of culinary classics. And if we don't act fast, forget the future of traditional dishes, it will be difficult to put food on the table.
Have you ever seen a tiger trap? It's less of a trap and more of a cage, easily big enough for humans too. How do we know? Because a forest official in Uttar Pradesh decided to get inside. He got trapped inside it. It's the ultimate comedy of errors. Locals in Lakhimpur Kheri in Uttar Pradesh have been complaining of wild animal attacks, especially tigers and wolves. So the big guns rolled in. The forest department arrived with a tiger cage, but the locals had a question. How does the cage work? One of the rangers decided to give a demonstration. He went inside, locked the gate, but couldn't get it to open again. Apparently, the lock was jammed. The ranger had to spend around an hour inside the cage. Eventually, they did manage to open the lock, but by then, the damage was done. Internet had seen enough for some big laughs. Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Police fire tear gas during clashes with protesters in Bolivia. Egypt's International Air Show kicks off, aiming to transform the aviation sector. And pollution and heat wave leave Belgrade's rivers covered in a thick layer of green algae. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1971, Qatar became independent from Britain. The Ottoman Empire had occupied Qatar by the 1870s, but during the First World War, it became a British protectorate. This arrangement continued until Britain decided to leave the Gulf. After talks with the UAE and Bahrain, Qatar declared independence in 1971. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Con ese tipo de arma, esa arma de Pac-Man, ¿cómo se conoce? Se está...
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the United States. Billionaires Mark Cuban and Elon Musk recently engaged in an online verbal spat over the November presidential election. Over the weekend, Cuban posted a poll on the social media platform X and asked his followers who between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump would be a better role model for children. His poll garnered more than 800,000 votes, with Donald Trump emerging as the clear winner at nearly 70%. Now, Cuban's poll did not just catch the eyes of netizens, but also the owner of X, Elon Musk himself, who responded to a separate post that labeled the Shark Tank star as an idiot. Now, this is not the only time that the two billionaires have locked horns on X. In fact, earlier this year, Musk explicitly called Cuban a crybaby and a racist. Meanwhile, Cuban has repeatedly criticized Musk for allegedly manipulating the truth on the social media platform. When Joe Biden exited the presidential race in July, Cuban was among the 200 venture capitalists who publicly endorsed Kamala Harris for president. However, the 66-year-old had previously supported Donald Trump in the 2016 election. In 2015, Cuban even declared that he would think about serving as Donald Trump's running mate at the time. Meanwhile, the Tesla CEO, who once supported Joe Biden, walked away from the Democratic Party back in March. He now officially endorses Donald Trump. And with the presidential election just 2 months away, Musk has steadily ramped up his criticism of Kamala Harris and the Democrats on X. And staying with the race for the White House, several themes have been consistent with the Trump campaign, including targeting migrants, questioning Vice President Kamala Harris' racial identity, and yes, courting controversy. Now with the addition of running mate J.D. Vance, the controversy seems to have increased. A podcast episode from 2021 has resurfaced which shows Vance ranting against women, feminists, immigrants, and Democrats. During the interview, Vance said that professional women who prioritize a career over having children essentially prefer a path to misery. The Ohio senator went on to give examples of his classmates at Yale Law School and said that the women who pursue racial or gender equity will find that these value systems lead to misery. He added that modern-day feminists were suppressing the masculinity of American men. Also in the podcast from nearly 3 years ago, Vance attacked Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar and said that she would be living in a crap hole if it weren't for the United States. Now, these controversial remarks coming from J.D. Vance and the broader GOP certainly are not new. In fact, last month, the Trump campaign was rocked by previous comments of Vance when he mocked women in the Democratic Party and called them childless cat ladies. In fact, ever since he was picked as Donald Trump's running mate, Vance has spent a large amount of his time on the campaign trail defending his previous comments that have largely been seen as offensive. Just last week, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance were again at the center of another controversy while attending a wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington Cemetery to honor 13 service members who were killed in the Kabul airport bombing back in 2021. The Republicans have been heavily criticized for attempting to politicize the hallowed grounds and not following rules which prohibit presidential candidates from conducting political activity inside the sacred space. Adding to the controversy, an aide from the Trump campaign allegedly got into a physical altercation with an Arlington Cemetery staff member who objected to the political messaging. J.D. Vance even defended the visit despite the Army issuing a statement against political activities on cemetery grounds.
It is amazing to me that you have apparently somebody at Arlington Cemetery, some staff member, had a little disagreement with somebody, and the media has turned this into a national news story. You know what I think our veterans care a lot more about? That Kamala Harris's VP nominee lied about his military service. I think that our veterans care a lot more about that.
Now, between alienating women and U.S. military veterans, the self-inflicted wounds are coming at a time when the race is in an all-out sprint to the finish, and the Harris campaign is beginning to now separate itself in the polls. Running mate's first rule of thumb is to do no harm, but since joining the ticket, the Ohio senator has been the antithesis of this mantra. There's only 9 weeks left until voters cast their ballots, and Trump and Vance have yet to slow the Harris-Walz momentum. In fact, poll after poll is showing they're more of a hindrance to themselves than to their opponents. And now moving to the Middle East, where a shocking incident unfolded in Turkey. 2 American soldiers were physically assaulted by members of a nationalist youth group. The assailants attacked the soldiers while they were in civilian attire, and the situation escalated very quickly when 5 other American soldiers who were also in the area attempted to intervene. The Turkish police have now detained all 15 attackers involved in the incident and even launched an investigation into the assault. The U.S. Embassy in Turkey confirmed the attack on social media platform X and assured the soldiers, who were from the USS Wasp, an amphibious assault ship currently visiting the region, were now safe. The Turkish nationalist group, known for its staunch position and opposition to the United States and Israel, posted a video of the attack on X. In their post, they blamed the United States for carrying blood on their hands, attributing to the deaths of Palestinians in the Gaza war. Now, the act of aggression also recalls a similar incident from 2014 when members of the same Turkish group assaulted American sailors in Istanbul and threw red dye at them.
We define you as murderers, as killers. We want you to get out of our land.
Video.
The assault on American soldiers comes at a time of strained relations between Washington and Ankara over U.S. support for ethnic Kurds, Turkey's purchase of Russian S-400 missile systems, and divergent views on Israel's actions in Gaza. This incident highlights the deep-rooted anti-American sentiment harbored by national factions in Turkey. So as the investigation into the matter continues, the incident is likely to further strain the already complex relationship between the two NATO allies. And in South America, the United States has seized Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro's private jet over suspected violations of U.S. sanctions. The Venezuelan government has described the seizure as piracy and accused Washington of escalating aggression towards Maduro's government. Here's more on the surprise seizure.
Hours after Venezuela issued an arrest warrant for opposition leader Edmundo Gonzalez, the United States made a bold and unexpected move. The US seized the most prized possession of President Nicolas Maduro, his private jet. The sleek Dassault Falcon 900EX, often referred to as Venezuela's version of Air Force One, was captured by the US authorities in the Dominican Republic and flown to Florida, where it now sits as a trophy of American determination to clamp down on Maduro's regime.
Dominican Foreign Ministry received a request for a Dassault Falcon 900X plane to be halted so could register evidence and objects related to activities linked to fraud, objects smuggled for illegal activities, and money laundering. All of this was done within the framework of a criminal investigation carried out by the U.S. Justice Department.
However, the plane's story is as complicated as the geopolitical chess game surrounding it. Acquired through a Caribbean shell company, the aircraft was purchased from a Florida business in late 2022. It was then illegally exported to Venezuela in April 2023, bypassing strict US sanctions that had been in place since 2019. These sanctions, established under an executive order signed by then-President Donald Trump, sought to curb trade and financial transactions with Venezuela in response to Maduro's authoritarian grip on power. After seizing the aircraft, the Justice Department painted a vivid picture of how the plane was used almost exclusively for Maduro's international travels. The aircraft's final known flight was from Caracas to Santo Domingo in March, where it was grounded by Dominican authorities following a U.S. request to immobilize it.
On May 22nd, the Public Ministry received a court order issued by the National Tribunal, which authorized to immobilize the plane. Today, on September 2nd, we received a new court order that authorized us to deliver the plane to the country that requested it, the United States. The Public Ministry delivered the plane, and the United States took it to their territory.
Caracas has blasted the aircraft seizure as an act of piracy, with Maduro's government accusing Washington of escalating its aggression just weeks after a controversial presidential election. The US has rejected Maduro's claim of victory in the July election, instead recognizing his opponent, Edmundo Gonzalez, as the rightful winner. Currently, a Venezuelan court has issued an arrest warrant for Gonzalez, accusing him of a laundry list of crimes, including conspiracy and usurping power.
This cowardly man gives orders to hire commanditos,
He endorses the violence we are suffering and endorses the power cuts from last Friday. This cowardly man, González Urrutia, has the nerve to say he doesn't recognize anything. That is why the majority of the people who live in Venezuela agree that laws should work, that there must be order, the Constitution should be respected, and public government institutions should do their work.
As Maduro's plane sits under tight security in Florida, the Biden administration has shown no signs of backing down. This latest chapter in the US-Venezuela saga reflects a deepening rift and raises the stakes in an already tense standoff. The seized plane, a symbol of Maduro's power, now serves as a tangible reminder of the lengths to which the United States is willing to go to challenge what it sees as corrupt and undemocratic practices by Maduro's government.
And finally, the Boeing Starliner spacecraft is making headlines once again, this time for making strange noises in space. Astronaut Barry Wilmore recently reported an unexplained sound coming from the Starliner's capsule. The latest issue comes just days after NASA deemed the spacecraft too risky to bring Wilmore and his colleague Sunita Williams back to Earth. The astronauts have now been stuck in space for over 3 months. Our final report explains.
Boeing's Starliner spacecraft has been in the news since early June, when it blasted off for its first crewed flight and carried astronauts Sunita Williams and Barry Wilmore to space. For 3 months straight, the spacecraft has made headlines for all the wrong reasons. It started when Boeing's spacecraft first experienced malfunctions in space, leaking helium along with the outage of several thrusters.
The NASA docking system.
Now less than 3 meters away. These technical issues led Williams and Wilmore to get stuck in the orbit. And what had to be their 8-day mission to the International Space Station became an 8-month-long trip.
Good handle.
The Japanese laboratory on the right hand. And now the Boeing Starliner is on the front page once again for making strange noises while docked to the space station. Barry Wilmore recently reported an unexplained sound coming from the Starliner's capsule. The astronaut reported it to Mission Control in Houston and asked them to investigate the noise, considering Boeing's dangerous history. And after a 2-day inquiry, the mystery behind the pulsing sound was finally resolved.
1:53 a.m. Eastern Time.
NASA says the audio system of the International Space Station is complex and it allows multiple spacecraft to be interconnected.
Obviously, you don't need a large cockpit.
The noise that Wilmore reported was actually from the audio configuration between the space station and Boeing Starliner. And these technical sounds are quite normal and usual. The empty Boeing Starliner will be undocked on September 6th and is slated to return on autopilot with a touchdown in New Mexico.
So this is our Atlas V.
Meanwhile, NASA says Barry Wilmore and Sunita Williams are expected to remain in space until next year, because NASA has deemed the Boeing spacecraft too risky to bring the 2 astronauts back home.
Space flight is risky, even at its safest, and even at its most routine. And a test flight by nature is neither safe nor routine. And so the decision to keep Butch and Sonny aboard the International Space Station and bring the Boeing Starliner home uncrewed is a result of a commitment to safety. Our core value is safety, and it is our North Star.
I talked with Butch and Sonny both yesterday and today. They support the agency's decision fully, and they're ready to continue this mission on board ISS as members of the Expedition 71 crew.
The exact return date has not been fixed yet, but it looks like the 2 astronauts will be given a ride back to Earth on Elon Musk's SpaceX Dragon capsule sometime in February.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with updates coming in from Beijing, which has rolled out the red carpet for leaders from across Africa for the China-Africa Cooperation Summit. Ahead of the Wednesday summit, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa met with his Chinese counterpart, Xi Jinping.
This year marks the 75th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China and the 30th anniversary of the founding of the new South Africa. Despite the ever-changing international situation, the mission of modernization for both China and South Africa remains unchanged.
I reaffirmed that our political rapport and relationship is the foundation of an unwavering and valuable friendship. We remain committed to the One China policy. Our two countries share many common objectives. Building on the firm foundation of solidarity, we continue to provide support in promoting our interests.
The South African leader urged Xi Jinping to narrow his country's trade deficit with Beijing. He also asked Xi to review his country's trade structure with China, seeking more sustainable manufacturing and job-creating investments. China, the world's second biggest economy, is South Africa's largest trading partner globally. However, the value of South African imports from China has far outstripped exports. Last year, South Africa imported around $25 billion worth of Chinese products, but it sold China only around $12.5 billion worth of goods. Now, this open request by Ramaphosa highlights a challenge for Xi Jinping as he hosts the African leaders for the next 3 days and tries to persuade them to buy more Chinese goods. This comes as China has not met a pledge from the last summit in 2021 to buy $300 billion of African goods. African leaders are also likely to address the mounting Chinese debt during the upcoming summit. The huge Chinese loans have funded various infrastructures in Africa, but many nations are struggling under growing debt burdens. As per reports, Beijing's loans to African nations last year were their highest in 5 years. Top borrowers include countries like Angola, Ethiopia, Egypt, Nigeria, and Kenya. After the China-South Africa bilateral meeting on Monday, both countries signed numerous cooperation agreements, from satellite navigation systems, housing and settlement, renewable energy, health, agriculture, among others. but there has not been any specific fresh investment or financing pledges. This is unlike their meeting in Johannesburg last August ahead of a BRICS summit, when Beijing had extended a grant worth over $27 million. Apart from Ramaphosa, Xi also met Democratic Republic of Congo President Felix Tshisekedi on Monday. Now, China has a significant presence in the DRC, where it is keen on tapping vast natural resources. Representatives of some 50 African countries are due to meet in Beijing to attend the China-Africa Cooperation Summit. The summit takes place every 3 years and provides a platform for China to forge partnerships in Africa amid growing power competition over resources and influence on the continent. Now, for more on this, we have with us Phumlani Majozi, an author and political analyst who is joining us live from Johannesburg, South Africa. Thank you for being with us.
Pleasure. It's great to be here.
Now, in terms of trade relations, how important is it to promote balanced trade between South Africa and China? And what impact could this have on South Africa's economy and the trade deficit?
Well, it's very, very important because South Africa lags behind. I mean, when you look at the number, the amount, the value of goods we export to China, they are very, very low compared to the imports. The amount of of goods that we buy from China, there's a huge difference. So it's very important for South Africa. It's good that Ramaphosa is in Beijing and is raising that with the president of China to say, how can we achieve a better trading situation where we want to also export more to China, right? We want to create a thriving private sector environment with our businesses exporting more to China. We want the Chinese to buy our goods, and it's the right way for Ramaphosa to raise this. And of course, the goal would be, because if we can export more, that means that we can make more money by selling to China, and therefore we can address a lot of our challenges in our economy, including employment challenges, because we have the highest unemployment rate in the world, the issues of low growth that can be addressed. If we can export more to China, if we can produce more and sell to China, this would be good for our economic growth as well.
All right. And with regards to infrastructure and development projects in South Africa, how might they address South Africa's current challenges in energy and transportation? And further, what are the strategic gains for China here?
Well, it's very important to understand, Alison, that one of the issues that South Africa's economy faces, or the challenge, is the lack of competitiveness, right? And what makes us to be at the bottom, or I should say, one of the things that make us to be at the bottom when it comes to global competitiveness is the fact that we do not have a stronger infrastructure, right? To be able to facilitate our economic productivity. It's not strong. We have a crumbling infrastructure, and therefore investment would be very, very good. By the way, it should be both private and public sector investment as well. You need a stronger private sector investment to really drive our economic productivity. So we do need infrastructure investment, and it's good it doesn't have to be China. It can be any other country around the world to come and help in investing in South Africa. And the goal, of course, would be to create a situation where we have better economic conditions to allow for our economy to operate in an environment that is very good. Now, your other question was, how would this be beneficial to China? Well, we do know that China is really making an inroads into Africa, right? It's trying to influence or to make an impact in Africa, not only on trade, but also the amount of money that it borrows, I should say it lends to African countries. China is Africa's biggest creditor now. So for China, this is to come in and invest in Africa's projects. It's for them, it's a way of setting a global, print or footprint, I should say, or to make an impact to make an influence in the African continent, and for its geopolitical influence, it's good for them, for their country, as it tries to make a mark on the global stage.
Yeah. And how might this strengthened partnership between South Africa and China influence the regional dynamics in Africa, particularly in terms of economic development and political alliances?
Oh, well, it's very important to highlight that what has been happening in the African continent is that in sub-Saharan Africa, I should be specific, there is this sort of very warm sort of approach toward China, right? We've seen African leaders giving that warm approach and warm engagement with China, and some would argue that to the expense of our relations with the West, right? We have seen countries like Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, and many other countries in sub-Saharan Africa sort of extending a hand toward China, and it's the case in many sub-Saharan countries. So for South Africa to engage China at this level, we've seen South Africa's relations with China, and remember, South Africa is really the most advanced economy in sub-Saharan Africa, right? The most developed, and for South Africa to have this close or good trade relations with China, it very much brings China into the sub-Saharan space, right? And there's going to be the arrangement. It's very clear that there is that good, approach toward China, or good relations. That's what African countries are trying to pursue. And for relations, it's clear that we are going to see more, engagement with China, and more stronger relations between China and African and the African continent.
Phumlani, it's always great to speak with you. Thank you for being with us on First Post Africa.
Pleasure.
Shifting focus to North Africa now, where Egypt is battling a worsening power crisis. Now, the country is counting on foreign funds to tackle this problem. According to reports, Saudi Arabia and Libya have financed the purchase of gas cargoes worth at least $200 million to help Egypt ease the crisis. Riyadh reportedly financed 3 of the 32 LNG cargoes that Cairo has bought this year, which are worth around $150 million. And Libya financed 1 cargo in July worth around $50 million. Egypt needs around $2 billion worth of gas to cover summer demand. Cairo is facing a steep decline in its domestic gas output. It was down to a 6-year low in May. And the current currency crisis is making it difficult for the country to fully cover imports of liquefied natural gas. In 2015, Italian group Eni had discovered the giant Zohr offshore field located in Egypt's Sharuk area. And after the discovery, Egypt planned to become a major gas exporter. But over the years, the output of the field began falling. And reports say that the speedy development of the project injected too much water into the reservoir, which made the gas extraction difficult. Now, reports also add that gas industry output slowed as debt for gas and fuel supplies mounted. And Egypt's debt to Eni alone, mainly related to gas, stood at over $1 billion at the end of June. Now, last year, Egypt resorted to load shedding to keep its grid functioning amid a lack of gas supply and rising demand. The deepening energy crisis is also straining Cairo's budget as it grapples with a heavy subsidized bill. And the El-Sisi government boosted fuel and food subsidies this year as people struggle with the rising costs of living. Now, the move pushed the country's foreign debt to $154 million in May, close to all-time high of $168 million at the end of 2023. So power outages Inflation and a weakening currency are pushing Egypt into one of its worst economic crises since Abdel Fattah al-Sisi took power in 2014. It is also fueling public discontent. A decade ago, power outages fed public anger that led to mass protests. And these protests ended with the downfall of Egypt's first democratically elected leader, the Muslim Brotherhood's Mohammed Morsi. Will the worsening power and economic crisis once again cause an uprising in Egypt, leading to another leader's downfall? Moving to the Democratic Republic of Congo, where at least 129 people have been killed during a prison break attempt in the country's largest jail. The incident took place over the weekend at the central Makala prison in Democratic Republic of Congo's capital, Kinshasa. As per the officials, no prisoner succeeded in escaping. However, the incident resulted in at least 129 deaths. It is not clear what exactly unfolded at the prison, but the DRC's interior minister said that prisoners attempted the breakout amid a fire that hit the building's administrative buildings. Authorities say that most of the deaths took place due to a stampede at the overcrowded prison. The prison has a capacity for merely 1,500 inmates, but holds over 12,000 people. As per the Interior Minister, 24 people who were trying to escape were killed by gunfire after warning, and the other victims died by jostling or suffocation. There are also 59 injured people who have been taken into care by the government. The minister also added that there were cases of women being raped at the prison. Authorities say that order has been restored at the prison, and part of which was burned in the attack.
On the material level, we deplore the fire in the administrative buildings of the registry, the infirmary, and the food stocks. The government is pleased with the restored calm, condemns these unfortunate incidents, and presents its deepest condolences to the families and loved ones of the victims. Investigations are continuing, and the public will be informed of the outcome.
Government officials say an investigation is underway into the incident, and the perpetrators will be severely punished. The country's justice minister called the attack a premeditated act of sabotage, carried out to undermine efforts to improve the condition of prisons. There have been previous incidents of jailbreaks from Makala prison as well. In 2017, an armed attack led to the escape of more than 4,000 prisoners from the facility. Eyewitnesses described the scenes of chaos at the time of the latest incident. Listen in.
The shooting started at 1 a.m. and continued until 5 a.m. Between 3 and 5 a.m., they were killing each other, and you could hear grenades going off.
The police arrived late. Only the prison guards were firing. Before 5 o'clock, there were no police. We could see people running away, prisoners escaping. We didn't understand anything until we noticed that they had blocked the road. There was no access.
The DRC government has been trying to reduce the number of prisoners from the overcrowded jails. Efforts were ongoing to reduce the crowd from the Makala prison as well. But the government has announced a ban on the transfer of inmates after the attack. Authorities say they would build a new prison, among other efforts to reduce overcrowding. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our story today is from Morocco. The North African nation is embracing ecological tourism by offering visitors more sustainable experiences. Ecotourism projects in several parts of Morocco blend the country's rich culture with a reduced carbon footprint, taking small steps that could have a big impact on the planet. Watch this video for the details.
Beautiful landscapes, thrilling adventures, vibrant culture, and a rich history. With all of this and much more, the North African nation of Morocco has long beckoned travelers from across the world. The booming tourism sector in the country has now put paramount focus on sustainability, embracing ecological tourism, which is slowly expanding in Morocco. In the first half of June, Morocco welcomed 17.6 million tourists, with ecotourism accounting for 5% of this number. Around 3% of ecotourism is in Morocco's Agafe region, which is around 35 kilometers from the city of Marrakesh. One of the first ecotourism projects here was Kasbah Agafe Hotel and Spa, a traditional style kasbah that offers guests the opportunity to soak in the local culture through several activities. Tourists here ditch the SUVs and dune buggies and get on camelbacks for the ultimate desert experience. The locals say it's the best mode of transport to explore the area. The project also celebrates nature and the community surrounding it.
I have relied on a book written by a friend of mine, Prince Sultan bin Salman, who wrote an extraordinary book called Back to Earth, Ar-Rujuu' ila al-Ard. And this was like my instrument that I used to do this work. I studied it, I did research, and in it he really goes profoundly on why man should be back to earth. Ecological tourism, we cannot consider that it's going to be competition for classical tourism. I think it's A, complementary, and B, working hand in hand and try to bring classical tourism to do things that ecological tourism does.
The Kasbah Agafe receives tourists from all over the world, many of whom go back home with lessons on embracing and preserving the natural environment surrounding them. The experiences offered to guests also include cooking classes. These classes give them access to their garden, which is rich in organic vegetables, fruit and natural herbs. Guests pick organically grown ingredients and then prepare meals in an open kitchen.
For ecological tourism, I visited Indonesia, Thailand, and many Asiatic countries, but I like too much this place in Morocco. It is really a wonderful place in nature, especially the air is very clean.
Here, I know that it is organic. I had the opportunity to come to the garden where I was introduced to the vegetables, spices, aromatic herbs. I had a wonderful experience with the chef who allowed me to learn cooking, and suddenly I know what I eat, I know where it comes from.
The place also offers traditional tents for guests. These tents and the furniture they include are made of natural materials and completely avoid the use of plastic.
Finding yourself in a place like here, it's a very magical place and one that you don't find everywhere in the world.
Yes, it's true. It's a real cinema sitting. The welcome is wonderful. We really have the impression of being actors in a film in this place of peace, nature, calm.
Vraiment l'impression d'être les acteurs d'un film dans ce lieu de paix, de nature, de calme.
The Kasbah has been constructed using stone. Its thick walls, high wooden ceilings and tall windows keep the interior cool in summers and warm in winter, which reduces energy consumption. The owner says he keeps looking for ways to make his business even more sustainable.
We have windows when to switch on electricity. We're looking seriously at solar panels for getting the water from the wells. Serious also and for irrigation, drip by drip irrigation. We use no pesticide in the whole property. We never used any pesticides.
Other tourism businesses in the Agafe region are taking notes, and they too have begun to apply similar ideas. Morocco is also planning to launch a national green growth program called Go Siyaha, which will provide tourist businesses with opportunities to adopt energy-efficient practices. The North African country aims to attract 26 million tourists by 2030.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
На даний час під нашим контролем знаходиться
першу міжурядову угоду про таке співробітництво.
Морального аргументу.
Пан президент України виконує головномаш Збройних сил України, Сили оборони України.
It's a major shake-up in Ukraine, the biggest since the war broke out. President Volodymyr Zelensky is reshaping his core team. Some familiar faces are out and new ones are in. The plan is to replace more than half of the cabinet. And what a time to do it. Just as Russia unleashed a massive missile attack. But what exactly is Zelensky hoping to achieve here? Who has he fired and why now? So far, 7 ministers have resigned. 1 presidential aide was also fired. This includes Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba. Chances are you're familiar with this man. Kuleba has been Zelensky's trusted diplomatic messenger. He's traveled to Europe, to North America, to Latin America, to Africa, even to India and China. His job was to drum up support for Ukraine. Well, not anymore. Kuleba announced his resignation today. So did the Justice Minister, the Environment Minister, the Strategic Industries Minister and 2 Deputy Prime Ministers. Although it's not game over for all of them, chances are they will get different portfolios. And Zelensky has not really explained why he's doing this. He just gave a vague justification on Tuesday. Listen to what he said.
Autumn will be extremely important for Ukraine. Our state institutions must be organized in a way that ensures Ukraine achieves all the results we need, all of us. To this end, we must strengthen certain areas within the government, and personnel decisions have been prepared. I also anticipate a different emphasis on certain areas of our foreign and domestic policy.
So 50% of the cabinet was replaced, and Zelensky's justification is that the season is changing. What does autumn have to do with politics? Well, after autumn comes winter, and Russia is looking to capitalize on that. They are targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure. No energy, no heating. No heating, no morale. That is what Russia is betting on. So yes, Ukraine does need to prepare for the winter, but it's not clear how a cabinet reshuffle will help. Not like ministers are laying gas pipelines. So clearly there is more at play. Possibly domestic politics. You see, Zelensky's core team has been running a tight ship. They have an iron grip over affairs, whether it's foreign policy or military strategy. If you disagree with them, you're out. Consider what happened to the last army chief. He said the war had reached a stalemate, and weeks later he was replaced. The problem here is a lack of accountability. Zelensky has declared martial law in Ukraine, so democracy has basically been paused. The parliamentary elections were supposed to be held last year. The presidential polls were scheduled for this year, but both were postponed. So Zelensky and his party still control everything in Ukraine, which is quite different from other wartime regimes. Just look at Israel. When war broke out, they formed a unity government. Basically, the opposition joined the cabinet, and it is common practice during wars. But Zelensky has not done that. He has accumulated power in his office. Some opposition lawmakers have criticized this. They've been calling for a unity government in Kiev. They say this is a government without ministers. Some US senators have also chimed in. They want Zelensky to hold elections amid the war. Maybe that is why he's shuffling his cabinet. It's not an election, but it is a symbolic change. And the timing is also important. Zelensky is heading to the US later this month. He will present what he calls a victory plan to the US president, Joe Biden. So he'll need a new team by then. But a bigger challenge is the Russian onslaught. Today, Moscow unleashed another attack. The target was the city of Lviv. Reports say 13 missiles and 29 drones were fired today. Some of them hit civilian infrastructure. City officials claimed 7 people were killed in the attack. Among them were 3 children. Lviv is in western Ukraine. It's also close to the Polish border, so Poland scrambled fighter jets to ward off any threat. An even bigger attack happened yesterday. Russia fired 2 ballistic missiles at Poltava. It's a city in central Ukraine. One of them hit a military academy in the city. The other crashed into a hospital. Kiev says more than 50 people, 50 people have been killed, plus more than 200 others have been injured. It's one of the deadliest attacks since the war began. These attacks are putting pressure on Kiev. Zelensky is pleading for air defense systems from allies, basically weapons to shoot down Russian missiles. Meanwhile, Moscow is pushing on. Today, they announced a major decision. Russia is tweaking its nuclear doctrine. And this is very important. A nuclear doctrine tells you when a country will use nuclear weapons, under what circumstances. Russia's current doctrine was set in the year 2020. It has 2 main conditions, either a nuclear attack on Russia or a conventional attack that threatens Russia's existence. These are the 2 scenarios when Russia will use nukes. Both are quite unrealistic. But Moscow is now tweaking that doctrine. They're blaming the West for this change in policy. So things are suddenly speeding up in Ukraine, both on the battlefield and diplomatically. Zelensky and his team have been quite rigid about how to handle this war. Let's see if the new team is any different. That's the welcome that Prime Minister Modi got in Singapore. His trip to Southeast Asia is generating interest. Before Singapore, he was in Brunei, where he made a significant statement.
भारत की एक्ट ईस्ट पॉलिसी और इंडो पैसिफिक विजन में ब्रुनेई का महत्वपूर्ण साझेदार रहा है। हम सहमत हैं कि इस क्षेत्र में कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट पर सहमति बने। हम विस्तारवाद नहीं, विकासवाद की नीति का समर्थन करते हैं।
Development, not expansionism. That is the message from Prime Minister Modi. Development, not expansionism. Obviously, it was directed at China, whose core philosophy of late has been expansionism. China has been making aggressive moves against its neighbors, indulging in gunboat diplomacy. Chinese ships keep ramming into Filipino vessels. Chinese Coast Guard keeps making threats. Beijing has deployed more than 200 ships near the Philippines. Manila detected these ships in the past week. They were spotted inside its exclusive economic zone. So the situation is grave and tense, and Brunei and India have been keeping track of it. Prime Minister Modi met the Sultan of Brunei today. His name is Haji Hassan Al Bolkiah. After the meeting, they issued a joint statement. The statement does not name China, but it clearly delivers a message to the Chinese regime. The statement calls for maritime safety and security. It demands freedom of navigation and overflight, and it supports unimpeded lawful commerce. All of these are significant points, but here is the most important part. Let me read it out for you. The leaders also urged all parties to resolve disputes through peaceful means in accordance with international law. This is about the South China Sea and Beijing's claims on the region. We've been telling you about this on the show. Beijing claims almost the entire South China Sea, even areas that belong to other countries. China says they're all theirs. So there are 6 claimants in all. Vietnam, the Philippines, Taiwan, Malaysia, Brunei, and China. As you can tell, 5 of these are smaller players. The 6th one, that is China, tries to browbeat all of them with bogus claims. China's claims are in clear violation of international law. Brunei and the other stakeholders have been saying as much, and now India has formally endorsed this position. This is a shift. In the past, India has been hesitant to take a stand on disputes in this region. But now it is clearly calling out Chinese expansionism in the South China Sea, and this shift goes beyond issuing statements. It involves action as well. India is providing diplomatic and material support to China's adversaries. During Prime Minister Modi's visit, Brunei and India upgraded their relationship. India now considers Brunei a key partner for its Act East policy. Both countries agreed to form what they're calling an enhanced partnership. What is an enhanced partnership? It basically means that both sides will become close collaborators. Beyond bilateral trade deals, they will work together on defense. They plan to step up maritime cooperation. Their militaries will exchange visits. They will also conduct training programs and joint exercises. Another major focus area is space. An agreement was renewed today. Brunei hosts a station for ISRO, the Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO. It has a space station in Brunei. It is used to track satellites and launch vehicles. Brunei will continue to host this facility. The existing pact was renewed today. There are also plans to start direct flights from India to Brunei. So overall, India is investing in this relationship in particular and in South Asia in general. It is a strategic imperative for 2 key reasons. First, it keeps rivals in China, like China, in check. It keeps the rivals in check, for example, China. And second, to fulfill India's own development needs. Which brings us to Singapore, the second stop for the Indian leader and an important regional partner for New Delhi. Singapore is India's 6th biggest trading partner and its largest source for foreign direct investments. In the last 24 years, investments worth $160 billion, $160 billion have flowed from Singapore to India. And these numbers are expected to grow in the coming years. India and Singapore want to elevate their ties. Before Prime Minister Modi's visit, Singapore had hosted a round table. India had sent 4 ministers to attend it. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav and Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. During these talks, both sides identified new areas of cooperation. And semiconductors was one of them. Singapore is an important hub for semiconductors. 10% of the world's chips are produced there. It also makes 20% of all chip-making equipment. Now, reports say India is looking to sign a pact with Singapore to expand cooperation in the semiconductor space. Food security, renewables and green hydrogen are some of the other promising areas. The talks are scheduled for tomorrow. We'll be tracking all of it for you. Here in India, the stock market fell today. You may ask, what's so special about that? Markets keep rising and falling. Well, this fall came after a streak of rises, 14 days to be precise. The Nifty made gains for 14 consecutive days. It rose by more than 1,000 points in that time. But today, the rally came to an end. Not by much, though. The Nifty closed 81 points down. The Sensex closed around 200 points down. So let's tackle the obvious question. What led to the correction? Mainly global sentiment. In the US, Nasdaq fell by more than 3% on Tuesday. Dow Jones dropped 1.5%. So Indian markets are tracking the US markets, sort of like mirroring the sentiment. And in the US, the sentiment is bad. There is talk of recession once again. Most experts are pointing to 2 warnings. The first is the jobs report. In the month of July, America's unemployment rate increased to 4.3%, which is the highest since 2021. Also, the 4th consecutive month of rising joblessness. This usually means trouble. That's the first warning. The second warning is the Treasury yield. The US Treasury issues short-term and long-term bonds. When you buy a bond, you're essentially loaning money to the government. And the government promises you a predetermined interest rate. Normally, the long-term bonds pay better, much like your bank deposits. A long-term deposit gives you more interest than a short-term one. But right now, the opposite is happening. The short-term bond is giving more returns. What does this mean? It means that investors are bracing for a recession. Their economic outlook is not positive, so they're making short-term investments. American bank JP Morgan agrees with this assessment. They think that a recession is very much a possibility, that there is a 35% chance of US recession by the end of this year. And if the US crashes, all of us crash. That's how the global economy is poised at the moment. So is there a way to avoid it? Well, the Federal Reserve is planning a rate cut, their first rate cut in almost 4 years. The hope is that it will kickstart the economy. When interest rates are cut, loans become cheaper, so spending increases, and a recession may be averted. Or so they hope. But coming back to the markets, there is one more factor dragging the markets down: the chip slowdown. Just look at what's happening to Nvidia. Their shares plunged 9.5% on Tuesday. Imagine that, 9.5% down in one trading day. Around $280 billion was wiped out from its market capitalization. $280 billion in a single day. It was the biggest single day loss for a US company. You can blame overvaluation for it. Yes, Nvidia has seen impressive growth, but even that doesn't justify the share prices. Nvidia is up 124% this year. Investors are going crazy about it, but the company is struggling to keep up. You see, their fortunes are linked to artificial intelligence, and the jury is still out on that. AI is consuming a lot of money, but it's not really making profits for anyone, not yet. Most of the big AI firms are running losses. Even Intel dropped on Tuesday by 9%. So the future of AI is uncertain. Now, I know all of this sounds depressing. The US is facing recession, Russia and Israel are fighting wars, China is clashing with its neighbors, and the so-called AI revolution is not paying off. How does a country like India navigate this situation? Maybe by playing to its strengths. The World Bank has some ideas. It is asking India to focus on trade-driven growth, basically to export more things. India is already a leading exporter of IT services and medicines, but the World Bank says diversify. Focus on labor-intensive exports as well, like apparel, leather, textiles, footwear. I'll tell you what the logic is. China used to dominate labor-intensive products, but recently they have upgraded. Beijing is grappling with an aging population, so they're shifting away from labor-intensive production. And who is stepping in? Mostly Bangladesh and Vietnam. The World Bank says that India should also join in. But frankly, it's a question of priority. The government has set aside incentives for these sectors. For example, 6,000 crore rupees for footwear and leather, 10,000 crores for textiles and apparels. So the push is already being made. Guess we'll have to wait for the results. Even in normal times, this would be a challenging task. But amid the current global turmoil, it's proving to be even harder. We've been reporting on women's safety for some time now, on cases of rape, sexual exploitation, harassment and abuse. All of it is disturbing and unsettling. But then there are some cases that just send shivers down your spine, that make you stop in your tracks. Tonight we'll tell you about one such case. It is from France. At the center of it is one man, Dominique Pellicot. He's 71 years old. For over a decade, he drugged his wife. Her name is Giselle. He drugged and then raped her. And not just that, he invited 72 other men to also rape her. Giselle did not protest or complain. Do you know why? Because she had no idea that this was happening to her. She was so heavily sedated that she was unaware of what was being done to her for 10 whole years. It's hard to even imagine it, let alone living this nightmare. The case is now in court. The husband and 50 other men are on trial. All hearings will be public. More horrendous details are expected to be revealed. The abuse is said to have begun in 2011. The couple lived in Mazan in southeastern France. Every evening, Dominique would crush sleeping pills and anxiety medication. He would mix this in Giselle's food. That put her into a deep sleep. Experts have compared it to a state of coma. Then he raped her, and then he went online to a chat room where he invited other men to rape and sexually abuse his wife. These men came from all walks of life: truck drivers, soldiers, a journalist, a nurse, a prison guard, an IT expert working at a bank. They were between 26 to 74 years of age. Most of them were either married or in a relationship. Some even had children. Most of these men raped her once, but some kept coming back, raping her as many as 6 times. The police says she was raped at least 92 times by 72 men. And her husband, Dominique, filmed all of these acts. He had very strict rules for these men, apparently, to make sure that his wife remained unconscious throughout. The men were asked to park away from the house, to undress in the kitchen. They were banned from smoking. They could not wear a cologne. They were asked to have neat fingernails. They were asked to warm their hands. He made them run their hands under hot water so that the touch wouldn't wake her up. And all of this went on for nearly a decade. Through this period, Giselle lost weight. She lost her hair. She was forgetting days. The family thought it was Alzheimer's. Her husband told her it could be tiredness. Of course, she believed him. They'd been together since she was 18. They had 3 children. Giselle believed her husband could do no wrong. But all of it changed in 2020. One day she was summoned to the police station. Dominique had been arrested. He was at a grocery store where he tried filming up the skirts of 3 women. They reported him to the police. The police seized his cell phones, cameras, and other devices, and on them they found 300 photographs of Giselle. She was unconscious in the photos. The police also discovered chats. They began an investigation, through the course of which they found 20,000 videos and photographs. 20,000 videos and photographs. Most of them were labeled. They were kept in an electronic folder called Abuse. Giselle had no clue. She had no memory of being raped or abused. The family was in for a shock. In fact, Dominique had not just filmed his wife. He kept nude photos of his daughter as well. When these details came out, he admitted to his crimes. So did the other accused. Most of these people said that they thought it was happening with her knowledge. More than 72 men. 50 of them have been identified so far. They're all going on trial. If found guilty, Dominique faces up to 20 years in prison. And what about Giselle? Well, she has divorced him, and she wants a public trial. She wants all the details out in the open.
This is also a way for her to say that one can overcome this challenge, even though it's just the beginning today, that this has to be made known, and that shame should switch sides.
The case has shocked France. It's more than a criminal trial. It's a shameful commentary on the society. This is a country that touts its progressive values. It says it defends women's rights. Yet women are not safe in the most intimate of spaces. They aren't safe in their homes. And this is not a one-off case. Multiple French surveys have shown that most of the abuse happens at home. Most of the victims are women. A lot of them are either drugged or suffer blackouts. Of course, the larger problem is not unique to France. Women are not safe in public places. They're not safe in workplaces. They're not even safe at home. It is a chilling realization. Abuse is not confined to dark alleys or public spaces. It permeates even the walls of our homes. This case may test the collective conscience of France, but it's also a painful reminder that women's safety is constantly under threat. This horrific crime may be one of the most extreme examples, but it's very much part of the broader problem. Nowhere is truly safe for women, often not even their homes. Our next story is about two women from two different corners of the world, but both accused of the exact same thing, spying for China. The first suspect is called Linda Sun, 41 years old, a Chinese-born naturalized citizen of the US. She was the deputy chief of staff to the governor of New York. She worked for the US government for 14 years, rose through the ranks and made her way to the top levels of the New York state government. But in July, her house was raided by the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And yesterday she was detained along with her husband. Both have been accused of working for Beijing and the Chinese Communist Party. Sun is said to have removed official criticism of China on Xinjiang. It's a province in China, home to the Uyghur Muslim people. China persecutes these people. It has put more than 1 million of them in jails. Sun used to scrub mentions of the Uyghurs. Then there was the Wuhan virus pandemic. Even as New York was under lockdown, Sun ensured that Chinese consular officials had access to New York leaders. She's even accused of adding Chinese officials to private New York government calls. And then there was Taiwan. She declined meetings with Taiwanese dignitaries. She blocked invitations to the governor and then went on to protest against the Taiwanese delegation. Basically, all her moves were meant to benefit Beijing. And she got away with this for years. What was her reward? Beijing apparently showered her with riches, helped her buy luxury mansions, like her $4.1 million New York house, the one that was raided, and an ocean view condominium in Hawaii worth $2.1 million. Then there were sports cars like a 2024 Ferrari Roma. These were rewards for a job well done. But perhaps the most striking rewards were the gourmet ducks. That's right, ducks. Nanjing-style salted ducks made by a Chinese consular official's private chef. They were sent every few months to Sun's parents' house. Those duck deliveries are also part of the investigation. Sun and her husband were produced before a Brooklyn court yesterday. They've been charged with secretly acting as Chinese agents. They pleaded not guilty.
You think these charges are disappointing? That they are the product of an overly aggressive investigation?
Excuse me.
And we are looking forward to exercising our right to a speedy trial and addressing these accusations in the forum where it's most appropriate, which is a court of law. Thank you.
Sun's lawyer says that this is an overly aggressive investigation. The trial will resume later this month. So that was the tale of Linda Sun, our first alleged Chinese spy. The second story is even more outlandish. It's about Alice Guo.
On or about 1 o'clock a.m., 4 September, Alice Guo, also known as Guo Huaping, was arrested in Tangerang City, Jakarta, Indonesia. I congratulate all law enforcement personnel who made this apprehension possible.
This was the president of the Philippines. He thanked police officials in Indonesia for capturing a wanted fugitive. Her name is Alice Guo. She's another suspected Chinese spy. In 2022, she became the mayor of a small town in the Philippines, a town called Bamban. After that, there were reports of illegal scam centers. Both locals and foreign nationals were abducted and held at these centers, at these locations. They were forced to scam people online. Earlier this year, this town was raided. The investigations revealed Guo's link to the scam centers. Reports say that these centers were built on land that she partially owned. This caused an uproar. Alice Guo was questioned by the country's Senate. That's when discrepancies started to show up. Guo's birth certificate was registered when she was 17 years old. She only registered to vote in Bamban town in 2021, just a year before she was elected mayor. She could not tell the Senate where she grew up. She said she did not remember. This raised a lot of eyebrows. The Philippines accused her of being a Chinese spy. They said her fingerprints matched those of another individual, a Chinese national named Guo Huaping. So in the month of July, the Senate ordered her arrest, but by then she had fled the country. She made her way to Indonesia and then onwards to Malaysia and Singapore. It's been a few months, but Alice Guo has finally been caught in Indonesia. She will be extradited to the Philippines. So hopefully we'll find out the truth about her identity soon enough. Now you've heard both the stories, the tales of Linda Sun and Alice Guo. They've captured the public imagination. They may even be convicted. But let's face it, they probably weren't the best agents out there. China most likely has a number of spies all over the world, silently pushing Beijing's agenda. All we can do is ensure thorough background checks and maybe keep an eye on dubious duck deliveries. Now let's talk about Nepal, one of India's neighbors, a landlocked country in the Himalayas, home to about 30 million people. Actually, it's a bit less than that. For the last few years, Nepal's population has been shrinking because of migration. Tens of thousands of young people leave Nepal every year. Why? Well, take your pick. A stagnating economy, a lack of job opportunities, and absolutely no political stability. This country has never seen a prime minister complete a full term, never ever. Nepal became a federal republic in the year 2008, and since then, their prime ministers barely finish 1 year in office. Between 2015 and now, there have been 7 different premierships, 7 in 9 years. But it's not that Nepal gets to see new faces either. It's the same 3 men who keep rotating the PM's chair. These 3, Sher Bahadur Deuba, Pushp Kamal Dahal, also known as Prachand, and KP Sharma Oli. 2 of the 3 will ally with each other and they will pull down the third one, passing the prime ministership among themselves. So Nepali politics is chaotic, to say the least. And amid this internal chaos, Nepal wants to provoke external tensions as well. There's a report doing the rounds about Nepal's grand plan to revitalize its money, not the economy, no, their money. Nepal is preparing a new set of banknotes. They will feature a new edition. The map on these new notes will be augmented with some Indian territory. That is right. Amid this never-ending political turmoil, Nepal wants to pick a fight with its neighbor. This dispute began a few years ago under KP Sharma Oli. He was Prime Minister between 2018 and 2021, and he's Prime Minister again now because of Nepal's political merry-go-round. Anyway, in 2020, Oli's government had approved a new map of the country. It included 3 disputed areas, Limpi Adura, Lipu Lake and Kalapani. 3 disputed areas. These areas have been governed by India for decades, but Nepal has had a claim to these regions too. Now, both sides have had many rounds of talks about this. The talks were slow, but they were mutually respectful. In 2020, however, KP Sharma Oli decided to upend that system. He proposed the new map, proceeded with some chest thumping and hoped that painting India as an aggressor would unite Nepal behind him. This ploy almost worked. He did last almost 1 whole year after that. He became Nepal's longest-serving prime minister in the modern era, serving a grand total of 3 years and 88 days at a stretch. But that's still not a complete term. So Oli tanked Indo-Nepal relations for peanuts. And those relations haven't recovered yet, because Oli's new map is a ticking time bomb. No other prime minister would repeal it. They did not want to look weak. Instead, they doubled down. Prachand was Nepal's prime minister till the month of July this year. A few months before his ouster, he approved new banknotes. Notes featuring Nepal's new map, including the disputed territory. Now, why would Prachand do that? Perhaps he knew that the merry-go-round was about to start again and he wanted to stay in power a little longer. Maybe he thought bringing up the dispute would give him a few more months. Well, it did not work. Prachand got the boot. Oli has returned, but the new banknotes are still in production. They will be ready soon, in a few months. By then, Nepal's next prime minister will probably start distributing them, continuing their game of one-upmanship. It may work for these politicians, but it hasn't worked for Nepal. It hasn't worked for Indo-Nepal ties and for the region's growth and prosperity. So maybe instead of childish power games, Nepal's politicians should focus on actually governing. Now to North Korea. Kim Jong-un continues to keep the Korean peninsula on the edge. He has ramped up missile and weapons testing. Kim wants to keep the threat of a nuclear conflict alive. And back home, he's been cracking down on his officials. Last month, devastating floods killed thousands of people in North Korea. They were caused by record-breaking rainfall and possibly triggered by climate change. But Kim Jong-un is blaming his officials for these floods. In fact, he's held 30 of them responsible for the disaster and he executed all of them. Our next report tells you more.
It's a story straight out of The Dictator. In July, North Korea was hit by massive floods on its western borders. Record-breaking rainfall caused widespread devastation. Large swaths of farmlands, entire roads, railway lines, and over 4,000 homes were submerged, and thousands were killed. Kim Jong-un had personally inspected the flooded regions. And then the North Korean dictator held 30 officials responsible for the floods. A report from the South Korean media claims they were all executed last month. Public executions are not rare in North Korea. Last year, there were at least 100 of them. In other countries, capital punishment is reserved for only the most serious crimes. However, in North Korea, death sentences are handed down like parking tickets. In 2022, a 22-year-old was executed. What was his crime? His love for South Korean entertainment. He was caught distributing South Korean film and music. They are banned in North Korea. Pyongyang labels it as reactionary ideology and culture. So what else falls under the same category? Brides wearing white dresses, grooms carrying the bride, wearing sunglasses, drinking alcohol from wine glasses. All these practices are fairly common in South Korean culture, but in the north, they can get you killed. Fashion trends like skinny jeans, certain hairstyles, even dyed or long hair are punishable by death in North Korea. The death penalty is a tool for Kim and his family to enforce loyalty to the regime. Fear is used to strengthen Kim's grip on North Korea. Last year, 9 people were executed. They were caught smuggling beef. The regime decided to make an example out of them. The execution was carried out in public, and 25,000 locals were forced to witness it in person. The regime made it mandatory for the locals to attend. They typically shut down factories, farms, and marketplaces for executions. Residents living near the site of the execution who are between the ages of 17 and 60 and can walk are ordered to come for the execution. This is not new for North Korea. Kim Jong-un's father and grandfather also used these tactics when they were in power. Kim is simply extending the scope of the death penalty. Now, even climate change can get you executed in the Hermit Kingdom.
Our next story is about a marriage between King Mswati III and Nomcebo Zuma. Mswati is the king of Eswatini. Nomcebo is the daughter of Jacob Zuma, former president of South Africa. On paper, it sounds like a political union, two powerful families coming together, but in reality, it's absurd and ridiculous. King Mswati is 56 years old. Nomcebo Zuma is 21. What's worse, she will be his 16th wife, 16th. And she had to dance bare-chested in front of the king to be selected. In case you're wondering, we are still in 2024. Maybe time works differently in the kingdom of Eswatini. This is the country we're talking about. Look where it is located, in southern Africa, sandwiched between South Africa and Mozambique. Eswatini is a small kingdom. It has over 1 million people. Until 2018, Eswatini was known as Swaziland. The name has now changed, but everything else remains the same. Eswatini is one of the world's last remaining absolute monarchies, ruled by this man, King Mswati III. He succeeded his father. He was crowned in 1986 at the age of 18. He has total control of the government. Eswatini does have a parliament, but the king wields all the power and he's quite controversial. King Mswati has an opulent lifestyle. From palaces to private jets, he owns all of it, while the rest of the population lives in poverty. And polygamy is part of the Swazi culture. So the king has 15 wives. He chooses them at the annual Reed Dance, which is a day-long ceremony where young women perform before the royal family, bare-chested, wearing traditional clothes, singing and dancing, and the king chooses his bride from this mix. This is how he chose Nomsibo Zuma, his 16th wife. Eswatini calls it culture and tradition, but it's quite controversial. 40% of the kingdom's population is HIV positive. In 2001, the king started a fight against AIDS. In 2005, he enforced a ban, no copulation with girls below the age of 18. But just days later, the king himself broke the law. He took a 17-year-old girl as his 9th wife. People were enraged. So the king decided to punish himself. Do you know what was the punishment? He gave up one cow. Some great sacrifice and justice there. And it's not the only such case. In 2003, he got a new bride, but the mother of the bride said that she'd been kidnapped. Basically, what Eswatini calls culture is a grotesque power dynamic. I mean, look at it. A king in his late 50s selecting from a group of dancing women. What about the woman's agency? Why is she reduced into a spectacle for royal entertainment? This is a king who blends cultural rituals for personal indulgence. His kingdom does not have basic needs, proper healthcare or education, but he's busy accumulating wives and wealth. The Reed dance used to be a cultural rite, marking a girl's transition to womanhood, but now it's a symbol of royal privilege, where women are commodified and their future hangs in the balance of one man's whims. And once they become his brides, their life is dictated by the palace. No freedom, no escape from this cruel cycle. All of this has to change. We are not saying that tradition is not important, it is. But using it to expand a harem of wives is not tradition, it is a shameless expression of power. King Mswati III must confront this reality. Tradition cannot justify exploitation, and tradition too must be in tune with the times. The fact that women still have to parade themselves in front of a king is not only unthinkable, it's a shame on a world that claims that it is moving forward. Now let's shift our attention to Venezuela, where Christmas will begin next month. Why? Because President Nicolas Maduro says so. But not everyone is eager to start singing carols. Venezuela has just witnessed a disputed presidential election. There's severe political turmoil, violent crackdowns, economic issues, global outcry, possibly more sanctions. Amid all of this, their president wants Christmas in October. An early Christmas to lift spirits. It is doing anything but. This fake cheer is only adding to people's anger. Our next report tells you more.
Picture this. You're the leader of a nation in crisis. There's political turmoil, rampant corruption, skyrocketing inflation, economic mismanagement, and severe food insecurity. Given the circumstances, what would you do? Well, it doesn't matter what your answer is, as long as you don't take a leaf out of the Nicolas Maduro playbook. The president of crisis-stricken Venezuela has had what seems to be an absurd eureka moment. Maduro has chosen delusion over solution. He has declared an early Christmas. We aren't kidding.
In homage to you, in gratitude to you, I am going to decree an early Christmas for October 1st. Christmas begins on October 1st for everyone. Christmas has arrived with peace, happiness, and security.
Albeit one distinctively lacking in Christmas cheer. This is not Maduro's first sleigh ride, but it is the earliest. Newsflash. Despite his late-stage capitalist strategy of making up holidays, no one seems to be buying Maduro's jollity, because he's still cracking down on Venezuelans. The country held its presidential election in July this year, and Maduro claimed victory, without providing proof. Evidence suggests that Maduro didn't win at all. In fact, he may have lost the election badly to his opposition rival, Edmundo Gonzalez, against whom the government conveniently issued an arrest warrant earlier this week.
This cowardly man Gonzalez endorses the violence we are suffering. This cowardly man has the nerve to say he doesn't recognize Venezuelan government institutions.
Maduro has also ordered the opening of 2 new prisons, Why? To accommodate detained protesters. Since the elections, protests have taken over Venezuela's streets, and they've been fiercely repressed. Maduro has openly called for everyone in the streets to be imprisoned. So far, at least 2,400 people have been arrested. At least 20 people have died. Many have fled the country, and many others are still hiding in their homes. And it's not just about the anger at home. There's a global outcry over what's going on in the country, especially from the US. They've announced sanctions against 15 senior administration members of the Maduro regime. This reportedly includes the foreign minister, the Supreme Court president, and a top member of the Electoral Council. Let alone sanctions, the US is hitting Maduro where it hurts. They have seized his plane, claiming it was bought illegally. Maduro has ruled Venezuela for 11 years now. Currently, he's facing his toughest political challenge, and Venezuela, its most violent authoritarian crackdown under Maduro's rule. So while Maduro seems hell-bent to whip up some Christmas cheer, ordinary Venezuelans would prefer an early Christmas gift instead, return of law and order, and some much-needed peace.
Technology is humanity's biggest win, but also its strangest battle. We are witnessing this in schools everywhere. Technology has transformed education, for the better, yes, but also for the worse. Teachers are competing with screens for attention. Policymakers are pressing students to stop watching TikTok. Researchers are saying that social media harms mental health, and parents are worried about all of this and more. But to what end? Schools still have a tech problem. So here's what governments are doing. They're going for the low-hanging fruit. Smartphone bans in schools. Nearly 1 in 4 countries ban smartphones in schools the world over. 1 in 4 countries. It's a growing trend, but there is no uniformity in the approach. Some countries have strict laws, others have loose policy recommendations. In some cases, bans are enforced at the national level. Hungary, Greece, France and Belgium did this just this month. In other cases, there are state-level policies, like in India and the US. Then there are other variations, like target age groups, time spans, and exemptions. Basically, everyone wants to ban smartphones in schools, but there's no set template or winning formula. No one knows how to do it effectively. They don't even know if smartphone bans really work. There is little evidence to support them. The research is limited because this is a new and complex issue. Yes, smartphones in schools have many downsides: reduced attention spans, mounting social pressure, cyberbullying, online sexual harassment, so on and so forth. But smartphones have some benefits too. Students use them in cases of emergency, to contact their parents, to make payments, to follow digital maps. So far, so complicated. And while schools are still dealing with the ifs and buts of phones, they have a new threat: artificial intelligence. While the adults learn how to share their screens on Zoom, 19% teens, 19% teenagers use ChatGPT to do their homework. 20% use it to write essays, and 69% use it to do research. This may worry you, but this is not even the worst part, because students are also using AI to cheat in exams. They're generating human-sounding reports, cloning voices, and making sexual deepfakes of their classmates. Again, schools do not know what to do. At worst, they have made wrong moves, like this high school in New Jersey, where administrators announced the names of girls who were subjected to fake images over the school intercom. It's a textbook example of what not to do. In the other extreme, schools try to be over-enthusiastic about adopting technology, so much so that some of them replace teachers with artificial intelligence. Do you see the problem here? Technology is moving much faster than policy. A rapid shift is underway, and no one gets it completely, because the speed at which technologies are reaching the market has far outpaced our evaluation of this tech. It's not properly tested, but it's widely available. Having said that, we are not totally helpless. We can implement better privacy protections, have better evaluations, create updated curriculum, and spread more awareness among teachers, parents, and students. Sure, this is all new and scary, but this is not the first time education has been affected by rapid change. For decades, we have taught the young how to deal with things that can harm them and others. We teach them how to drive safely. We talk to them about drug abuse, about smoking and alcohol. Now, all we need is the digital equivalent of warning labels, seat belts, and speed limits, because technology is here to stay. So about time we get with the program and call for a hard reset on how we approach tech in schools. Let's take a quick look at the US campaign trail. Kamala Harris and her team have been using a simple strategy to counter Donald Trump. They've been calling him weird. At first glance, it sounds like a weak strategy. Of all things, why would you call someone weird? Well, Trump's team has shown us why, especially his running mate, J.D. Vance. He's been trying to crack jokes at campaign rallies, and each time, he's bombed hard. But Vance is not the only weird one on the trail. Kamala Harris herself has been doing some pretty weird things. Yesterday, she was accused of faking her accent. The vice president was addressing auto workers in Detroit, and suddenly she broke into a southern accent. I'm sure you've heard cowboys speak in movies. The southern accent is pretty similar to that. And in case you're wondering, no, Kamala Harris is not from a southern state. She's from California. I guess this makes one thing pretty clear. Weird does not just apply to the Trump team. It applies to US politics in general.
Of course, we had Hulk Hogan. And while it's tempting, and I'm sure it would make some big headlines, don't worry, everybody, I'm not going to try to take off my shirt here. I had a Diet Mountain Dew yesterday and one today. I'm sure they're going to call that racist too, but...
Very well. How are you doing?
Nice to see you, Marcy.
Good to see you.
You better thank a union member for sick leave. You better thank a union member for paid leave. You better thank a union member for vacation time. Thank unions for sick leave. Thank unions for paid family leave. Thank unions for your vacation time.
Nice.
Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. The Indian Air Force carries out relief operations in the flooded cities of Andhra Pradesh. French police face off with migrants trying to cross the English Channel. And South African scientists unveil fragments of a motorcycle-sized meteorite. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1998, Google was founded by Larry Page and Sergey Brin. The brand is now synonymous with the internet. Google handles 70% of global online searches. It has since diversified into email, software and mobile phones. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the United States. Billionaire Elon Musk and former independent presidential candidate Robert Kennedy Jr. have made allegations that Vice President Kamala Harris would stifle free speech if elected to the White House. The two figures, who are now backing Donald Trump, shared a video clip from an interview and wrote that Kamala Harris wants to shut down X. Now, the interview that's been shared is from 2019, when Kamala Harris was referring to then President Donald Trump's privileges long before Musk even bought Twitter and rebranded it into X. Kamala Harris was speaking after the 2019 Democratic primary debate, where she demanded social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter be held accountable for not keeping a check on inflammatory posts. Kennedy, who endorsed Donald Trump on August 23rd, used a video clip from 2019 claiming to have proof against Kamala Harris and what can be seen as clear spreading of misinformation. And now joining Kennedy is Elon Musk, who is towing the Republican line and has begun calling Vice President Harris a communist. The tech billionaire even shared an AI-generated image of Kamala Harris wearing Soviet-style attire and post that has gained more than 75 million views. The video is from an interview on CNN where Kamala Harris was referring to the moment when she criticized fellow Democrat Elizabeth Warren for not calling for the suspension of Donald Trump's social media accounts for inciting hate speech. During that 2019 interview, Kamala Harris said that then President Donald Trump's tweets impacted people's perceptions of what they should or should not do, referencing the 2019 El Paso shooting, which was a racially motivated attack carried out by a MAGA supporter. Eventually, Twitter did in fact take down Donald Trump's account in 2021, citing the risk of further incitement of violence after the deadly insurrection on the U.S. Capitol. However, after taking over the social media platform, Elon Musk reinstated Donald Trump's account in 2022, with the Republican now actively using it ahead of the November 5th election. These developments make the race for the White House more concerning as misinformation campaigns and AI-generated content attempt to influence voters. And staying in the United States, New York Governor Kathy Hochul's former aide Linda Sun has been criminally charged with acting as a secret agent for the Chinese government. Sun and her husband Chris Yu allegedly advanced China's interests in exchange for millions of dollars in compensation and gifts. The 41-year-old held several posts in the state government before rising to the rank of Deputy Chief of Staff for Hochul in 2021. However, she was fired last year after the governor's office discovered her misconduct and reported her to authorities. Federal prosecutors now say while working with the New York government, Sun blocked Taiwanese officials from meeting the governor. She even sought to arrange a visit to China for a high-ranking state official from New York. And in exchange, the Chinese government gave millions of dollars to Hu, who had business activities in China. Prosecutors have also alleged that the husband and wife team used the money to buy a Ferrari as well as property in Long Island and Honolulu worth around $6 million. In fact, Chinese officials even prepared gourmet dishes and delivered them to the home of the Sun's parents.
Sun, originally from China and now a U.S. citizen, worked in state government for 15 years before being fired in March 2023 for misconduct. She is charged with violating the Foreign Agents Registration Act, money laundering, and helping with visa fraud. These actions reportedly gave China influence in New York's government for nearly a decade. Son and Hu pleaded not guilty in court and were released on bond. Stoically, neither said anything outside the courthouse. Son is barred from contacting Chinese consulate.
Meanwhile, the lawyers for Son have denied any wrongdoing and called the charges perplexing.
These charges are disappointing, that they are the product of an overly aggressive investigation.
Excuse me.
And we are looking forward to exercising our right to a speedy trial and addressing these accusations in the forum where it's most appropriate, which is a court of law. Thank you.
The latest case is part of a broader crackdown by the U.S. Justice Department to root out secret agents working for China and Russia. And if the allegations against Son and Hu are found to be true, it would mean the Chinese government was able to gain access to the highest levels of New York government for nearly a decade. And now moving to Ukraine, a Russian airstrike targeted a military institute in Ukraine's Poltava city, killing at least 51 people and wounding nearly 300. The attack reportedly occurred when Ukrainian cadets had gathered for a military parade at the institute. President Volodymyr Zelensky has launched a probe into the incident and announced a major shakeup of the cabinet. Several politicians have questioned the Ukraine's military leadership, accusing it of endangering the lives of soldiers. Here's our report with more.
Ukraine saw one of its deadliest mornings on Tuesday after a Russian airstrike killed at least 51 people and wounded hundreds. Two ballistic missiles targeted a military training institute and a hospital in Ukraine's central town of Poltava, which is located over 300 kilometers east of capital Kiev. Photographs showed several dead bodies on the ground covered in debris and dust, with the badly damaged building right behind them. The strike hit the military institute so hard that even the windows of nearby houses were blown out due to its impact. Eyewitnesses said the air raid alarm sounded just 2 minutes before the attack, leaving people almost no time to reach bomb shelters. In his nightly address, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said rescue operations were still underway to find over a dozen people still thought to be trapped under the rubble.
First and foremost, regarding the tragedy in Poltava, rescue operations are still ongoing. Debris is being cleared. All services are involved. As of now, the number of injured stands at 271. Everyone is receiving the necessary assistance. It is known that there are people under the rubble of the destroyed building. Everything is being done to save as many lives as possible. According to the information available at this time, this Russian strike has killed 51 people.
The latest attack is one of the single deadliest bombardments of the 2.5-year war between Russia and Ukraine. While Moscow is yet to claim responsibility, popular Russian military bloggers did report the attack. According to their Telegram channels, the Ukrainian cadets were gathered at a military parade at the institute when they fell victim to the Russian missiles. However, the Ukrainian Defense Ministry has denied these claims, saying there was no parade happening at the time of the strike. And everyone headed to the bomb shelter after the alarms went off. Though some parliamentarians have criticized the Ukrainian military leadership, accusing high-ranking officials of endangering the lives of soldiers and questioning the repeating tragedies. The attack comes at a time when a major reshuffle is underway in Zelensky's government, with several ministers resigning and the president dismissing his deputy chief of staff.
Autumn will be extremely important for Ukraine. Our state institutions must be organized in a way that ensures Ukraine achieves all the results we need, all of us. To this end, we must strengthen certain areas within the government, and personnel decisions have been prepared. There will also be changes in the presidential office. I also anticipate a different emphasis on certain areas of our foreign and domestic policy.
Zelensky has restructured the cabinet many times in the past as well, as a series of corruption scandals and setbacks on the battlefield continue to plague the country. And now with the latest assault, it seems like Ukraine desperately needs a new leadership now more than ever.
And now in the Caribbean, where Kenyan police officers deployed to Haiti are facing a mounting series of challenges as they work to restore order in the nation ravaged by violent gangs. The mission of the Kenyan police is to stabilize Haiti, particularly the capital Port-au-Prince, which has been under the control of heavily armed gangs for the past 3 years. However, their ambitious goal is already hitting serious obstacles, and one of the biggest hurdles is funding. While the United States has committed nearly $370 million in money, equipment, and services to support the mission, a UN fund dedicated to this effort is still more than $200 million short for just the first year of the operation, despite releasing more funds last week.
The United Nations Central Emergency Response Fund, which is managed by OCHA, today released $100 million to support the response in 10 underfunded humanitarian crises in Africa, the Americas, Asia, and the Middle East. Included in the allocation are Myanmar, Mali, Burkina Faso, Haiti, Cameroon, Mozambique, Burundi, and Malawi.
This financial shortfall has led delays in deploying the full contingent of officers and has left those on the ground with inadequate resources to carry out their mission. In the meantime, these overworked Kenyan forces must confront well-armed gangs using vehicles that lack armored platforms, resulting in casualties.
I'd like to take this opportunity to tell the population that I'm tired of coming to visit police officers who have been injured by bullets. I'm tired of attending the funerals of police officers who are victims of insecurity. This must be resolved. It's going to take time. It's going to take patience. It's not going to be quick, but we're not backing down. We're not backing down. It requires the commitment of the whole of society, the solidarity of all Haitians, and we are asking the Haitian people to play their part.
Now, morale among the Kenyan officers is sinking, and not just because of the dangerous conditions, but also due to uncertainty about their pay. Before deploying to Haiti, they were promised monthly bonuses of around $1,500. However, not all officers have received this money, while some have been paid only about $750 with no clear explanation for the discrepancy. Without sufficient manpower and resources to hold onto contested neighborhoods, the gangs have quickly forced the police to retreat to their bases. These setbacks highlight the urgent need for more personnel and better equipment to maintain any gains made on the ground. So as the mission continues to struggle to find its footing, the question remains, can this Kenyan-led effort bring lasting peace to Haiti, or will the challenges prove too great? And finally, what would you do if your country was facing a blackout, a broken economy, and a contested re-election? In Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro's answer is to start Christmas in October. Declaring Christmas early is a familiar trick from Maduro's playbook to divert public attention from real problems. But can an early holiday really cover up the nation's troubles this time? Our final report looks at the ongoing crisis unfolding in the troubled nation.
In the midst of a nationwide blackout, an economy in shambles, and the aftermath of a widely contested presidential election, Venezuela finds itself at a crossroads. The nation is divided, with millions questioning the legitimacy of President Nicolas Maduro's claim to victory in July's election. But despite mounting pressure from the international community and ongoing protests from the opposition, Maduro remains defiant, with his grip on power tightening with each passing day.
It is legally and scientifically established that the president elected by the people of Venezuela is Nicolas Maduro Moros. We are in crucial days, and we are triumphing in these crucial days.
But as discontent simmers across the country, the Venezuelan president has found a peculiar way to distract the populace from the turmoil. He's declared the early arrival of Christmas. Yes, in a move that seems straight out of a political playbook, the embattled president announced on a television show that the holiday season will begin on October 1st.
In homage to you, in gratitude to you, I am going to decree an early Christmas for October 1st. Christmas begins on October 1st for everyone. Christmas has arrived with peace, happiness, and security.
However, this isn't the first time Maduro has played the Christmas card. Last year, he similarly moved up the holiday season in an attempt to lift the spirits of a nation weighed down by economic and political crisis. But this year, the decree feels especially disconnected from the reality that most Venezuelans face. The early celebration comes as the country reels from the fallout of a disputed election. Despite overwhelming evidence presented by the opposition leader Edmundo Gonzalez that he was the rightful winner, Maduro has clung to power, dismissing the opposition's claims and ordering a crackdown on dissenters. And the crackdown has been brutal. Over 2,400 people have been arrested, with journalists, politicians and aid workers among those jailed. The international community, including the United States and the European Union, have condemned the election results, with many refusing to recognize Maduro's victory and demanding transparency.
It's too late to continue asking for that. So the result of our discussion is that, first, we will defend the democratic process, we'll maintain close contact with and support the opposition. Since there is no actor, since there is no verification, and we are afraid it will never be, we cannot accept the legitimacy of Maduro as elected president.
Yet, amid the chaos, Maduro's government is determined to paint a picture of peace, joy and security. The early Christmas decree is part of that narrative which ignores the widespread suffering and fear that grips the country. For many Venezuelans, this year's Christmas will be a bittersweet affair. With families scattered across the country due to the ongoing crisis, and those who remain haunted by the empty chairs of loved ones who have either fled, been imprisoned or lost their lives in the fight for a better Venezuela.
It's not fair they are treated as criminals, that their hair has been shaved off, that they are not fed, that they finish working and the next they have 5 charges, including terrorism. I want the freedom of my children and I want justice in all the cases, both of mine and of all these people who are here, pleading they give us information about our children.
So as the holiday season approaches, Maduro's early Christmas might bring momentary distractions. But for a nation in turmoil, the real gift they seek is freedom, justice, and the hope of a better tomorrow.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden. How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections, to climate change, to innovations, and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global South. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with Nigeria. Now, the list of crises that the West African country faces is only getting longer. Nigeria, which is one of the world's largest oil producers, is running out of fuel. Citizens in major Nigerian cities have been queuing up for hours at fuel stations amid the scarcity. Now, the long queues have resulted in traffic jams and operational challenges for weeks now.
Civil servant, I'm supposed to be at work right now. As you can see, I'm not at work. I'm at the filling station trying to get a fuel. And it's very, very bad.
In the latest, Nigeria's state-run oil company, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, the NNPC, has acknowledged that a financial strain has been hampering its supplies. The firm says due to financial hiccups, it is unable to import petrol. With this, the firm acknowledged the local media reports that it has piled up debt of $6 billion, resulting in fuel scarcity. However, these comments also come a month after the NNPC declared a record profit of about $2 billion, but warned that it was covering for shortfalls in government's petrol import bill. Now, the fuel shortages have caused major frustrations among the public, which rely on petrol and diesel for their vehicles as well as to power their generators. Amid the crisis, fuel sellers could be seen hawking in jerry cans, while some buyers are bribing their way in to make a purchase. Many stations were also shut in parts of the commercial capital, Lagos.
Shameful. I've been out of this country for 7 years. And I still come back here to queue and bribe people just to get into the filling station to buy fuel. There's no word to describe what's happening in this country. It's just very shameful. That's the only word I can use.
Non one knows the day NNPC will get fuel. Every day, they keep postponing. NNPC told us that there is fuel, but days after we are all still queuing up for petrol.
Nigeria is an OPEC producer. It was reported as the largest oil producer in Africa in 2023. Despite this, it imports most of its fuel needs, and this is because it has very little working refining capacity. Fuel scarcities have been particularly more frequent since President Bola Tinubu removed the costly fuel subsidies last year. The subsidy, introduced in the 1970s, had kept the fuel prices cheap for decades. But it was removed very abruptly, causing anger among the public already dealing with a cost of living crisis. Fuel prices have tripled since Tinubu introduced his reforms. Frustrated Nigerians, who are also battling food inflation at 40%, took to the streets last month to protest against the economic crisis. Now, Nigeria's oil sector has also struggled for years, as most of its state-run refineries operate far below their capacity because of poor maintenance. Apart from this, the country also faces an oil theft crisis. As per reports, Nigeria lost about 620 million barrels of crude oil, valued at $46 billion between 2009 and 2020 alone. This has damaged government finances and limited Nigeria's output and exports. Now, those stealing this oil are believed to be unemployed Nigerian youth and also various militant groups, which brings us to another major challenge that the country is facing. From bandits to Islamist terrorists, Nigeria is facing a major security crisis. In the latest, at least 81 people have died and several have been reported missing after an attack by suspected Boko Haram terrorists in northeast Nigeria. The terrorists also burned many shops and houses. Nigeria has been facing an Islamist insurgency since 2015, killing over 40,000 people. But things have not eased. During Bola Tinubu's tenure, multiple attacks and kidnappings by terrorists continue, while the country reels from various other challenges. So from economy to security, it's a multi-headed crisis for Africa's most populous nation. What is the government's plan to navigate through it? To discuss further, we have with us Chidimma Adetshina, an analyst at SBM Intelligence. He joins us live from Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
I'll jump right into the questions. What are the primary factors contributing to the current acute fuel shortage in Nigeria? And how have the recent policy changes, such as the removal of the fuel subsidies, impacted the situation?
All right. It is important to lay this background. In his inaugural message as the President of Nigeria in May 2023, President Tinubu announced that the fuel subsidy was gone, as it was no longer sustainable. The premise then was that there was a need to alleviate financial strain on the national budget and redirect funds to other sectors. And what we saw was an immediate spike in fuel prices in May 2023, and that led to widespread public discontent and increased hardship on Nigerians who are now facing an higher living cost. However, it's important to point out that fuel subsidies have not been totally taken out. There is still some form of subsidy payment by the Nigerian government. And if we make recourse to the National Oil Company's financial statement for 2023, where it was revealed that the federal government owes the company about 5.1 trillion naira for the financial year. And the breakdown of that 5.1 trillion naira showed that 3.3 trillion was for subsidy costs between January and May 2023, while 1.8 trillion naira was for energy security expenses between August and December 2023. And in reality, what we have is that the first subsidies still exist. And also the factor in the fact that the NNPC has come out to admit that it is battling a heavy debt burden, owing suppliers more than $6 billion, and that is threatening its operation. And so this has been the key driver for the current fuel shortage that the country is facing. Suppliers are wary of supplying the country in light of the country's debt, and this also led to the NNPC retail arm increasing fuel prices just on Tuesday in a bid to stabilize its finances.
Yeah. I want to get to that in a minute, Adetshina, but first, how is this fuel shortage affecting the daily life and the economic activities in Nigeria, particularly in the major cities like where you are in Lagos and also in Abuja?
Thank you. The situation has significantly disrupted daily life and economic activities. It has resulted in long queues at filling stations, with many motorists waiting for hours just to purchase petrol. And this scarcity has also led to increased transportation costs for Nigerians, with prices doubling on many routes. And this has severely impacted commuters and delivery services. We also see that businesses that are dependent on fuel for their operations, such as logistics and transportation services, are facing significant challenges. Many filling stations have also shut down due to the lack of supply, causing commercial activities to come to an halt in various sectors. And we're seeing a narrative whereby the higher fuel prices are worsening the cost of living crisis, affecting everything from food prices to service costs. And then you've also alluded to this earlier in your introduction, that this scarcity has fueled a black market for fuel. And this illegal trade has worsened the economic burden on Nigerians. And we also predict that this will trigger a higher inflation rate, further straining household budget and pushing more Nigerians into poverty. And more crucially is the fact that there is growing public frustration with the potential for protests, as Nigerians are dissatisfied with this situation.
Yes.
All in all, it's a very challenging
we saw those
environment for both
protests
individuals and businesses.
Yes. And what measures are being taken by the Nigerian government and by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, the state-run oil firm, to address the fuel shortage? considering they're facing such financial strain and now they can't import fuel?
So, great question. So the first thing we saw the National Petroleum Company do was to, on Sunday, publicly acknowledge that it was facing significant financial challenges with debt to oil traders to the tune of about $6 billion US. This situation has severely impacted its ability to be able to import the necessary fuel to meet the country's demands. It's important to point out that this is a very interesting development.
Oh, we seem to have lost Ayotunde. Thank you very much to our guest there for bringing us all the latest details out of Nigeria. The China-Africa Summit has officially kicked off with Chinese President Xi Jinping hosting a grand banquet and a welcome dinner for leaders of 50 African nations. Xi Jinping will open the 9th Forum on China-Africa Cooperation Summit on Thursday, where he will deliver a keynote address. The 3-yearly forum will set the course of China-Africa relations up until 2027. The Chinese president has said that the summit will open a new chapter in China-Africa relations. He has been holding bilateral meetings with several African leaders and has also offered $60 billion in funding over the next 3 years. Xi added there were no political strings attached, but warned against spending on vanity projects.
At the summit, on behalf of the Chinese government, President Xi Jinping will further summarize the development of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, present China's initiatives, and measures to strengthen China-Africa cooperation in the future. He will work with African leaders to plan a new blueprint for China-Africa cooperation, leading the Global South in a new direction. The collective rise of the Global South, represented by China and Africa, is profoundly influencing the course of world history.
So why has China renewed its race for Africa? Well, there are multiple reasons, the biggest being that the continent has become the latest geopolitical playing field, with US, Europe, Russia and China vying for influence and also aiming to tap into Africa's resources. While the West and Russia have been wrestling for security ties with African countries, China's involvement in the continent has been very systematic. Beijing has been investing in Africa for over 2 decades now. It made significant inroads into Africa under President Xi Jinping's Belt and Road Initiative. It is already the largest investor in Africa. Now, through this summit, Africa's biggest bilateral lender, China, wants to slim down its investment portfolio and realign its relations with the developing economies. Beijing is pushing Xi Jinping's new mantra of small and beautiful projects instead of big-ticket infrastructure. In the 2021 China-Africa Summit, Xi Jinping pledged to support 10 projects to improve interconnectivity of African states. This year, China is expected to urge African leaders to absorb more Chinese goods in exchange for pledges of loans and investment. China could also pledge to increase the amount available to African central banks and businesses through credit lines after committing $10 billion at the last summit.
China will continue to deepen infrastructure cooperation with African countries and the African Union, jointly build and operate the major landmark projects that have already been started, and plan and promote a new batch of cooperation projects based on the economic and social development needs of African countries. China will continue to strengthen digital infrastructure construction, deepen cooperation in the fields of digital economy and artificial intelligence, jointly implement green development actions, vigorously advocate green and low-carbon concepts, and practice the concept of green, coordinated and sustainable development.
This is what China could offer, but what do the African nations seek from this summit? Africa is looking for quicker financing solutions to a growing debt crisis. Earlier this week, the South African President Cyril Ramaphosa met with Xi Jinping and said that he wanted to narrow his country's trade deficit with China. China has been making high-interest loans to low-income African nations to fund development of infrastructure projects. Now, it has been criticized for its debt-laden overseas projects under the Belt and Road Initiative. Now, in the latest, Chinese and African officials rejected this criticism as they met in Beijing. African leaders are also seeking fresh job-creating investment pledges and are hoping for assurances and projects proposed in 2021 Dakar summit will be completed. In 2021, China had pledged to buy African goods worth $300 billion. However, this pledge has not been met yet. China is looking at Africa to gain significant advantage over the US and Europe in global renewable energy race. Africa is home to several important minerals which are needed to create renewable technologies, like copper, cobalt, and lithium, which are key ingredients in battery manufacture. Chinese mining presence in Africa is much lower than Western presence as of now. It is concentrated in 5 countries, including Guinea, Zambia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. This year's forum is the first in-person summit since the COVID-19 pandemic. China and delegates from Africa will begin discussions over 2 documents: the Action Plan for 2024 to 27 and a report on the implementation of the last summit in Dakar. Both of these documents will be finalized and signed by the end of the summit. Over years, Africa's vast resources have helped to fuel China's transformation into an economic powerhouse. As China and delegates from Africa begin discussions, the summit will certainly be watched closely by Beijing's competitor in the resource-rich continent. And shifting focus to Uganda, Uganda's main opposition leader has been allegedly shot in the leg by the police. The pop star turned politician Bobi Wine has been seriously injured and will undergo surgery as per his lawyer. His party said that he was shot in the leg on Tuesday as he returned from visiting one of their lawyers in the town of Bulindo. Now, Wine and his entourage were then allegedly surrounded by military and police officers who began firing live bullets and tear gas canisters. His lawyer says that he will undergo surgery to remove suspected fragments from a tear gas canister, which he said appeared to be deliberately targeted to harm him. The police, meanwhile, said that officers had attempted to block Wine and his team from marching down a road, and this resulted in an altercation where Bobi Wine sustained injuries. Police say an investigation would be conducted to clarify the facts. However, Bobi Wine's party, the National Unity Platform, asserts that he was shot. Now, the party shared videos and photos on social media showing Wine writhing in pain and bleeding from a wound. Bobi Wine is a major critic and opponent of the veteran president, Yoweri Museveni, who has been ruling Uganda for nearly 4 decades. Wine finished runner-up in the 2021 presidential election behind Museveni. The former musician has amassed huge support among the youth in Uganda, and his party holds more seats than any other opposition party in the National Assembly. Museveni's government has been accused by opponents and human rights activists of stifling the opposition. Just last month, several opposition members in Uganda were arrested for terrorism charges. The country's security forces have a long history of pursuing political opponents of Museveni. However, the president denies that he crushes dissent. Museveni is close to the Western nations, but his authoritarian stance has been called out by the Allies. The United States has expressed its concern on the latest incident, saying that violence against opposition voices means the democratic space is shrinking in Uganda. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Senegal is witnessing an exciting shift as women venture into the world of beatmaking. At the forefront of this movement is Aminata Thiam, a trailblazer who is not just making beats, but also breaking barriers. In the bustling city of Dakar, Thiam is empowering a new generation of female beatmakers, teaching them to create their own rhythms and challenge the status quo. Our final story will get you all the details.
Senegal is often hailed as one of the most stable nations in Africa, providing its people with the freedom to explore and experiment with their careers. Lately, Senegalese women have been diving into the world of beatmaking, a field traditionally dominated by men. Leading this movement is the dynamic Aminata Thiam. She is known by her catchy moniker, Miami the I-Girl. The name itself is a clever blend of two languages, English and Wolof. The meaning is the girl who can, and it's a fitting title for a woman determined to change the game. Thiam's beat-making classes are held in a cozy classroom hidden within the streets of Dakar's Wukong neighborhood.
Women are not really represented in these kinds of fields. I think it's a good initiative on Aminata's part to want to put women forward.
But what exactly is beat-making? The evolution of music has changed a lot of things for good and bad. Now, beat-making is a craft where creativity meets technology, allowing artists to build entire tracks without ever strumming a guitar or tapping a drum. Currently, Thiam has 5 female students under her wing, all of whom are beginning to create their own beats using digital software. After just 6 weeks of classes, their progress has been remarkable, hence leaving Thiam beaming with pride. Thanks to the rise of accessible beat-making software, this art form has gained serious traction in recent years. Thiam refers to beat-making as the art of making beats and creating rhythm. However, despite the growing interest, traditional and conservative views still cast a shadow over these aspiring female beat-makers. As a result, women remain vastly underrepresented in this field in Senegal, with only 3 female beat-makers in the entire country, according to Thiam.
If we see more women doing this work, this will encourage other women to start doing this work. So if we make it a priority to train women who are capable of going far in this industry, this will encourage other women to join us.
Yet, hope is on the horizon. The gender demographics in Senegal are nearly even, with men and women each making up roughly 50% of the population. Thiam is optimistic that more women will eventually break through in beat-making, just as they have in other fields.
There aren't women beatmakers. We need to train other women, so the ecosystem can be a little balanced, okay? We need composers not just for music, but for audiovisual work for cinema.
Interestingly, hip-hop itself found its way to Senegal through the middle class before becoming a voice for the masses. Today, experts estimate that 80% of the stars in Senegal's urban culture scene come from working-class neighborhoods.
There aren't that many women in the hip-hop industry, even though according to the last census with the National Agency of Statistics and Demography, men and women in Senegal have more or less the same numbers, about 50% each. So for me, in terms of the democratization of urban cultures, we have a lot of work to do to have young women start taking part in this culture, to not be scared.
So what's the future for Senegalese women in beat-making? Well, with pioneers like Miami the I-Girl at the helm, the beats will keep dropping. And soon, the rhythm of change may just echo across the entire nation, and women will begin to make some serious noise.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. 51 African leaders are in China. They've been there for 3 days now for the China-Africa Summit. Beijing is hosting it. It's their biggest diplomatic event since the pandemic, also very significant for Chinese diplomacy and economy. You see, China's Africa strategy is or has been under scrutiny. Xi Jinping is trying to turn things around, and today he made some big promises.
In the next 3 years, the Chinese government is willing to provide 360 billion yuan of financial support.
$51 billion in financial support. This will be spread over 3 years. The money will come in the form of loans, aid and investment. And that's not all. Xi Jinping also promised 1 million jobs to the continent, 1 million jobs for Africa. How will China generate these jobs? Through a range of development projects. 30 projects will focus on infrastructure and connectivity. China will also fund 1,000 small projects. Plus, it will give Africa more military assistance, both financial aid and training. A $140 million military aid package was announced. China will train 6,000 military personnel in the region and 1,000 police officers. So plenty of announcements. But what's the thinking behind them? Broadly, China is trying to achieve 2 goals here. First, gain influence in the global south, and second, boost the Chinese economy. That's what they're trying to do. Let's talk about the influence strategy first. Africa is an important part of this plan. It is one of the biggest players in the global south. The continent has 54 countries. There are 54 countries in Africa. Leaders from 51 of these countries are attending the summit in China. And Beijing is going to town with it. Let me show you a headline published by Xinhua. That's the Chinese state mouthpiece. This article talks about the Africa Summit. It says the event, and I'm quoting, the event illustrates China's vision and aspirations for the global south. Africa could be China's ticket to global south leadership. So Xi Jinping is going all out, trying to win over these African leaders. He is presenting himself as an all-weather friend of Africa.
I propose that bilateral relations between China and all African countries having diplomatic ties with China be elevated to the level of strategic relations, and that the overall characterization of China-Africa relations be elevated to an all-weather China-Africa community with a shared future for the new era.
A strategic partnership. That's Xi Jinping's promise to Africa. Now let's talk about his second goal, which is tied to the Chinese economy. China is Africa's largest trading partner. Africa is a big market for Chinese goods, and Beijing cannot afford to lose ground there, especially now when the Chinese economy is slowing. And the Western market is slipping from their grasp. The West is placing trade barriers on Chinese goods, so for Chinese producers, the global market is basically shrinking. And that makes Africa even more important for them. They cannot afford to lose ground here. But this trade relationship is one-sided, heavily skewed in Beijing's favor. The trade surplus stands at $64 billion. $64 billion in China's favor. Cyril Ramaphosa raised this today during the summit. He's the president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa. He wants Beijing to address the trade imbalance. He said, and I'm quoting, "We would like to narrow the trade deficit and address the structure of our trade." Beijing responded to this. It struck a deal with South Africa. China will buy more raw wool and dairy products from South Africa. So how much money will China set aside for this? Has it made any commitments on financing or investment? Well, we don't know because they did not share the specifics. In fact, that was the case with most African nations. Big promises, but not many details. China was also non-committal on debt relief, an issue that the African Union raised today.
For many African states, debt relief is an urgent imperative to give debtor countries economies a vital economic breathing space. It is also desirable that, in the context of our industrialization effort, the portfolio of private investments in Africa should be sufficiently diversified to extend beyond the traditional field of mining and energy resources.
African leaders want China to do more. They want more loans, more financing, they want debt relief for struggling nations, and they want bigger investments. And on all these fronts, Beijing has disappointed them. Xi Jinping's $51 billion pledge makes for a great headline, but it is far less than what China has committed in the past. In fact, over the years, Beijing has gradually reduced its financial commitments to Africa. Between 2000 and 2020, Chinese lending to Africa increased five-fold over 20 years. It touched a whopping $696 billion. Chinese lending to Africa, $696 billion. Today, Beijing has committed just $51 billion, and that too over a period of 3 years. So why the fall in lending? Well, one reason is the state of the Chinese economy. It is weak. It can no longer support massive projects. Even Xi Jinping realizes this. So now he's talking about what he calls small and beautiful schemes. That's how he put it, small and beautiful schemes. Clearly, China's checkbooks also run out at some point. So they're changing tack and scaling back. Instead of big ticket projects, Xi Jinping is focusing on smaller initiatives. Another factor is the rising debt levels in African nations. They're buried under debt. In 2020, Zambia defaulted on its debt. China was Zambia's biggest creditor. It owes around $6 billion to Chinese lenders. Ghana and Angola have also faced financial distress due to Chinese loans. And this has raised global concerns. The United Nations Secretary General was at the summit today in China. He raised the rising debt levels in Africa. He said, and I'm quoting, "The situation is unsustainable." So far, Beijing has mostly restructured loans. They've refused the demand for large-scale waivers. This summit was a great opportunity to change course, but that was not to be. China wants to do business with Africa, but strictly on its own terms and for its own gains. Let's turn to Canada now, where the headline is betrayal. That too of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. I wish I could call it surprising, but frankly it is not, because Trudeau trusted the wrong person. Canada's Khalistan mascot, Jagmeet Singh. He leads the NDP, or the New Democratic Party in Canada, NDP, and they have decided to dump Trudeau. Let me explain. Canada's parliament has 338 seats. You need 170 seats to get a majority and form a government, 170. But Justin Trudeau's Liberal Party only has 154 seats. So where did the rest come from? Jagmeet's party, NDP, they have 24 lawmakers in parliament, and they agreed to support Justin Trudeau's party, not coalition support, outside support. Trudeau would keep all cabinet positions and ministries, but if a confidence vote was called, Jagmeet would support him. That was the arrangement. In return, Jagmeet got policy help. Trudeau pushed some of Jagmeet's pet projects, for example, Khalistan. Just think of everything that Justin Trudeau did. He cozied up to designated terrorists, publicly accused India of murder, defended separatism as free speech, and gave a safe haven to Khalistanis on the run. Well, congratulations, Prime Minister. It was all for nothing because Jagmeet Singh dumped you anyway. And his excuse? Apparently, Trudeau wasn't brave enough.
Justin Trudeau has proven again and again he will always cave to corporate greed. The Liberals have let people down. They don't deserve another chance. The fact is, the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people.
Here in India, we've seen a lot of coalition politics. We've seen alliances being built. We've also seen alliances collapse. So we know a made-up excuse when we hear it. And what you just heard was a classic example. The truth is, Jagmeet Singh is abandoning a sinking ship. He has revealed himself to be an opportunist. He's leaving Trudeau because the Prime Minister is losing. Look at the opinion polls. The opposition Conservatives lead Trudeau's party, that too by almost 18 points. And so chances are Trudeau is on his way out and Jagmeet Singh is jumping overboard while he still can. The question is, what happens to Trudeau's government? Will he be ousted? Well, not automatically. You need a confidence vote to topple the government. Any lawmaker can propose such a vote. All budget bills are also considered as confidence votes. If Justin Trudeau loses any of them, he will be out and elections will have to be held. On paper, polls are slated for October 2025, October next year, but Trudeau may not make it till then. He could be ousted this month or next month, or maybe next year. It depends on whether he can get new allies. But Trudeau is downplaying all the coalition concerns. He says he will let others focus on the politics.
Look forward to conversations with Mr. Singh about how we're going to continue to demonstrate that confident countries invest in their citizens, invest in their future, because that's what we're doing. I am not focused on politics. I'll let other parties focus on politics. I'm focused on actually delivering the things that Canadians told me this summer they need.
Now here's the obvious question. Canada's parliament will convene this month. Why doesn't the opposition just table a no confidence motion? Well, chances are they will, but it's not guaranteed to succeed. You see, Jagmeet Singh may have scrapped his deal with Justin Trudeau, but he can still prop up the government. And why would he do that? A, because he's not ready for elections. Reports say his party hasn't raised enough funds. And B, to build distance. Jagmeet will want to distance himself from Trudeau's policies, but for that he needs some time. He needs to let the divorce sink in. And the opposition realizes this. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre is calling it a stunt.
And now sellout Singh has pulled a stunt. The sellout Singh stunt today, where he came out and claimed that he was wrong, that the coalition was a bad, costly idea, but he refuses to commit to voting for a carbon tax election.
So things are precarious right now. Trudeau could reach out to other political parties, other opposition parties, like the Bloc Québécois, who have 32 seats. Or he could reach out to Jagmeet again, convince him to not topple the government. But either way, two things are pretty clear. One, Justin Trudeau is now a lame duck leader. He is at the mercy of smaller parties. And two, Jagmeet Singh is running his party to the ground. He took charge of the NDP in 2017. Look at their performance before and after. In 2011, the NDP had 103 seats. 2011, 103 seats. In 2015, they won 44 seats. In 2019, they won 24 seats, and in 2021, 24 seats again. This is Jagmeet Singh's career. He can barely keep his party afloat. And this is the guy who wants to break up India. It certainly promises to be an interesting period in Canadian politics. Maybe a good idea to get a lettuce for Justin Trudeau. Like Liz Truss in Britain, let's see if he can outlive it. Now let's turn south to the US, to the state of Georgia. A tragedy has taken place there, one that is all too common in America. There was a mass shooting at a school. 4 people were killed, 2 children, 2 adults, 2 students and 2 teachers. They were gunned down by a boy who went to the school. The local police responded to calls for help, but 4 people had already been killed by the time they arrived. And the shooter surrendered when he encountered them.
As the sheriff mentioned earlier this morning, the shooter is in custody. His name is Colt, that's C-O-L-T, Gray. He is a 14-year-old student here at the high school. Again, he has been taken into custody. He will be charged with murder, and he will be tried as an adult and handled as an adult.
The shooter was 14 years old. He managed to get his hands on an AR platform-style weapon, a semi-automatic rifle. This despite being on the police's watch list. Reports say that the suspect was on the FBI's radar last year, America's much-wanted Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI. The suspect had made some threatening posts on an online gaming site. He'd warned of a school shooting at an unidentified location and time. He'd even posted pictures of some guns. So the feds had tipped off local law enforcement, and a nearby sheriff's office interviewed the suspect. All of this happened last year, when he was still 13 years old. At the time, the boy denied making those threats. His father owned some guns, but insisted that the boy did not have unsupervised access to those guns. So the police could not detain him. The authorities reportedly issued a warning to the schools in the area. The suspect was supposed to be monitored. But clearly this did not work. He ended up killing 4 people, then surrendered to the police. He will be tried as an adult, but that won't bring the victims back. It won't change the fact that this was a massive security failure, and it won't change the situation in America. Guns are the leading cause of deaths for American children and teens. Every year, thousands of children are killed by firearms. The trend has only been rising. In 2021, more than 2,500 children died in firearm-related incidents. More than 2,500 children. School shootings are a part of this. Dozens of children have been killed at school over the last few years. At school, it's supposed to be the safest place for children outside their homes. But in the US, they are the sites of massacres. After a certain point, you have to start wondering, does the US even care about its children? It's supposed to be a superpower, the leader of the free world. So how is it that children are not safe in American schools? There will always be a bunch of excuses and the endless politics.
But this is just a senseless tragedy on top of so many senseless tragedies. And it's just outrageous that every day in our country, in the United States of America, that parents have to send their children to school worried about whether or not their child will come home alive. It's senseless. It is. We've got to stop it. And we have to end this epidemic of gun violence in our country once and for all.
Have to end it, she says. Okay, so do it. She's been serving as the vice president for almost 4 years now. How much time does it take to stop school shootings? The Democrats complain that their hands are tied, that the Republicans won't let them fix the problem. The Republicans are gun buffs. Perhaps this kind of collateral damage is fine for them. Either way, the US has no solutions. It cannot stop gun violence. It cannot stop school shootings. It cannot get its act together. By now, this has become common knowledge. Yet the Americans seem to be blind to this reality as they poke their nose into everyone else's business. Washington will declare other countries dangerous for their citizens and issue travel advisories. Their ambassadors will keep dishing out sermons and policy prescriptions about public safety and human rights. All this without so much as batting an eyelid, as if completely oblivious to what goes on at home. The truth is, it's the US that's an unsafe country now, the most dangerous developed nation in the world. It needs to set its house in order before preaching to the rest. To Singapore now. It was a busy day for Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi there. He met his Singaporean counterpart, he held meetings, toured a semiconductor factory, interacted with business leaders and even addressed a round table. This was Prime Minister Modi's first visit to Singapore since 2018, and all in all, it was quite a successful trip. India and Singapore have upgraded their bilateral ties. It is now a comprehensive strategic partnership. The two nations also signed 4 MOUs, Memorandums of Understanding, with the main focus being on semiconductor manufacturing. Singapore is already India's largest trade partner in ASEAN. Our next report tells you how it could be a crucial partner in helping India realize its chip-making dreams.
On Wednesday, PM Modi landed in Singapore. He got a warm welcome. He was received by the diaspora amid dance and music. After that, the Indian Prime Minister headed to the Istana. It's the official residence of the Singapore Prime Minister. And this is where PM Lawrence Wong hosted a private dinner for him. Today, it was down to business for the Indian PM. In the morning, PM Modi arrived at Singapore's Parliament House. He was greeted by PM Lawrence Wong. He received a ceremonial welcome. He met ministers and delegates. And finally, it was time for bilateral talks. The meeting was a productive one. India and Singapore have long shared bilateral relations. But this time, they decided to elevate those ties. It is now a strategic, comprehensive partnership. The aim is to boost economic ties and collaboration in various sectors. The two countries also signed 4 MOUs, that's Memorandums of Understanding. PM Modi also announced that India's first Thiruvalluvar Cultural Centre would soon open in Singapore.
हम भी भारत में अनेकों सिंगापुर बनाना चाहते हैं और मुझे खुशी है कि हम इस दिशा में मिलकर प्रयास कर रहे हैं। हमारे बीच जो मिनिस्टरियल राउंड टेबल बनी है वो एक पाथ ब्रेकिंग मैकेनिज्म है। स्किलिंग, डिजिटलाइजेशन, मोबिलिटी, एडवांस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जैसे सेमीकंडक्टर और एआई, हेल्थ केयर, सस्टेनेबिलिटी और साइबर सिक्योरिटी जैसे क्षेत्रों में सहयोग की दिशा में ये इनिशिएटिव की पहचान बन गई है।
So, what are these MOUs about? One of them focuses on digital security. It aims to enhance cooperation in cybersecurity and new age technologies like artificial intelligence. It also aims to facilitate upskilling of workers. Two others focus on health and skilling. But the most important one focuses on semiconductors, also known as chips. India and Singapore will create a semiconductor ecosystem. They will collaborate on development, they will nurture talent in designing and manufacturing, and Singaporean companies will invest in India. This is crucial because Singapore is a semiconductor hub. It makes 10% of the world's chips and 20% of the semiconductor making equipment. 9 of the top 15 global semiconductor firms have a presence in Singapore. This includes Qualcomm, AMD, Applied Materials, and Micron. India wants to become a key player in the global chip supply chain, which makes this partnership very crucial. And it didn't just stop with an MOU. PM Modi visited AEM Holdings, a leading chip manufacturing unit in Singapore. Modi also met top business leaders. This included the CEOs of Blackstone Singapore, Temasek Holdings, Sembcorp Industries Limited, Capital Land Investment, and Singapore Airways, among others. These business leaders have pledged to invest in India. So the visit focused on 3 aspects: upgrading ties, boosting investments, and focusing on semiconductor production. Shows you how important Singapore is for India and how it acts as a critical partner in PM Modi's Look East policy.
Hello, welcome. You're watching RT International.
As alleged in our court filings, President Vladimir Putin's inner circle, including Sergei, directed Russian public relations companies to influence the 2024 U.S. presidential election.
Трудно сказать.
America is back to its favorite pastime, and I don't mean baseball, I mean obsessing over Russia. Their latest target is RT, Russia Today, a Kremlin-funded Russian broadcaster. Washington says RT is meddling in the US election. How? By using influencers. Apparently, RT had hired a firm in Tennessee. They paid this firm $10 million. To do what? Create content based on Russian messaging. And here's how it worked. The Tennessee firm contracted a number of right-wing influencers. They were paid to make content on certain topics like migrant gangs or transgender issues or online censorship. These are staple topics for American conservatives. Nearly 2,000 such videos were created and they amassed 16 million views. Now, the obvious question is why? How does all of this help Russia? Listen to what the US Attorney General said.
The subject matter and content of many of the videos published by the company were often consistent with Russia's interest in amplifying U.S. domestic divisions in order to weaken U.S. opposition to core Russian interests, particularly its ongoing war in Ukraine. An internal planning document created by the Kremlin states that as a goal of the campaign is securing Russia's preferred outcome in the election.
So 2 things. 1, Russia wanted to amplify divisions in the US. And 2, Russia has a preferred outcome in the election. And what is that? A Donald Trump victory. We are not saying this, American officials are, that Russia wants Trump to win. They are cracking down heavily on Russia today. 10 people have been sanctioned by Washington. Among them is RT's editor-in-chief. Two RT staffers have also been indicted, meaning they face criminal charges in the US. But RT has denied these allegations and they're responding in the most RT way. Listen to this. 2016 called and it wants its cliches back. Three things are certain in life: death, taxes, and RT's interference in the US elections. Sounds funny, right? But there's a bigger issue here. That of information warfare. Russia today is a state-funded broadcaster, basically a mouthpiece for Moscow. And they rarely hide it. In 2017, RT registered as a foreign agent in the US. Technically, news channels don't have to do that, but RT did, because it was not just a news channel. It was also a political agent. Which brings us to the problem. There's a line between journalism and propaganda. There's also a line between propaganda and meddling. Washington says RT crossed all of these lines. But they're not the first or the only ones. Governments have always used media to push their narrative. Consider the United States and the Iraq War. Most US publications supported the war, like the New York Times and the Washington Post. They blindly bought the US government's version of events. Later on, they apologized for it. I'm sure Iraqis would call this propaganda. Same in the Libya war. The New York Times has been accused of favoring an intervention. Well, the US did intervene, and today Libya is a broken country. Such practices are more common among state-funded outlets like Al Jazeera in Qatar. They've been accused of spreading propaganda too during the Arab Spring and during the blockade of Qatar. So this problem is not exactly new. The only difference is Russia today went a step ahead. And frankly, it's harder for non-Western outlets because the standards are different. When a CNN or New York Times pushes the US narrative, it's good journalism. When others do it, it's called propaganda. And I don't mean just government narratives, I mean national interest narratives. Clearly, the Americans have aced this game. They've disguised propaganda as journalism. And all countries need to realize this, to wake up to this, because conflicts are not just fought with fighter jets and bullets, they're fought with information and narratives. If you can't get your narrative out, you will fail. It doesn't matter if your cause is good. And the opposite is also true. Even if your cause is bad, narratives can make it look good. That's what the US did in Iraq. That's what Russia is trying to do in Ukraine. Chances are Moscow will retaliate against the US, possibly against American media outlets. Meanwhile, President Putin is covering his tracks. US officials have accused him of covertly backing Trump. So Putin says he wants Kamala Harris to win.
I've said that our so-to-say favorite was the acting president, Mr. Biden. He's been taken out the race, but he advised all his supporters to support Mrs. Harris. That's what we'll do. We'll support her as well. That's the first thing. Secondly, her laugh is so expressive and infectious. That means that she's doing well.
Is that a joke or more propaganda? Only Putin knows. But either way, expect the media wars to escalate. China too has entered the fray. Their strategy is to throw money at the problem. Some $6.6 billion since 2009. That's the kind of money China has spent to expand its global media footprint. It's an information race. India, unfortunately, is falling behind. And the cost of this could be immense. We say the key is to find a balance to spread India's interests without meddling. Our next story is also from the US. President Joe Biden is reportedly set to make a power move. He's going to wade into a political controversy and try to make a play for votes. The controversy involves two steel companies, America's US Steel and Japan's Nippon Steel. US Steel is an institution. It was America's first billion-dollar company. It once dominated the American steel industry, but in recent years, it lost its edge, falling down the global pecking order. So last year, US Steel started looking for a buyer and settled on Japan's Nippon Steel. But this started a political firestorm. It was seen as America capitulating, handing over a prized asset to the Japanese. The ground reality did not matter. It became a matter of pride. So Joe Biden is now planning to block the deal, apparently citing national security risks. Here's our report.
I believe in American steel companies. American-owned and operated steel companies.
Upon taking office, I will invoke the Defense Production Act wherever it's necessary to very quickly ramp up capacity of essential products. and I will stop Japan from buying United States steel.
U.S. Steel is an historic American company, and it is vital for our nation to maintain strong American steel companies, and I couldn't agree more with President Biden. U.S. Steel should remain American-owned and American-operated.
There's finally something all American politicians seem to agree on. That US steel cannot be sold, not even to staunch allies like the Japanese. Japan's Nippon Steel is inches away from completing the takeover. It had announced its plans to buy US steel last December. It overcame a number of regulatory hurdles. But it hasn't managed to clear the biggest hurdle: American politics. Ever since Nippon Steel set its sights on US steel, it has been facing pushback from Joe Biden and the Democrats. Under him, the US Justice Department opened an antitrust investigation into the merger, even though the company itself had no problem with the takeover. US Steel shareholders overwhelmingly wanted to go ahead with the deal. They believed that the takeover could breathe new life into the company, open the gates to investments at its existing plants, and revitalize the grand old behemoth. But despite this, you have the politicians getting in the way, because it's not about business anymore. No politician wants to be seen as giving away an American legacy, not even to the Japanese, who are quite annoyed with all the interference. But the US is an essential ally, so they're keeping their mouths shut and waiting to see how it unfolds. But they may be in for some disappointment, because Biden looks set to go for the kill switch. He may declare the takeover a national security risk. But the real risk is not security, it's political. Because you see, the workers at US Steel are unionized. They're part of the United Steelworkers Union, which claims to be almost 800,000 strong. A lot of union members will be voting in November.
Are you ready to elect Kamala Harris, our next president of the United States?
US Steel is based in the state of Pennsylvania, which is a crucial swing state, so angering these union members is not an option. Both the Democrats and the Republicans are vying for their vote, which is why you saw Trump and Biden and Harris all agreeing on the same thing. They all believe that stopping the Nippon Steel-US Steel merger will get them votes, and it actually might. But this reeks of hypocrisy. This is supposed to be America, land of the free, or rather the free market. So how is it okay for politicians to undermine a company's shareholders? Whatever happened to the great capitalist dream, where only market forces dictated which companies lived or died? It's a classic case of American double standards. American governments of all hues will berate the world, criticize any interventionism, or so-called unfair market practices. But when it's the Oval Office on the line, suddenly government overreach isn't a problem. Free market forces be damned.
I'm heading to national security right now.
They say when it rains, it pours. Ask India's market regulator SEBI and its boss Madhavi Puri Butch. They've been at the receiving end. SEBI is the Securities and Exchange Board of India, headquartered in Mumbai. The pictures you just saw are from their Mumbai office. SEBI employees held a protest today against their chairperson. They want her to step down. She's been caught in controversies for weeks now. A few days back, a new report was out. It made serious allegations against Butch. It said SEBI employees are unhappy with her leadership and that under her, the work culture has become toxic. Employees say shouting and screaming is now common and public humiliation is the norm during meetings. Last month, they lodged a formal complaint. SEBI employees wrote to the Finance Ministry. Now, SEBI is an autonomous body, but it falls under India's Finance Ministry. So, SEBI's leadership reports to the government. The SEBI chief is appointed by the Union Cabinet. They can also be removed by the Cabinet. So what did these employees say in their complaint? SEBI's leadership uses harsh and unprofessional language. Employees have been assigned unrealistic work targets and their movements are monitored down to the minute, and fear has become a driving force. This is what they wrote to the Finance Ministry. The SEBI leadership then responded. They issued a statement yesterday and they said that employees, and I'm quoting, employees are being misguided by external elements. Now, this statement infuriated the employees. Hence the protest today. Around 200 employees assembled outside the SEBI building. The protest lasted for 2 hours. After that, they went back to work. But the situation is far from diffused. Let me show you some messages that are being circulated and shared. Listen to this, and I'm quoting. The protest is for the purpose of showing dissent and unity against the arm-twisting exercise done by the top management in the garb of a press release. The immediate demand is withdrawal of press release and resigning of SEBI chairperson for spreading lies against SEBI employees. So there is anger, and the anger is being directed at the SEBI chief, Madhabi Puri Butch. And the timing could not have been worse for her. She's been under the lens for some time now. It all began in the month of August when an American short seller published a report. I'm talking about Hindenburg. It's an investment research firm. It is known for targeting companies. It bets on their share prices to fall and makes money off it. That's what a short seller is. Now, Hindenburg did this with the Adani Group in India. It triggered quite a storm. Then India's market regulator SEBI started an investigation on Hindenburg. Last month, Hindenburg came out with a new report. It said SEBI chief Butch has a conflict of interest over Adani. It said Butch and her husband had stakes in offshore entities linked to Adani. Both Butch and Adani have denied these claims. Then a few days ago, fresh allegations emerged. They were levelled by India's main opposition party, the Congress Party, and they centre around Butch's tenure at the ICICI Bank. She was a banker before joining SEBI. The Congress Party says she got payments from ICICI Bank while also serving at SEBI. Again, both Butch and SEBI have denied this. But these stories have taken a life of their own, and questions surrounding Madhabi Puri Butch refuse to go away. Conflict of interest is a serious charge for the chief of India's market regulator. Plus, there's politics at play. The last thing she needed was this row. The story is only developing. We'll be tracking it for you. Let's turn to Bangladesh now. The chorus for extraditing Sheikh Hasina is growing. Student leaders have talked about it, political parties have, and now interim leader Mohammad Yunus has joined in. He too wants Sheikh Hasina to return to face justice in Bangladesh.
She has to be brought back, or the people of Bangladesh won't be at peace. The kind of atrocities she has committed must be addressed through a trial here.
Now, this is very important. Until now, Hasina's extradition was only a public demand. It was not Dhaka's official position. But now it is. Mohammad Yunus says Bangladesh will not be at peace until Hasina returns, until she's tried in court. It's only a question of when the request is made. And this puts India in a tough position. Sheikh Hasina is yet to get asylum in another country. So if Dhaka makes this request to extradite Sheikh Hasina, India will have to take a call. Either reject, agree or delay. Until then, Yunus has some advice. He says Sheikh Hasina must stay silent as long as she is in India. Remember, Hasina had released a statement last month. She called for a protest march on the 15th of August. Yunus has called it an unfriendly gesture. He says such statements do not help India or Bangladesh. He also talked about the attack on Hindus. Yunus says the attacks are not religious. He says they are political. Most Hindus in Bangladesh supported Hasina, hence the mobs targeted them. That's what Yunus is saying, but I'm afraid that simply doesn't cut it. Mohammad Yunus was brought in to normalize the situation, to ensure law and order, not to make excuses for the radical mob. Apparently, he gave the same assessment to Prime Minister Modi, that the violence was political, not religious. That's what he said. And now he's given another piece of advice. Yunus wants India to rethink its position on Bangladesh.
The narrative is that everybody is Islamist, the Bangladesh Nationalist Party is Islamist, and everyone else is Islamist and will make this country into Afghanistan. And Bangladesh is in safe hands with Sheikh Hasina at the helm only. India is captivated by this narrative. India needs to come out of this.
Now, don't look at these comments in isolation. They're part of a larger shift. The attack on Hindus, the erasure of the 1971 legacy, the outreach to China and Pakistan, the blame game over floods, the decision to visit the United States before India, and the decision to leverage Hasina's stay in New Delhi to use it as a pressure tool. All of this signals a strain in bilateral ties, and Mohammad Yunus is not even hiding it. He says India-Bangladesh relations are at a low. It shows at the border too. India and Bangladesh share a 4,000-kilometer border. The interim government has adopted a new border stance, a stricter one. Dhaka says Sheikh Hasina mismanaged the border, that she asked the border agency to turn their backs, basically ignore whatever the Indian side was doing. The interim regime says that won't happen anymore. Consider what happened last month. Dhaka says Indian officials tried to erect a barbed wire along the border. Apparently, the Bangladeshis stopped the Indian attempt. But New Delhi is telling a very different story. Here, officials say that the barbed wire was meant for a cattle fence, not the border. Do you see the problem here? There's a clear trust deficit between the two sides, whether it's between the leadership or at the border. The only solution is dialogue. A Bangladeshi border delegation is visiting India next month. Hopefully, that will sort out the border. The rest of it needs political engagement. Both Prime Minister Modi and Mohammad Yunus are traveling to New York this month. They will be addressing the UN General Assembly. Perhaps they can meet on the sidelines. But at the end of the day, it's all about political will. India has respected the churn in Bangladesh. India has not meddled in or criticized their internal affairs. Why? Because New Delhi wants to keep this relationship intact. The question is, does Yunus want the same? His words suggest the opposite. Let's hope his actions tell a different story. Our next story is about Rebecca Cheptegei. She was a Ugandan Olympian. Last month, she took part in her first Olympics, and she could have had many more accolades. But last Sunday, that dream was snuffed out. She had an argument with her boyfriend. He poured petrol on her. He set her on fire. 4 days later, Rebecca succumbed to her injuries. It's a haunting realization. No matter how fast women run, the threat of violence always catches up. Rebecca trained her entire life to defy limits. She represented her country at the global stage. This isn't how her story should have ended. But it has, like countless women across the globe who face domestic violence. Our next report takes a look at Rebecca's story.
Last month, Rebecca Cheptegei was at the Olympics. A marathon runner from Uganda, she was running for glory in Paris. Yet, just weeks later, her life has run out. Today, she died. 4 days ago, her boyfriend set her on fire. The incident took place last Sunday in Kenya. Reports suggest the couple was heard quarreling outside. The argument is said to be about their house, one that Rebecca owned. That's when her partner bought a container of petrol. He poured it on her, he set her on fire. Her daughter tried to come for her rescue, but the boyfriend kicked her away. Rebecca was then taken to a hospital. Her body was 80% burnt and her organs were failing. So, after 4 days, she succumbed to her injuries. Her boyfriend was arrested after the incident, and he too is in the hospital after suffering burns. Rebecca began her career in 2010. She represented Uganda in many races. The Paris Games was her first Olympic experience. She took part in the marathon and finished 44th in the race. Uganda's sports minister called her death tragic. Authorities are investigating the circumstances of Rebecca's death. But this isn't the first such incident. Rebecca lived in Kenya's western town of Endebess. This was to be close to the training facilities. That makes her the third female athlete to be killed in Kenya since 2021. In 2021, record-breaking Kenyan runner Agnes Tirop was stabbed to death. She was just 25 years old. Her husband is on trial for the murder. Then again in 2022, Kenyan-born athlete Damaris Mutua was found dead in Iten. That makes Rebecca's death the third such case and shines a spotlight on what female athletes go through.
I can say we are still in shock and we are in pain, especially as athletes. And this thing happening in Kenya, this is the second time an athlete is being attacked. You remember the case of Agnes Tirop. Now it has come to Rebecca. So we are not happy.
We need to, as much as possible, to speak about gender-based violence and coach our people, talk to them, sensitize them about the gender-based violence, and out of that probably we'll get a good society going forward.
These are women whose strides are larger than life. Yet they still can't outrun the shadows of violence. This isn't just about the loss of a talented athlete, it's also a chilling realization that even at the pinnacle of success, women remain vulnerable to violence. The stadiums may be full of crowds, the medals may glitter. Yet, behind closed doors, women face a reality that no gold medal can erase. Rebecca Cheptegei should have been remembered for her track records. Instead, she will be remembered for the fire that took her life, like the countless other women whose lives were cut short by violence.
For our last story tonight, we have a question for you. What makes a great teacher? We ask because today is Teachers' Day in India. Goes without saying, our teachers shape us in innumerable ways. So today is a celebration in their honor to recognize their contribution, their warranted anger, and their infinite care. So let's go back to our question. Who is a great teacher? The answer may seem obvious to you, but researchers have struggled with it for centuries. The earliest accounts go as far back as 500 BC, when Confucius was portrayed as a model teacher. Many thinkers believe that good teaching is like magic. It is instinctive. Either you are a good teacher or you aren't. Obviously, it's not that simple. So education scientists generated a sea of data. They launched many quests to look for that one essential trait. And first, they focused on qualifications, like high scores or clearing teacher certification exams at the first shot. A teacher's quality can be defined by how well they did when they were students themselves. Many countries, in fact, still follow this thinking, including those with high-performing school systems like South Korea, where they recruit teacher trainees from the top 5%, or Finland from the top 10%. But this is not the complete picture. Recent research says qualification does not always make a good teacher. When you're stuck on a school bus with 40 screaming children, no one cares if you went to Harvard University. What matters is your personality. So scientists dug deeper. They looked at personality traits, extroversion, politeness, calmness, enthusiasm, and so on. And they realized that it's not just about traits either. Different teachers can be effective in different ways. A super strict teacher demands focus. A carefree teacher turns a classroom into a playground of learning. So what makes a good teacher is not about magic, top degrees, or inherent qualities. Experts say two things define a good teacher. First is skills, like the quality of instruction and subject knowledge. And the second is experience, because teachers too learn on the job like everyone else. So like with most other jobs, skills and experience shape good teaching. But there's a third factor as well, which cannot really be quantified, but it's shared by most great teachers, and that is emotion. A great teacher is one who fosters an emotional connect with students, which may be surprising because we try to keep reason and emotion separate. We tell doctors to not get attached to patients or teachers to dispassionately cover lesson plans, but science shows that emotion is not the opposite of reason. It is in fact essential to learning because emotions can make things valuable. They tell you what to pay attention to, what to care about, what to remember, which is why you love and respect when you love and respect your math teacher, you fall in love with math. If you want to be like your literature teacher when you grow up, you want to read more books. There is a connection between emotional relationships and learning. And there is no one way to build it. So if you're a teacher, we see you and we thank you for everything that you do, and we hope you don't run yourself ragged trying to meet some magic criteria, because there are none. And to everyone watching this, think of a teacher who impacted you in some way. What is it that made them special? Was it their funny stories, their passion? Or was it when they showed that they care? Big or small, we hope you let them know that what makes your teacher human is also what makes them great. Our joke of the day today is about love. Finding the right one is not an easy task, but a Brazilian woman took it to the next level. She decided to marry the person she knew best, herself. I'm not kidding. She married her own self. After all, it was a match made in the mirror. But like all fairy tales, reality set in soon. The honeymoon period was short-lived. Sure, she enjoyed the solo trips and the quiet dinners at home, but turns out it wasn't so easy. Also, what do you do when you need space from yourself? Soon, romance turned into resentment, and now she's divorcing herself. The worst part about this? She will run into her ex every time she looks into the mirror, and she cannot say, "It's not you, it's me," because it's literally just her. Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Pope Francis leads Mass for over 80,000 people in Indonesia. Floodwaters burst through a library wall in New York, leading to damages worth $10 million. And firefighters battle a fast-spreading wildfire in northwestern Spain. Finally, we're taking you back in history on this day in 1972. The Munich Olympics took a tragic turn. Palestinian gunmen attacked the Israeli team, taking them hostage. 11 people were killed after a botched rescue operation. The attack caused a deep rift between Germany and Israel. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the United States. President Joe Biden's administration has announced wide-ranging actions targeting Russia's efforts to manipulate public opinion ahead of the 2024 presidential election. The U.S. Justice Department has criminally charged 2 employees of the Russian state media network RT over a scheme to hire an American company to produce online content to meddle in the upcoming U.S. election. Washington has also sanctioned 10 individuals and entities, as well as seized 32 internet domains allegedly used for maligning the presidential campaigns on directions of Moscow.
The American people are entitled to know when a foreign power is attempting to exploit our country's free exchange of ideas in order to send around its own propaganda. We allege that as part of that effort, RT and its employees, including the defendants, implemented a nearly $10 million scheme to fund and direct a Tennessee-based company to publish and disseminate content deemed favorable to the Russian government.
Attorney General Merrick Garland said 3 Russian companies used fake profiles to promote false narratives on social media. He revealed that an internal planning document by the Kremlin states that the goal of Russian propaganda is securing its preferred outcome in November, which is a Republican victory. Documents submitted by the Federal Bureau of Investigation show Russian companies hiring individuals to promote Donald Trump and the Republicans on social media platforms.
As alleged in our court filings, President Vladimir Putin's inner circle, including Sergei Kirilnikov, directed Russian public relations companies to promote disinformation and state-sponsored narratives as part of a program to influence the 2024 U.S. presidential election.
Now, speaking on the accusations and charges, Vladimir Putin said Russia prefers the Democrats and would like to see Kamala Harris replace Joe Biden as president.
As for the favorites, there is no need to define that. It's a choice by the people of America in the end. I've said that our so-to-say favorite was the acting president, Mr. Biden. He's been taken out the race, but he advised all his supporters to support Mrs. Harris. That's what we'll do, we'll support her as well. That's the first thing. Secondly, her laugh is so expressive in infections. That means that she's doing well.
Meanwhile, the White House says Russia remains a primary threat to the U.S. election, even as authorities investigate a hack by Iran of Donald Trump's campaign.
I mean, obviously people can have their own views about whether they're surprised or not that Russia might be trying to interfere in our election, but we're not taking it lightly. Nobody's shrugging here because it's that important. It's that important to convey to the American people that we are taking the safety and security of our electoral process seriously. So nobody's shrugging about it, and we're going to constantly monitor, as I said, these threats, be able to thwart them when we see them, and identify and hold the actors accountable.
Now, American authorities also say that Russian disinformation networks amplify polarizing political topics such as immigration, crime, and the war in Gaza. The U.S. electorate has been warned against trusting and sharing electoral news on the internet that has not been verified, as it could lead to promoting Russian propaganda. And staying in the United States, prominent members of the Indian community have launched a campaign called Indian Americans for Harris and are rallying behind the Democrat in hopes of creating history. Born in Oakland, California, Kamala Harris is the first woman of Black and Indian heritage who has a chance of being the first woman president of the United States. Now, the Indian American community remains a vital demographic in the November 5th election. The Indian community has an annual average household income of over $119,000, the highest among all ethnic groups. Indian Americans also lead other demographic groups in education, with almost 40% of the population having a postgraduate degree and 30% having an undergraduate degree. In terms of occupation, Indian Americans make up almost 70% of professional and administrative roles, with almost 10% of all doctors being Indian. Now, Indian Americans are endorsing Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris, underscoring her alignment with the community's aspirations for an inclusive America.
I love her. I am so glad to see a presidential nominee who is youthful and joyful, and I think that reflects right back onto the Democrats, and I am so excited to be able to vote for her. My first time voting in a presidential election, and I could not be happier. She's half Indian, and I come from Indian immigrants. My parents are Indian immigrants, and so to be able to be a delegate for the first women nominee who is of Indian descent is the biggest honor of my life, probably.
Meanwhile, Usha Vance, an Indian American lawyer too, was born in California and is also involved in the election as the wife of Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, who is Donald Trump's running mate. However, Usha Vance's presence on the Trump campaign has failed to attract much Indian American support for the GOP. Since her husband was picked as Trump's running mate, Usha Vance has rarely been active and has only delivered one 4-minute speech, which was then subjected to online racism and hate. Several Indian American community members say they are proud of Usha Vance's connection to the Hindu community, but are perplexed with the Republican Party's lack of support for her. Meanwhile, the Indian Americans for Harris campaign is rallying members of the community to vote for the Democrat in critical swing states, including North Carolina, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Georgia. New polls from the key battleground states show a close race between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, with the Republican taking a slight lead in North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Arizona. The final outcome is expected to come down to a razor-thin margin, and the Indian American community support could play a deciding factor in who gets elected to the White House. And now north of the border, where Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is facing a major political setback after a key ally of his minority government pulled its support ahead of the general election next year. In an online video, New Democratic Party leader Jagmeet Singh said that Liberals failed to take on the Conservative opposition. Singh expressed his growing frustration with the Prime Minister's Liberal Party, adding it was too weak and selfish to fight for Canadians.
Hey, I notified the Prime Minister that I've ripped up the supply and confidence agreement. Canadians are fighting a battle for the future of the middle class. Justin Trudeau has proven again and again he will always cave to corporate greed. The Liberals have let people down. They don't deserve.
The NDP leader further said he would run for Prime Minister in 2025 and restore hope in Canada.
I'm running for Prime Minister because together we can and will stop conservative cuts. We can deliver relief and restore hope, fix healthcare, build homes you can afford, stop price gouging. It's always impossible until it isn't. It can't be done until someone does it. If we're together, nothing is impossible, and we won't let them tell us it can't be done. Big corporations and wealthy CEOs have had their government. It's the people's time.
Now the two parties struck a deal in 2022 to keep Prime Minister Trudeau in power until mid-2025 in exchange for more social spending. Prime Minister Trudeau has reacted to Singh's surprise announcement, saying he will not indulge in politics and will focus on tackling the country's high inflation and housing crisis.
Not focused on politics. I'll let other parties focus on politics. I'm focused on actually delivering the things that Canadians told me this summer they need. I had thousands of conversations with people across the country. Very few of them wanted to talk politics. They wanted to talk how are they going to make sure that they can afford their rent as they get back to school in the fall, how they're going to be able to hope to one day be able to own a home.
Now, to be clear, Singh pulling his support for the Prime Minister does not mean a snap election is imminent. However, it could force Canada to go to the polls before the scheduled election date next year. In fact, a no-confidence vote could be on the table soon, and Prime Minister Trudeau would have to find other support in Parliament to survive the floor test. Canada's lower house of Parliament currently has 154 Liberals, 119 Conservatives, and 24 NDP members. And so far, opinion polls have shown the Conservatives well ahead of the Liberals with 43% against, while 21% in favor of Liberals. Grappling with a major affordability crisis, it seems like Canadians are looking for new leadership as Prime Minister Trudeau completes almost 10 years in power. And moving to South America, where an unexpected currency war is taking place in Argentina. A province is said to be so cash-strapped that it's been forced to create its own currency named the Chacho just to keep the local economy going. But how does this bold move play with President Javier Milei's announcing more fiscal cuts, or what he calls shock therapy? Here's our report with more on the fiscal crisis.
In the remote province of La Rioja, Argentina, a bold financial experiment is unfolding. La Rioja is one of the country's poorest regions, perched on the red clay highlands near the Chilean border. And it has been hit hard by the shock economic policies of President Javier Milei, designed to tackle Argentina's chronic inflation. So when Milei slashed the cash transfers from the federal government, La Rioja found itself bankrupt, unable to meet its financial obligations. And by February, the province defaulted, plunging into deep recession. The governor of the La Rioja province, Ricardo Quintela, a vocal critic of the Argentina president, devised an audacious solution. He created La Rioja's own currency, the Chacho, which is named after a local historical figure, Angel Vicente Chacho Peñalosa. The Chachos, printed in denominations from 1,000 to 50,000, were handed out to government employees, giving them a little extra to buy essentials. The province's governor framed it as bonus payment designed to boost the struggling local economy. 1 Chacho equals 1 peso, and although businesses aren't forced to accept it, they are strongly encouraged to do so. So when the currency was rolled out, several government officials rushed to collect their 50,000 Chachos, equivalent to just $40. For people in La Rioja, where the average monthly salary is only $240, this was a significant amount. However, the Chacho has limitations. Some businesses are hesitant to accept too many of them, fearing they'll be stuck with worthless paper. Though the governor has assured businesses that they can exchange Chachos for pesos, the process has been slow, with some entrepreneurs comparing La Rioja to Venezuela, where similar measures were once used during a period of economic crisis. But despite its challenges, the Chacho has made its place. Each bill carries an image of Chacho Peñalosa, a symbol of defiance against Buenos Aires, and a QR code that, when scanned, displays a message criticizing the Milei administration for cutting off federal funds. So far, 3 billion Chachos worth about $3 million have been issued, with plans to print 6 billion more. So whether the Chacho proves a long-term solution or just a temporary fix, it remains to be seen. But for now, it is giving La Rioja a lifeline in a time of financial desperation.
And finally, in Russia, Vladimir Putin has set his sights on a new battle, the fight against aging. As part of an urgent directive, Russia's health ministry has been tasked with saving 175,000 lives in the next 6 years through cutting-edge anti-aging research. From slowing cellular decline to bioprinting technologies, the plan is bold, but scientists are baffled by the sudden pressure to deliver. One has to wonder if Putin is attempting to stop the clock of Father Time. Our final report explains.
Apart from Russia's ongoing war with Ukraine, President Vladimir Putin has another mission in mind: a battle against aging. In a surprising move, the Russian president has directed the country's top scientists to urgently develop treatments that could extend life and counter the nation's declining life expectancy. The push came through a June directive from the Health Ministry tasking research institutes with proposals to save 175,000 lives by 2030. And since then, the abruptness of this order has sent shockwaves through Russia's medical research community. The plan focuses on slowing cellular aging, preventing cognitive decline, and correcting the immune system. It also involves using bioprinting for advanced medical interventions, leaving many experts in disbelief. One Russian doctor, stunned by the suddenness of the mandate, remarked, "It felt like the letter had just arrived today and the deadline was yesterday." The doctor added that normally such ambitious national projects are preceded by months of meetings and public discussions, but this one dropped out of the blue. Tatyana Golikova, who is Russia's deputy prime minister, introduced the initiative during the Rossiya exhibition in Moscow. During the announcement, she tied the initiative to the national goal of improving longevity. But the urgency amid the ongoing war and other national issues puzzled many. A researcher quipped, "Right in the middle of the war, we're supposed to drop everything and save the elderly." The level of cynicism is baffling. Further adding to the challenges is the massive financial burden. Developing anti-aging treatments could cost billions, something the country may struggle to fund during these turbulent times. Mikhail Kovalchuk, a close ally of Putin and head of the Kurchatov Institute, has been one of the most enthusiastic advocates for the anti-aging program. Known for his dreams of eternal life and a Russian genome, Kovalchuk's influence has shaped the initiative, with a Kremlin insider noting, "He raves about it constantly." The urgency behind the project is also rooted in the troubling statistics from Russia's Federal State Statistics Service, which revealed a drop in the country's average life expectancy to 73.24 years between July 2023 and June 2024. And with these numbers in mind, Putin's government is keen to act fast. So whether this rapid-fire initiative will succeed in slowing the clock remains to be seen. But it certainly reflects Putin's broader vision: to bolster Russian innovation and improve the health of the nation, even in the face of uncertainty.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections, to climate change, to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global South. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Let's take a look at our top story. Flanked by 50 African leaders, Chinese President Xi Jinping posed for a family photograph in a massive show of strength at a time of increasing political and economic turmoil around the world. The Chinese president opened the 9th Forum of China-Africa Cooperation in Beijing as he seeks to position his country as the development partner of choice for the global south.
The friendship between China and Africa transcends time and space, surmounts mountains and oceans, and passes down through generations. The founding of the FOCAC in 2000 was a milestone in the history of China-Africa relations. We stand shoulder to shoulder with each other to firmly defend our legitimate rights and interests as once-in-a-century changes sweep across the world. We always empathize with and support each other, setting a stellar example of a new type of international relations.
Speaking at the forum, Xi Jinping said Beijing would provide African countries $51 billion in new financing, including loans and other types of assistance. Not just this, the Chinese president has also promised to create 1 million jobs in Africa. He also announced 30 infrastructure projects to boost connectivity across the continent.
In the next 3 years, the Chinese government is willing to provide $51 billion of financial support, including $30 billion of credit facilities and $11 billion of various types of assistance, and to promote Chinese enterprises to invest no less than $10 billion in Africa.
The Chinese president also vowed to strengthen military ties with African countries. Xi Jinping announced joint training programs with the China's PLA and militaries of African nations.
China will provide $140 million of non-reimbursable military assistance to the African side, train 6,000 military personnel and 1,000 police and law enforcement personnel for the African side, invite 500 young military officers to visit China, and carry out China-Africa military fraternization and continuous joint cruises.
The Forum on China-Africa Cooperation Summit chalks out a 3-year program for China and every African state except Eswatini, which retains ties to Taiwan. The photos and videos from the Grand Summit in Beijing are all smiles and handshakes. But there could be tough talks ahead as goals of African countries come up against China's slimmed-down priorities. The two sides could see differences over levels of trade and investment. Africa's biggest two-way lender, China, has been lending huge sums for infrastructure in Africa. But now Beijing wants to move away from big-ticket projects. Instead, it wants African countries to buy more Chinese goods. For China, its top priority is to find buyers in categories which have an overcapacity and looming Western sanctions. This is China's market of electric vehicles and solar panels. So China is shaping its finance for Africa around green technologies. It has already set aside more for solar farms, EV plants, and Wi-Fi facilities, and has cut back on lending for bridges, ports, and railways. But what Africa is looking for is quicker financing solutions to its growing debt crisis. In recent months, the worsening debt has triggered civil unrest in countries like Kenya, Uganda, and Nigeria. China has been making high-interest loans to low-income African nations to fund development of infrastructure projects. Xi Jinping's Belt and Road Initiative has been criticized for its debt-laden projects. The United Nations has called for fresh reforms to the international financing structure, warning that Africa's inadequate access to debt relief is a recipe for social unrest.
Many African countries are mired in debt and struggling to invest in sustainable development. Many have no access to effective debt relief, enjoy scarce resources, and clearly insufficient concessional funding to respond to the basic needs of their population and protect them from the ravages of a climate crisis they did nothing to create. This situation is unsustainable and the recipe for social unrest.
So, during the current summit, African delegates want to hear how China plans to meet its 2021 summit pledges to buy $300 billion worth of goods from Africa, which still remains unfulfilled. They also seek assurances on the progress of incomplete Chinese-funded infrastructure projects. At the heart of this summit is a geopolitical battle for influence in Africa. Its vast and rich trove of resources, potential of a young population, and 54 seats in the United Nations have China, Russia, and the United States-led West competing for power. The United Kingdom, Italy, Russia, and South Korea have also held Africa summits in recent years. However, Beijing's outsized role in both finance and trade means that it remains Africa's biggest partner. Now, for more on this, we have with us Patrick Bond, who is a political economist and distinguished professor at the University of Johannesburg. He is joining us live from Cape Town, South Africa. Hello to you, Professor.
Good to be with you again, Alison.
Great to speak to you. Now, how do you assess the economic impact of the China-Africa summit on African countries, particularly in terms of trade and investment, with China now pledging $51 billion in fresh financing?
Yes, and the fresh is the crucial question, because some of these are projects that have been discussed for years, decades in some cases, but they are debt-laden, as you pointed out. And the big hope we've had in FOCAC meetings that go back now 24 years to 2000 is that instead of the old neo-colonial export of raw materials or slightly processed minerals and fossil fuels, that there would be more manufacturing. And the one country that moved quickly, Ethiopia, has then regressed, and it's back to about 6% manufacturing to GDP. In fact, all of Africa went from a high of about 17% in the mid-90s down to about 11%. And that's really because Chinese goods have really washed out the local production systems. And I fear that's not going to change. And indeed, much of that 61 billion, about 60%, will come in the form of loans. And that has, as you've said, created major problems of instability when it leads to austerity and the IMF and the World Bank clamping down, Kenya being the most recent extreme example.
Yes. Given these growing concerns about the debt sustainability, how is China addressing the debt issues that are faced by many African nations in its new agreements? Have we seen anything to show that it is addressing these issues?
No, I mean, I think the two critiques are that there will be throwing more good money after bad. In other words, just lending so that you can pay more of the interest that's already come due on what are indeed higher interest loans, higher interest rates than typically you'd get from the multilateral agencies. The second thing, in addition to throwing money, is to support the World Bank and the IMF. And the Chinese have been the biggest new investors in recapitalizing those institutions, in spite of the rhetoric about trying to have some sort of an alternative BRICS New Development Bank or Chinese funding. And that in turn, as we saw in Kenya, leads protesters to target these institutions. And I think in that sense, China hasn't really figured out a new way to deal with the debt crises, the worst ever, even worse than the early 1980s, that so many countries are facing, including countries that default now on Chinese debt. And, you know, Zambia, Ghana, Ethiopia, they're some of the success stories from the 2010s, but have had to go bankrupt.
Absolutely. And now we have seen the geopolitics that's playing out in Africa. What are the implications of the China-Africa summit for the global south? And how might it shift the balance of power in international relations? We have seen this renewed interest in the African continent from the West, from Russia, and of course from China.
Yes, and Russia and China seem to work together through, especially the meeting in late October of the BRICS. And there are now not just South Africa, but Egypt and Ethiopia going as full members, although Ethiopia probably won't be allowed to join the BRICS New Development Bank. That may then affect the way the one member, South Africa, plus the African Union, which joined at the Delhi G20, they will go in November. And there may be a sort of slight balance of power shifting towards China and maybe other BRICS agendas, Russia. But, the real dilemma is the geographical relationships, for example, to the copper belt and the new energy materials that are desired, cobalt and the Zambian and Democratic Republic of the Congo. The U.S. is trying to push some of those to the west through Angola and the Lobito corridor. So China is now offering to rehabilitate the Tanzania-Zambia railway so that the goods will go east. So I can sort of see a bit of a pull of infrastructure. But until we see a change in those basic neo-colonial relations in which China imports goods, which are basically raw materials from Africa, and exports back to Africa finished goods, just like the West always said, it'll remain a very complicated relationship, full of tension and full of geopolitical stress.
Yes. Professor, thank you for being with us on First Post Africa. As always, your valued insights are appreciated.
Thank you.
Shifting focus to Egypt, the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi met with his Turkish counterpart Recep Tayyip Erdogan in Ankara on Wednesday. Now, this was the Egyptian leader's first visit to Turkey in 12 years and marks a new era in Ankara-Cairo ties after a decade of rift. Both the leaders expressed their will to deepen their cooperation as they met in the Turkish capital. This meeting comes in response to Turkish President Erdogan's visit to Cairo in February. The two leaders had then said that they turned over a new leaf in their ties. Now, in Ankara on Wednesday, the two leaders signed 17 cooperation agreements with commitments to improve relations in every area from trade to climate.
During our meeting with Mr. Sisi in Cairo, we had decided to restructure our high-level Strategic Cooperation Council. We held the first meeting of this mechanism today. With our joint declaration, we confirmed our will to advance our cooperation in all fields including industry, trade, defense, health, environment, and energy.
Turkey and Egypt have been at odds on various conflicts and political issues for years. Both nations cut ties in 2013 after El-Sisi, then Defense Minister of Egypt, led a coalition to remove President Mohamed Morsi, who was an ally of Turkey and part of the Muslim Brotherhood movement. Erdogan at the time had said that he would never speak to anyone like Sisi. But over the past 2 years, both nations have come closer as they aligned on several issues like the Israel-Hamas war. Last year, Ankara and Cairo mutually reappointed ambassadors, after which Erdogan had visited Cairo. Trade between the two nations also continued despite the rift. Turkey is Egypt's fifth largest trading partner, while Egypt is Turkey's largest partner in Africa. Now, the two leaders have said that they want to expand their annual commercial exchanges to $15 billion in the next 5 years. They also discussed the possible sale of Turkish drones to Egypt. Now, apart from bilateral cooperation, the two men also discussed various regional issues. On the Gaza war, they called for a ceasefire and greater deliveries of humanitarian aid to the besieged Palestinian population. Turkey has sent thousands of tons of aid to Egypt for Palestinians. It has also praised Cairo's humanitarian efforts and role as negotiator in the talks on a ceasefire and hostage deal.
I am concerned here to highlight the unity of Egypt and Turkey positions towards the demand for an immediate ceasefire and the rejection of the current Israeli escalation in the West Bank, and the call to start a path that achieves the aspirations of the Palestinian people to establish their independent state on the borders of June 4, 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital.
Apart from Gaza, the two leaders also discussed the political situation in Libya, the war in Sudan, and the rift between Ethiopia and Somalia. Both sides agreed on the need to preserve the unity and territorial integrity of their ally Somalia. Ankara and Cairo have both recently signed military cooperation agreements with Somalia, which is in a standoff with Ethiopia after it signed a port deal with Somalia's breakaway region of Somaliland. Shifting focus to Senegal now, the Senegalese president Bassirou Diomaye Faye is set to dissolve the country's opposition-dominated parliament. This after the opposition announced a motion of censure against the government earlier this week. Threatened by the censure motion, Senegal's head of government, Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko, addressed his staff on Wednesday. He said that President Faye is planning to dissolve the parliament soon and initiate a major anti-corruption campaign. The parliament dissolution will effectively neutralize the motion of censure, which was announced in response to a bill put forward by the country's new government leaders. The bill sought to abolish two councils, the Council of Local Authorities and the Economic, Social and Environmental Council. Opposition believed the abolishment would pave the way to the dissolution of the National Assembly, which they currently dominate. So they launched the censure motion, which as per Senegal's constitution, if adopted by a majority, would compel the government to resign. Now, Senegal's new government was installed less than 4 months ago, after President Faye swept the elections. However, the ruling coalition does not hold a majority in the parliament. So amid the looming threat, the President and the Prime Minister want the Parliament to be dissolved. But as per reports, President Faye will only be able to do that from the 12th of September, exactly 24 months after the Parliament's first post-election session.
We've heard talk of a motion of censure, bringing down the government, but there will be no motion of censure. You know, there are politicians who are completely overwhelmed by events, supported by their press. But I can assure you that there will be no motion of censure between now and 12th. And that on the 12th, God willing, these people will have something else to do than be MPs.
So the next week could be significant in Senegal's politics amid the escalating standoff between the ruling coalition and the opposition. The Prime Minister also said the government intended to present new public policy guidelines this month for the period up to 2050 and the coming 5 and 10 years. This could define the way Senegal, a relatively politically stable country in Africa, is ruled for the coming years. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our story today is from Morocco. A circus school in the city of Saly is transforming the lives of young people by offering professional circus arts training. Students from all walks of life are accepted in this school, who undergo a minimum of 3 years of training. Our report gets you all the details about how these youngsters are getting a second chance at life.
In the vibrant tapestry of Moroccan culture, traditions like storytelling, acrobatics, sacred music, and the rhythmic beats of Nawa coexist, along with religious celebrations and urban festivities. Now, a unique opportunity for the youth has emerged in the city of Saly, in the form of circus arts. At the center of this is the Shems Circus School. It was established in 2009 and it is not just teaching circus arts but offering a lifeline to young people, giving them a chance to rewrite their futures. The school's mission goes beyond mere entertainment. It's about social integration through the rigorous training of circus arts. The students, who often come from challenging backgrounds, undergo a demanding training regimen that can last anywhere from 3 to 4.5 years.
The first time I came to the circus, I was accompanied by 2 friends, and we just wanted to see the place and see what the training was like. They told us there was an audition, and we decided to take it. They gave us all the information we needed about the process and how to become an artist. We liked it. We thought it was better to spend our time here rather than waste it on the streets with no guarantees or anything.
This training is not just about learning the tricks of the trade, but also about shaping them into professionals with a deep understanding of the art and the discipline it requires. The curriculum alternates between hands-on training at the National Circus School and real-world professional performance, hence providing students with a well-rounded education in both artistic and technical aspects of the circus profession. While the institution began as a simple setup to support street children and offer them a second chance, it has now evolved into a fully fledged school dedicated to the art of circus. The evolution of Shems from a humble association to a respected school reflects its broader mission: to open doors for its graduates.
As far as the school is concerned, it wasn't always a school, but an association set up to help street children and give them a second chance. Today, the school has grown and welcomes young people from all walks of life who are not necessarily orphans. For example, although I live with a family in Kenitra, I chose to come here to train in the circus arts.
Not just in circus, but in any performing arts field. With the professional training and certification they receive, students are equipped to pursue careers in various artistic disciplines, including acting.
I believe that training or graduating from Shems is quite comprehensive and can enable them to integrate very broad companies, not only in circus but also in acting, for example. When I see them, I want to work with them even on other projects, for example.
The Shems Circus School is a beacon of hope and opportunity, demonstrating that with the right support and training, young people can transform their lives and pursue careers they may never have dreamed possible. The school is not just a place of learning, it's a place of transformation where the art of the circus becomes a pathway to a brighter future.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. There is a new front in the US-China rivalry, at the center of which is the US dollar. China is betting against the dollar. It wants the American currency to fall. And for this, Chinese banks have been mobilized. They've been working on this mission since last year, apparently. They're making bets against the US dollar, and they have poured more than $100 billion into these bets. That's right. Chinese banks have bet more than $100 billion on the US currency to fall. So if it falls, these Chinese banks will make a profit. Bankers call this move a short. What is a short? Let me explain using an example. Say there's a small Chinese bank. It has 100 yuan. This bank decides to place bets against the US dollar. So with this 100 yuan, it goes to an American bank and strikes a deal. The Chinese bank lends 100 yuan to the American bank. In return, it borrows the same amount of money, but in the US dollars. Now, at the current exchange rate, today's rate, 100 yuan is worth about 14 US dollars. So now the Chinese bank has got 14 US dollars and the American bank has got 100 yuan. But this is a loan from the Chinese bank. So the exchange is done, the two banks shake hands and they agreed to meet 1 year later. In this period, in this 1 year, the value of the dollar can go up or down. If the value falls, then the American bank will have to pay more to the Chinese bank. It will have to pay more than 100 yuan to reclaim its $14. So when the two meet again after 1 year, the Chinese bank will check the exchange rate. It will calculate the difference, and if the dollar has fallen, then the American bank will have to pay more. This, in a nutshell, is shorting. This is how traders short companies in the stock market. In a similar fashion, investors can place bets against currencies too, and banks use a special instrument for this. It's called a foreign exchange swap. Since last year, Chinese banks have been doing a lot of these swap transactions worth more than $100 billion according to one estimate. That's a huge sum. But why are the Chinese doing this? Is this some kind of currency warfare? Well, not exactly. It's more of a defensive strategy. China's central bank is the driving force behind these trades. It is using these short positions to defend the yuan. How does that work? You see, when a bank takes a short position, when it swaps the yuan for the dollar, this trade reduces the yuan circulation. Because when the yuan is swapped for the dollar, there are fewer yuans available for trading. The supply goes down. It makes the yuan scarce. And anything that's scarce, anything that's harder to get, usually costs more. That is what China wanted, to prop up its currency. Because the past few months have been tough for them. The Chinese currency has been losing value. In the month of June, it dropped to a 7-month low against the US dollar. And what triggered this fall? Two things. The US dollar is becoming stronger, and the Chinese economy is becoming weaker. This year, investors have pulled out billions of dollars from the Chinese market. All this has led to the weakening of the yuan. But instead of fixing its economy, China is resorting to the next best option, and that is pushing the US dollar down, and in the process hoping that the yuan recovers. This strategy has its own risks though. If the dollar continues to strengthen, then Chinese banks will take losses. In fact, they've already lost billions. One estimate says that they've lost anywhere between $5 to $16 billion. But Beijing is not giving up. Instead, it's assembling more firepower. It is looking to mount a new challenge. This time, China is targeting Wall Street. It has ordered a merger between two state-backed brokerages, two brokerages in China. Together, they will create a $230 billion powerhouse. Now, this deal is yet to be approved by shareholders, but it's a mere formality at this point. Broadly, China is revamping its financial sector. Xi Jinping ordered this consolidation himself. Last year, he met Chinese regulators and he spelled out a new game plan. Cultivate top-tier investment banks, give more muscle to China's financial sector, and compete with Wall Street. That's what he wanted. Now, this big merger is being seen as a step towards that. Something like this was hard to imagine a few years ago because of how deeply the Chinese and American economies were intertwined. American companies were investing billions of dollars into China. Chinese companies were going public in the US. Until 2019, more than 150 Chinese companies had listed on major US exchanges. Together, they were worth over $1 trillion. But now a split looks inevitable. The US is building trade barriers against Chinese goods. American companies are being pushed to rebuild their supply chains and reduce their dependence on Chinese factories. At the same time, Xi Jinping has launched his own campaign. He is waging war against a Western-led world order. The divide between China and the US will only deepen from here. What is the biggest threat to India's economy? We've heard of the usual suspects like war, supply chain issues and joblessness. But tonight we're talking about a different threat, one that is often underestimated. I'm talking about climate change. It's affecting almost every sector in India. Look at the automobile sales in August. Around 1.9 million units were sold. That's cars, bikes, trucks, all of it. 1.9 million, 19 lakhs sold. That's 7% down compared to the month before. In July, more than 2 million units were sold. What explains this drop? Apparently, the weather. Indian auto dealers have released a report. They blame excess rainfall for the drop in sales. Does their logic check out? Well, there was 16% more downpour in key business regions. Maybe that did affect footfall. But here's the thing. August was not an aberration. In the month of June, car sales fell more than 7%. In May, they fell nearly 9.5%. Those drops were also attributed to the weather. Not rains, but heat waves. Most Indian cities reported scorching temperatures, so once again, footfall was low. As a result, unsold stock is piling up. Dealers now have inventory for 70 to 75 days. That's almost 800,000 vehicles, 8 lakh vehicles put together. This stock is worth 77,000 crore rupees. That's more than $9 billion US dollars. Imagine that, $9 billion worth of unsold stock. The hope is India's festive season will ease the pressure. If not, this could put a lot of dealers in trouble. Now let me show you another report. Heat waves have become the main driver of India's food inflation. This was not always the case. Historically, rain has been the main factor. A good monsoon would keep prices in check, a bad one would increase them. But now heat is playing a bigger role. Look at India's food inflation in June 2024, almost 9.5%. This came right in the middle of the heat wave. So climate change is hurting the Indian economy, and a lot of companies have admitted this, like Hindustan Lever. The biggest consumer goods company in India, they have called weather the single biggest business risk. Same with Dabur. Their beverage business was hit in the last quarter. Why? Because of unseasonal rains in Western India. Another example is IDFC Bank. Their profits fell 11% in the last quarter. Do you know why? One reason was the floods in Tamil Nadu. You see, IDFC gives out collective loans in rural areas. Instead of one person, a group of people take out this loan. And that business is mostly concentrated in Tamil Nadu, but the floods affected these loans. So the impact is quite clear. Climate change is leading to erratic weather events like intense heat waves, heavier rains and frequent flooding. As a result, Indian businesses are suffering. Just consider this year. We had floods in Kerala, we had floods in Telangana, in Andhra Pradesh, in Assam, in parts of Uttar Pradesh, in Gujarat and in Himachal Pradesh. All of this in just 8 months. Such erratic events have an economic toll, whether it's flash floods or heat waves. The Reserve Bank of India released a report last year. They say 4.5% of India's GDP could be at risk by 2030. Why? Because of heat and humidity. If it's too hot, people will find it hard to work. And when they do work, they will not be as productive. The trend could shave 4.5% from India's GDP. The United Nations paints a darker picture. They say climate change could cost India 35% of its GDP by the end of this century. So clearly, the climate toll is steep. The question is there a solution? Well, you already know the obvious ones. Reduce emissions, invest in green energy, move away from fossil fuels. But these are all long-term goals. We also need short-term ones, like flood-proofing our infrastructure, or climate-resistant farming. Now, to be fair, the government is thinking about it. This year's budget made special allocations for flood relief. especially in vulnerable states like Assam, Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh and Bihar. Bihar alone got more than 11,000 crore rupees, so money is being invested, but experts say it's happening too slowly. The foundations of India's economy are still evolving. Now is the time to climate-proof them. If not, we'll be held hostage by erratic weather. In the United States, the big headliner today is Hunter Biden, the son of President Joe Biden. He has pleaded guilty in a tax evasion case. There were 9 charges against him. He's pleaded guilty to all of them. And it's surprising because Hunter Biden was supposed to go on trial this Thursday. At the last minute, he's made a U-turn and pleaded guilty. The question is, why did he do that? Will the president's son now go to jail? And more importantly, can Joe Biden, the president, pardon him? Let's look at Hunter Biden first, the proverbial problem child. He's had his fair share of struggles and scandals. Hunter was 2 years old when his mother and sister died in a car crash. As a teenager, he started drinking and using drugs. Soon he was going in and out of rehab. In 2013, he signed up for the US Navy, but on the very first day he was discharged. That's because he tested positive for cocaine. In 2015, his brother Bo Biden died, and that led to another round of drug abuse. In 2018, he bought a gun, and he did it under the influence of drugs. Meanwhile, his business dealings are also being questioned, especially his foreign business interests, from the time when his father was vice president. Then there was the infamous laptop case. Embarrassing emails and images were revealed. There was incriminating evidence against Hunter Biden and his father, all of which set off a controversy. So Hunter has always been under the scanner, and it's taken a heavy toll on Joe Biden and his career. Which brings us to this particular case. This one is about tax evasion. Hunter Biden was found guilty on 9 counts, 3 felony tax offenses and 6 misdemeanor offenses. He failed to pay taxes worth $1.4 million. This was from 2016 to 2019. And not just that, he also tried to evade taxes by showing personal expenses as business expenses. There's a long list. It includes $43,000 for a luxury hotel, $30,000 for his daughter's law school, $1,700 for a Lamborghini rental, and even $4,000 for a strip club. He declared all of this as business expenses on tax forms. Also, he was found guilty in a separate case related to gun possession. It made him the first criminally convicted son of a sitting US president, so it has been rough. This investigation began in 2018. In July 2023, Hunter Biden got a plea deal. He would admit to a few offenses and he wouldn't be jailed. The Republicans called it a sweetheart deal, but it fell apart. Prosecutors said that they were indicting Hunter, and Republicans seized the opportunity. They opened an impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden. Not much came out of it, but it was basically a symbolic move to corner the president over his son's criminal record. Which brings us to Hunter Biden's trial. It was supposed to start this Thursday. More than 120 jurors were gathered. It was expected to be a slugfest. So his attorneys made a last-ditch effort. They called for an Alford plea. It's a kind of guilty plea in which the defendant accepts the court's judgment. But there's a catch. They still maintain their innocence. They accept the judgment but maintain innocence. The prosecutors refused this, and that is when Hunter Biden made a U-turn. He pleaded guilty on all 9 counts. His lawyers say it was a unilateral move, and it caught even the prosecutors by surprise. So why did he do it? Why did Hunter Biden do it? Well, we have a statement here. It says, and I quote, "I will not subject my family to more pain, more invasions of privacy and needless embarrassment. For all I have put them through over the years, I can spare them this." So Hunter Biden says he did it for his family, but that means he will have to go to jail. Right now, he faces up to 17 years in prison. The hearing begins on the 16th of December, just a month before his father leaves the White House.
Hunter decided to enter his plea to protect those he loves from unnecessary hurt and cruel humiliation. This plea prevents that kind of show trial that would have not provided all the facts or served any real point in justice. He will now move on with us to the sentencing phase.
Which brings us to the most important question: can Joe Biden pardon him? As US President, of course, he can. And it won't be a first. Sitting presidents have pardoned family members before. However, Joe Biden has ruled it out. He says he will not pardon his son, which is the right thing to say in election season. Also, for the last 4 years, his administration has been under heavy scrutiny with investigations, mudslinging, impeachment attempts and unflattering headlines. So perhaps he's hoping to be spared all of that in the last few months of his presidency. This story is about one man, French President Emmanuel Macron, a self-proclaimed champion of democracy, although right now he's not championing it, he's butchering it. Macron has picked a new Prime Minister for France. His name is Michel Barnier. He is 73 years old and he's taken over from France's youngest Prime Minister. Now, Barnier has had a long career. He served as Foreign Minister, as Environment Minister, as Agriculture Minister, and as European Union's chief Brexit negotiator. So quite a long career. Perhaps he will make an able Prime Minister. Just one problem, though. His party doesn't have majority in France's parliament, nor is it the largest party, or the second largest party, or the third largest party. Just look at the breakup. France's parliament has 577 seats. The biggest bloc is the left-wing New Popular Front. They have 193 seats. Second is the Ensemble Alliance, which is Macron's centrist political bloc. They have 166 seats. Third is the National Rally and its allies, the far-right bloc, with 142 seats. And fourth is the Republicans, which is the party of new Prime Minister Michel Barnier. They have just 47 seats. Now, the rule of parliament is quite clear. The leader with majority becomes Prime Minister. In France, the majority mark is 289 seats. No bloc has managed to reach that number, 289. So what does Macron do? Appoint a leader from the fourth largest party. The left is not happy about this. They have staked claim to the Prime Minister's position. They had staked claim rather, but Macron rejected that claim. And legally he can. As president, Macron can pick anyone he wants for Prime Minister. But this decision could prove to be controversial. The left is organizing protests over the weekend. They have promised to fight this appointment.
The subject is that the president has just decided to officially deny the results of the legislative elections that he himself called for. And so the election has been stolen from the French people. The message has been denied, and now we're finding out about a prime minister that was named with the permission, and maybe on the suggestion, of the National Rally.
Now to the big question, can Barnier form a government? Well, Macron's bloc will obviously support him, and reports say so will the far right. In fact, the far right is the bigger winner here. Look at this report in the French media. It says Macron reached out to Marine Le Pen multiple times. He sought her advice to pick the Prime Minister. Now, Le Pen leads the far-right National Rally. She is a bitter rival of Emmanuel Macron. She challenged him for the presidency in 2017 and then again in 2022. And yet, Emmanuel Macron is leaning on her for help. What does that tell you? He sees the far left as the bigger threat. And he's tearing up the mandate to keep them out, to keep the far left out. And the worst part? This was all avoidable. France had a fully functioning government before this election. The Prime Minister, Gabriel Attal, a rising star in Macron's party. But in June, European Union elections were held and the far right made significant gains. They got twice as many votes as Macron's party. So what did he do? He gambled France's political future. He called for a snap election. Everyone knew what the outcome would be. Either the far right would win or the parliament would be hung. Both scenarios meant a political crisis for France, yet President Macron went ahead with it. His false pride and ego plunged France into this crisis, and the people know it. Most of them blame Macron for the deadlock. Polls show that 51% of French citizens want him to resign. They too feel that the mandate was stolen.
Macron is a sore loser. That's exactly how I feel. He wants to have the upper hand when he's lost it.
It's boring. It's like a huge denial. It proves a lack of respect for the voice of the people. The majority of French people voted for the new Popular Front.
The left parties also agree they're looking at options to impeach the president. Chances are they will not succeed, especially if Macron is wooing the far right. But it does confirm a couple of things. One, the double standard. Macron is clearly misusing the mandate given by the French people. And two, the end of his grand ambitions. Emmanuel Macron's term as president lasts until 2027. He had big things lined up for the European Union. Things like a European army and a European missile defense system. But with this parliament, all of that seems unlikely. Macron will have to dedicate considerable time to domestic politics now. Even routine things like a budget will be a tug of war. It's an anticlimactic ending for a leader who was supposed to be Europe's next big thing. Our next story is about the Russian president. We know a lot about his politics and policies, but not much about his personal life. That's because Putin keeps it very secret. But now a new report has revealed new details about his life. Apparently, Putin has 2 sons. He had them with the Russian gymnast. They live in a mansion away from Moscow and lead a very secluded life, surrounded by nannies, tutors, and security agents. The family goes for holidays together, and no one is allowed to scold the sons, except, of course, Putin himself. His elder son is said to love Disney. We're not sure how Putin feels about that, considering he hates everything Western. Our next report tells you about Putin's secret sons.
In 2015, Ivan was born at the Santana Maternity Clinic. It's located in Switzerland's Lugano. Vladimir Putin was informed right after. Sources say he was so happy, he shouted, "Finally a boy," because Ivan's was the first of the Russian president's 2 secret sons. The second, Vladimir Putin Jr., was born in 2019, this time in Moscow. So why are they secret? Because Putin has never talked about them or even acknowledged their presence. Putin's personal life is a mystery, but a new report has now unraveled it. You see, Putin was married before to this woman, Lyudmila Putina. She used to be a flight attendant on Aeroflot, the Russian carrier. They met at a concert. The two got married in 1983. The couple had 2 children, Maria Vorontsova and Katerina Tikhonova. Putin has always been guarded about them. He's never publicly revealed their identities. The Russian president got divorced in 2013. But he was allegedly dating Alina Kabaeva since 2008. She's a former Russian gymnast. She even took part in the Olympics. In 2005, Putin even presented her with an award. Of course, the Kremlin denied the relationship. But a new report has now exposed intimate details. It's with Alina Kabaeva that Putin had 2 sons. They live in a mansion in the Valdai National Park. It's located in northwest of Moscow. The estate is obviously owned by Putin. The security around the mansion and the family is tight. So what does their life look like? Well, the 2 kids have governesses, tutors and sports coaches. They're surrounded by them. They hardly meet anyone their age. So most of their time is spent alone. And these tutors come at a hefty price. One recent job posting for an English teacher promised a salary of $10,000. This is along with paid accommodation and a 5-day work week. But of course, there are strict rules. Leaving the residence is forbidden. Plus, the candidate must go through medical exams. The boys usually see their parents only at night. Sometimes, at big celebrations, they can meet other children. But all of this is very hush-hush. Anyone who wants to visit Valdai must isolate for 2 weeks. The kids even have their own mugs and can only drink water from them. But like any other family, they do take holidays. Their summers are spent on yachts. It's only on safe waters. Their winters are spent in Sochi, skiing in a Black Sea palace that Putin owns. The Valdai estate also has an ice hockey rink, and it's said that Putin plays with his elder son there. So what are the boys like? The report says Ivan is a Disney enthusiast. Well, it must be a shocker for Putin, who hates Western cartoons. But no one can talk to the boys sternly except for the Russian president. Of course, they have a life of opulence and endless privilege, because life as a Putin is anything but ordinary. But for boys growing up secluded and with no friends, maybe ordinary would be a welcome relief.
Donald Trump knows how to capture the imagination of voters. Look at some of his bold and ambitious ideas. The border wall, a space force. As president, he wanted to buy Greenland once. And now Trump has floated a brand new idea. He wants the US government to have its own sovereign wealth fund.
We'll create America's own sovereign wealth fund to invest in great national endeavors for the benefit of all of the American people. Why don't we have a wealth fund? Other countries have wealth funds. We have nothing. We have nothing. We're going to have a sovereign wealth fund, or we can name it something different.
He may not have a name for it yet, but what will Trump do with this fund? Well, he promises to put, and I'm quoting, a tremendous amount into it and use it to achieve great things for America. That's how he talks. The US owes over $30 trillion to its creditors, so we don't know where Trump would get this tremendous sum from. Having said that, the idea does have merit. If executed right, it could work. Reports say even India is considering it, starting a sovereign wealth fund of its own. But what are these funds? Why do governments even need them? And how are they different from venture capitalists who already have tremendous funds to deploy and, to be honest, are more nimble and risk-averse than governments? So how are sovereign wealth funds different from VCs? Well, there is a fundamental difference between the two. VCs are like sprinters competing in a 100-meter race. They make ambitious bets, but they also look for quick results. When VCs put money into a startup, they expect outsized returns in a fixed window of time. On the other hand, sovereign wealth funds are more like marathon runners. Their priorities are completely different. These funds, of course, are owned by the government, unlike VCs, which are private. Sovereign wealth funds are basically tools to diversify an economy. They prioritize strategic interests over profits. They focus on building multiple streams of income over decades. Countries with oil money were among the first to start them. Kuwait launched the world's first sovereign wealth fund back in the 1950s. The idea was quite simple. Oil revenues were filling their coffers. The kingdom had surplus money lying around, so they decided to deploy this money to build revenue streams beyond oil. Today, the Kuwaiti fund has more than $800 billion in assets. And the world over, there are more than 70 sovereign wealth funds, 70. Together, they have more than $6 trillion in assets. 59% of these funds get their money from energy revenues. And what's the world's biggest fund? The Norwegian government's pension fund. It is worth well over $1 trillion. This fund was started in 1967. Again, it was financed by oil revenues. By 2017, it had shares in over 9,000 companies. Norway's fund is among the world's biggest stock market investors today, and that's a lot of financial firepower. Which other areas does the Norwegian fund invest in? Well, more than 70% of its assets are in equities, and they have made a big bet on the tech sector. Norway has holdings in some of the world's biggest tech companies like Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet, which is the parent company of Google, Amazon, and chipmaker Nvidia. The Norwegian fund has put money in all of them. We're talking about investments worth more than $100 billion. Norway's fund managers are also betting on climate transition. Consider what the fund's CEO said earlier this year, and I'm quoting, "We think it is part of long-term investing. You really need to care about the impact that companies have on the environment. Otherwise, you're not going to make good long-term investing." So they're keeping an eye on the future. That's what major sovereign wealth funds do. They invest in solving the problems of tomorrow. So investments in the tech sector, climate transition, healthcare, these are all fairly common. Take the example of the Saudi investment fund. It is backing companies like Uber and Nvidia. Qatar's sovereign wealth fund has big investments in healthcare, including vaccine maker CureVac. These funds are putting money in India as well. Last year, they invested over $40 billion into Indian companies. And which sectors did they pick? Healthcare, entertainment, renewables and space. Again, futuristic and forward-looking industries. So if India, or Donald Trump for that matter, plan to launch a new fund, there are lots of global peers to take inspiration from. The focus should not be on just building a large portfolio of investments. They must have a long-term horizon. These funds will work only if they solve real problems for their people, the problems of today and tomorrow. Our next story is about Haiti. It's a Caribbean nation home to about 12 million people and the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. The country is also overrun by gangs. Violent armed gangs control about 80% of the capital. That's Port-au-Prince, the capital of Haiti. Gangs took over the capital earlier this year. They solidified their control in April and even refused to let Haiti's then Prime Minister enter the country. His name was Ariel Henry, and he was forced to step down because the gangs had taken total control. But things have improved in Haiti of late. After Henry's ouster, the gangs are slowly being pushed back, thanks in part to a United Nations sanctioned mission, a multinational security support or MSS, multinational security support operation. It's being led by police officials from Kenya. That's right, Kenya, all the way in East Africa. About 400 Kenyan police officers have been in Haiti since June this year. They have been working with the Haitian police to try and wrest control of the capital from gangs. Meanwhile, as Kenyans put their lives on the line, Haiti's biggest neighbor has been watching from the sidelines. That's the US. It's been keeping an eye on Haiti. The unstable country is a headache for Washington. It's a major source of migrants who try and flee the violence-hit nation. So the US wants Haiti to stabilize. But it has been letting Kenya do the dirty work, providing only encouragement and the equivalent of loose change. This arrangement suits the Americans. They want things to continue this way. That is why the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken paid a visit to Haiti yesterday. Before he arrived, Haiti laid out the red carpet in its own unique way. The government expanded the ongoing state of emergency. The emergency was originally just for the capital, but now it has spread all over the nation. Blinken was in Haiti for just a few hours and he spoke about the next steps for the country.
The mission itself needs to be renewed, and that's what we're working on right now. But we also want to make sure that we have something that is reliable, that's sustainable, and we'll look at every option to do that. So a peacekeeping operation would be one such option. I think there are others.
The Multinational Security Support or MSS operation is about to expire, even though it only took off in June with the arrival of the first Kenyan officers. And they have had an impact. So Washington wants the Kenyans to stay and continue to do the dirty work. The problem is money. Other than the US, no one seems interested in funding this mission. The United Nations asked for $600 million a year to carry out this mission, $600 million in the form of voluntary donations. But it seems that no one else wanted to cough up the dough. And that is why Blinken spoke about an alternative plan, restarting a full-fledged UN peacekeeping mission in Haiti. The UN has tried this before, between 2004 and 2019, and it was a nightmare for the locals. The UN peacekeepers had set up a child sex ring. They were abusing the locals. So the UN mission wrapped up in disgrace. But now the US wants to try it again. Blinken wants a new peacekeeping mission, mostly because then the UN will have to fund it. The UN General Assembly will be convening in a few weeks, and Haiti's fate will be decided by the United Nations Security Council. Like always, the country won't be deciding its future. The decision will be made for it by foreign entities. And this has always been Haiti's history, in one form of colonization or another. Haiti was once a French colony. Paris decided its fate. until it broke free and gained its freedom in 1804. But since then, every foreign entity has tried to crush the nation. The French returned in 1825, and they extracted a blood price from the newly freed nation. They demanded millions of dollars from Haiti over the course of decades. Eventually, the US invaded the country and confiscated its gold reserves. Haiti has never recovered. The country has been dictated by one foreign power or another. A new UN mission will be an extension of that troubled history. We do hope that whatever happens, the people of this country finally find some peace soon. Our next story involves the UK, Germany, and the African nation of Rwanda. Some of you might remember Britain's controversial Rwanda scheme. The previous government there, under Rishi Sunak, wanted to deport illegal immigrants. It wanted to send asylum seekers all the way to Rwanda. It was Sunak's flagship plan. He staked his political career on it and he lost. Sunak was ousted. And in came a new Labour Party government under Prime Minister Keir Starmer. He immediately scrapped the Rwanda plan, calling it a gimmick by his predecessors. But guess who doesn't seem to agree? Germany. Because yesterday, Germany's Federal Migration Commissioner caused an uproar. He suggested that Germany may adopt the Rwanda deportation plan. It seems London's loss is Berlin's gain. Literally, Germany could send migrants to Rwanda and house them in hostels built with British taxpayer money. Our next report has the details.
£220 million, or about $290 million. That's approximately what the UK paid Rwanda over the years. This money went towards setting up infrastructure so that Rwanda could house Britain's illegal immigrants. The work had been going on for years. Here's a closer look at what that money paid for.
We have the ground for entertainment, where we have the mini football ground, basketball combined with volleyball. We have also the smoking area in different corners of the location.
That was Hope Hostel. It's in Rwanda's capital, Kigali. It has been around for years, but it was refurbished a few years ago as part of the infamous, now scrapped, Rwanda deal. The UK had planned to deport asylum seekers. They were going to be sent to Rwanda. The African nation was going to process their asylum requests and decide if they were valid. The people who received asylum would remain in Rwanda. They would not be sent back to Britain. That was the crux of the Rwanda deal. It's why the UK spent so much money. But the entire plan was scrapped earlier this year, when Britain's government changed. The new government believed that the Rwanda scheme would not work, so they decided to cut their losses. But Britain couldn't get back the money that had already been spent. The infrastructure in Rwanda was ready, and it's been sitting idle. It seems Germany has taken note of this, because they seem to be coming up with a Rwanda deal of their own. Germany's Federal Migration Commissioner made a revelation yesterday. He said that migrants coming to Germany via Russia and Belarus could be sent to Rwanda. Germany believes that Russia is sending migrants into Europe as a form of hybrid warfare, so Germany wants to send them elsewhere. And apparently, Rwanda offered to house them in the infrastructure it built using British funds. Members of the previous British government are furious. They believe this vindicates their policy. But the German ambassador to Britain offered a clarification. He said Berlin's plan is different. They don't plan to deport asylum seekers. Instead, their asylum requests will be processed in a third country. Like Rwanda, if the asylum request is approved, the migrants will be allowed to come to Germany. That's a key difference. And Germany also plans to let the United Nations oversee the whole process. The UN's refugee agency, the UNHCR. So There are some differences, but the goal is almost the same. Both the UK and Germany are facing problems due to illegal immigration. Refugees have become a political liability. They have led to widespread public anger in the UK and in Germany. Berlin's solution seems to be sweeping the refugees under the carpet. If they're in Rwanda, they won't be seen, and the German government hopes that out of sight is out of mind. Will this really work? Who knows? But Rwanda can try this out at a minimal cost, because the British already paid to set everything up.
You enter the grocery store with trepidation, because there it is, attack number 1. You catch a whiff of the freshly baked goods. You curb the urge to grab a muffin. But then comes attack number 2, the colors, the fancy packaging, and of course, the obvious tells, sugar, salt, chemical additives. But you don't give in. You are practically a racehorse with blinkers and blinders on, until you're met with attack number 3, the haze of aggressive marketing, low-fat, gluten-free, keto-friendly, when in fact this food is far from being your friend. Yet again, it is junk food. This is what grocery shopping feels like, a high-stakes video game where avoiding junk food is not easy. It is addictive, it looks cute, it is cheap, and it is everywhere. Your chocolates, burgers, chips, fizzy drinks, these are the obvious ones. But even baked goods, protein bars, cereals, and yogurts. Generally speaking, junk food or ultra-processed food includes anything that has gone through industrial processes. It is ready to eat, it is delicious, and it can kill you. Junk food is directly linked to 32 deadly diseases. As I said, grocery shopping is like a high-stakes game. So what are governments doing about it? Are they increasing taxes on ultra-processed foods? Are they regulating junk food ads? Are they banning junk food sponsorships? Well, rarely. Most governments are simply gaslighting us, the consumers. They tell us, do better, stop eating junk food. So now health campaigners are saying enough is enough. In the UK, campaigners have proposed a solution. Warning labels on everyday food items, mandatory, hard-hitting, cigarette-style warning labels. And it does make sense. Product packaging is not always reliable. Yes, there are nutrition labels, but they resemble a dense Excel sheet table. Who has the time, patience, and skill to read them day after day with each product? It's an unrealistic expectation. So yes, warning labels can help. They can reportedly prevent 2 million cases of chronic disease in the UK every year. Of course, the benefits won't be limited to the UK. So far, only 7 countries have warning labels on food products. They look like the stop sign warnings for high amounts of sugar, sodium, fat, and calories. And do they work? Extensive research says yes, they do. They help us understand nutritional quality and change purchasing habits. Chile adopted these labels in 2016. 1.5 years later, consumption of sugary drinks dropped by 25%. Uruguay adopted similar measures in 2018. By 2020, 58% people had made changes in their consumption patterns. There are clear benefits here. But it won't be easy to implement warning labels everywhere because food manufacturers won't take it well. Every time this debate comes up, junk food moguls say the plans will be costly. And these costs will be passed on to the consumers. But research disagrees. Let's take the case of Chile again. After warning labels were introduced, they had negligible effects on wages and profit margins. So the problem is not with food warnings or labels per se, it is with the reaction of food makers. They don't like the idea because it would hurt their sales. You see, junk food moguls and big tobacco are quite similar. Both lobby against regulation, both try to make products addictive. Both can lead to premature death and a number of diseases, yet they both continue to make huge profits. So logically, there is no reason why they should not be treated alike. Like tobacco, junk food also needs warning labels because grocery shopping has become a cruel game where the consumer always ends up getting played. Are you planning a vacation? If yes, our next story is for you. Travel is booming the world over. This year, travel is expected to add $11 trillion to the global GDP, meaning $1 in every $10 spent worldwide will be on travel. And some of this travel is being driven by bizarre trends, mostly thanks to social media. There is last chance tourism, extreme tourism, sleep tourism, even dark tourism. Our next report brings you a primer.
If 2022 was about the return to travel, 2023 was about revenge travel. And 2024, it seems, is about going one step ahead and adding a little bit of crazy to your travel plans. Because this year, travel is being driven by all kinds of bizarre tourism trends. There's last chance tourism. More tourists are visiting sites that are rapidly vanishing due to climate change, like glaciers and ice caves. This has caused tourism to boom in some countries, especially Iceland. 500,000 people visit the country for glacier tours every year. But there are risks. While global warming is making some sites popular, it's also making them unstable. Glaciers are receding, meltwater is increasing, and sites are more prone to collapse. This is causing rockfalls and landslides. Iceland witnessed this last month when an American tourist died after the ice collapsed while he was on a glacier tour. Another tourist was injured. So with last chance tourism, there is a high risk of accidents. But that's okay with some tourists who are embracing extreme tourism. This is perhaps one of the costliest travel trends, and this niche has grown over time. It includes everything from the deep sea to active volcanoes and even space. People pay fortunes to pursue dangerous dreams. And again, there are risks here. Case in point, the submersible trip to the Titanic wreck with billionaires on board that resulted in a tragedy. There are other low-key trends though for those who want to avoid the risk, like astrotourism, where tourists disappear to scenic locations and starbathe, or sleep tourism, where there's no sightseeing, only nap time. Then there are some happy travel trends like gig tripping. For years, life coaches were treated as big headliners. But today, people are traveling from the world over to witness their favorite music stars. Destination concert business is up by more than 50% globally this year. Call it the Swift effect. But there are some who want the opposite of friendship bands and bopping music. They too have a niche tourism trend. It's called dark tourism, where people visit morbid landmarks, usually defined by tragedy, suffering and disasters. Kind of like visiting Anne Frank's house in the Netherlands or the 9/11 memorial in the US. Though sometimes dark tourism can take a really dark turn. Kerala witnessed this recently during Wayanad's devastating landslides in July this year. As many as 300 people died. But people have been visiting the disaster site out of curiosity. So last month, the police issued a warning against dark tourism, urging tourists to not visit the site because it hinders rescue operations. Clearly, some tourists need a memo on how to do things right. But for others, tourism trends are about trying new things and choosing the road not taken.
It was another disappointing day for the markets, especially here in India. We had 14 days of bull run, so investors made a lot of money last month, but the last 2 days have backfired. Nifty and Sensex closed more than 1% down. Investors lost around 5 lakh crore rupees, that's $60 billion. Now, this loss is notional. You haven't lost the money yet. If you hold on to your shares, the prices may recover. But if you sell now, you will lose money. Maybe that's why the internet is finding all of this funny. Stock market memes have become a genre everywhere. They often target companies, but most times the joke is on the investors.
मेरा तो इतना लाइफ खराब हो गया है, इतना लाइफ खराब हो गया है मेरा।
Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Thousands of protesters show solidarity with Palestinians in Yemen. Super Typhoon Yagi slams southern China with strong winds and torrential rain. And India celebrates the festival of Ganesh Chaturthi as Mumbai's Lal Bagh Raja gets a 20 kg gold crown donated by the Ambanis. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1991, the Soviet Union recognized the independence of Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania. The Baltic states were among the 15 republics that made up the Union. Today, these states are staunch rivals of Moscow. They're also members of the NATO alliance. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the United States. President Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, has pleaded guilty in his tax evasion trial. The 54-year-old, who earlier denied the allegations, caught federal prosecutors off guard as he admitted guilt on all 9 counts on Thursday.
There was a surprising turn of events today in Los Angeles in Hunter Biden's federal tax case. What was supposed to be the first of a couple of days of jury selection ended with the president's son pleading guilty to all tax charges.
The president's son was accused of intentionally avoiding paying $1.4 million in income tax between the year 2016 to 2019. Prosecutors said he instead splurged on his lavish lifestyle, drug addiction, and sex workers. Hunter Biden previously sought to have the case thrown out, arguing he was being targeted because Republican lawmakers wanted to impeach his father. However, the argument was dismissed by Judge Mark Scarsi, who was appointed by former President Donald Trump. Now, Hunter Biden faces up to 17 years in prison and $1 million in penalties. However, federal sentencing guidelines are expected to call for a much shorter sentence, with the sentencing hearing on December 16th.
There's no doubt this case was an extreme and unusual one for the government to bring. Like millions of Americans, Hunter was late in filing and paying his taxes. Unlike those millions of Americans, he was charged criminally for his failures that occurred during the depths of his addiction to drugs and alcohol, and which he has rectified by paying his overdue taxes in full with interest and penalties, years before he was ever charged. In fact, Hunter actually overpaid his taxes in the year he was charged with tax evasion. Hunter put his family first today, and it was a brave and loving thing for him to do.
The latest plea deal comes 3 months after Hunter Biden was found guilty in a separate case related to gun possession and drug use. He's become the first criminally convicted child of a sitting U.S. president. And while President Biden has the power to pardon his son, he has said that he will not do so. However, the latest case is certain to take a heavy emotional toll on the president, who is serving in the final months of his 5 decades-long political career. And in the latest for the race for the White House, Vice President Kamala Harris and her campaign have raised a whopping $300 million just in the month of August. Now, this is more than double what former President Donald Trump's campaign raised during the same time. In fact, money has been pouring into the Democratic presidential campaign since President Joe Biden exited the race back in July. The Harris campaign has raised over $540 million since taking her place atop the ticket. In fact, more than $40 million alone was raised after Harris gave her nomination acceptance speech at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago last month. And sources from the campaign say that more than 1/3 of all the donations are coming from first-time donors. Meanwhile, a top super PAC backing the Harris campaign has begun accepting cryptocurrency donations in an effort to raise funds from younger voters. Although the vice president is yet to publicly take a stance on crypto, her campaign staff have met prominent crypto firms including Coinbase and Ripple. As the Democratic campaign steamrolls ahead with its fundraising efforts, prominent American investment giant Goldman Sachs has backed Kamala Harris for president. The financial firm said a victory for Kamala Harris would mean a boost for the U.S. economy, while Donald Trump's victory would hurt economic growth owing to his stance on tariffs on imports from countries like China. Meanwhile, Donald Trump claims that his policies would boost the economy as he's announced plans to cut federal spending and corporate taxes.
My plan will rapidly defeat inflation, quickly bring down prices, and reignite explosive economic growth. My plan is that if you open your factory in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Minnesota, anywhere else in our country, you don't pay a tariff tax. You don't pay a tax. You can make the product here. But if you move your production outside of the United States and send it back here, which people are doing now, and I stopped it cold, but they've changed that already, then you'll have to pay a very substantial tariff to get your product back into the country.
Now, with the first debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump just 4 days away, new polls from this week show a race that's still too close to call. While Kamala Harris leads Donald Trump nationally, Trump remains slightly ahead in North Carolina, Arizona, and Georgia. Perhaps the biggest prize of them all, Pennsylvania still remains up for grabs. Of course, polls are only a snapshot in time, and with exactly 60 days to go before voters head to the polling booths, this is a race that will continue to ebb and flow. The Harris campaign is certainly hoping its enormous cash advantage will be the deciding factor in this race. And in the Middle East, tensions between Israel and Egypt have been escalating over the Rafah border crossing in southern Gaza. On Thursday, Egypt's Army Chief of Staff made a surprise visit to the border area. A military statement said the general inspected the security situation in the region without providing further details. The visit comes a day after Egypt expressed its displeasure with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. A high-ranking Egyptian official accused Netanyahu of hindering the ceasefire and prisoner swap negotiations with Hamas. This after the Israeli Prime Minister accused Cairo of failing to prevent Hamas from smuggling in weapons through the Philadelphia corridor, a 100-wide strip of land running along the Egypt-Gaza border. Israel moved into the area in May, and Prime Minister Netanyahu insisted on retaining control of the corridor, claiming that the border is a lifeline for Hamas to rearm.
I'm willing to make a deal. I made one already, one that brought back 150 hostages, 117 alive, and I'm committed to return the remaining 101. I'll do everything I can to get them in. But leaving Philadelphia does not advance the release of the hostages.
Now, Israel has found dozens of underground tunnels along the Philadelphia corridor that it claims are used by Hamas. However, Egypt has denounced Netanyahu's claims about weapons smuggling, saying the tunnels were sealed up years ago. Both Hamas and Egypt want Israel to pull its forces out of the corridor, as it's become a sticking point in the Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal.
There is a lot of pressure inside Israel as well as from without, but from inside Israel for Netanyahu to find another way. There are key members in the security establishment, including his defense minister, including military leaders, who say the border can be secured through other ways. They think Israel can pull away and can move back in at very short notice. They do not need to maintain a permanent presence there. Families obviously say the corridor should not take precedence over the safety of their loved ones in captivity. They say Israel's first priority should be reaching a hostage deal to bring home those hostages, and then they can deal with the border afterwards.
However, Prime Minister Netanyahu is insisting that he would only agree to a permanent ceasefire in Gaza with guarantees that Hamas would not use the Gaza-Egypt border ever again. And moving to South America, Venezuela's oil exports just hit a 4-year high, fueled by a surge in shipments to China, the United States, and Europe. But this record-breaking rise is because of a joint venture between Venezuela's state-owned firm and the American oil giant Chevron. As Nicolas Maduro faces a challenge to his leadership, the country's oil industry, along with Chevron, continues to thrive. Perhaps the lone bright spot in a country racked by enormous political turmoil. Here's our report with the latest.
In late summer, Venezuelan tankers moved swiftly through the Caribbean waters, their decks heavy with crude oil bound for distant shores. Each vessel carried the weight of the country's future as August marked a turning point. 885,000 barrels per day, a level of production and export unseen in over 4 years. To China, the US, Europe, the oil flowed, providing much-needed revenue to a nation in turmoil. But beneath the surge in exports lay a growing tension. Back home, the July presidential election had thrown the country into deeper political chaos. Both President Nicolas Maduro and his opponent Edmundo Gonzalez claimed victory, igniting fears of instability. Washington, watching closely, hinted at reimposing harsh sanctions if Maduro's government continued its course towards what the US described as political persecution. Unhappy with the election results, the Biden administration even targeted President Maduro's plane in violation of US sanctions. But despite the looming threats, American oil giant Chevron and Spain's Repsol quietly moved forward, exporting Venezuela's crude under the US-issued licenses. These companies knew the stakes, yet the demand was there and they took the risk. Chevron's shipments alone reached 227,000 barrels per day, fueling US refineries, while Repsol exported over 86,000 barrels per day to European markets. Then, in the corridors of power in Caracas, Maduro made his move. In August, he reshuffled his cabinet, promoting Delcy Rodriguez to oil minister and appointing Hector Obregon as the new CEO of PDVSA. The message was clear. Venezuela's oil machine would keep running even as political uncertainty loomed.
I asked Delcy Rodriguez to take the oil ministry of Venezuela as she hands over the finance ministry, as she's knowledgeable of this sector. I appointed Hector Obregon, who has been at the vice presidency of PDVSA as the new president of the oil industry of Venezuela. Hector Obregon, a young professional of big honesty, will take up the baton.
The ships continued to leave Venezuela's waters, carrying not just crude but petrochemicals and fuel, all bound for faraway ports. Asia remained the primary destination, while Europe and the United States followed close behind. Yet the deeper the tankers plunged into international waters, the closer Venezuela's political future seemed to teeter on the edge. The oil flows, but Washington's shadow grows darker. Sanctions could return with the stroke of a pen. With both sides locked in a high-stakes game, the fate of Venezuela's most vital industry hangs in the balance.
And finally, Russia's notoriously secretive president Vladimir Putin has kept his personal life under wraps for years. But the curtains have now been pulled back. An investigative report finds Putin secretly had 2 sons with Russia's Olympic gold medal winning gymnast Alina Kabeva. The boys, Ivan and Vladimir Jr., reportedly live secluded lives in luxury and are fond of Disney cartoons, which reportedly infuriates Putin. Until now, the Kremlin has denied the relationship with Kabeva, but the story reveals a side of the Russian leader few have ever seen. Our final report goes behind the veil.
Russian President Vladimir Putin's private life has always been shrouded in mystery. But a new investigation has revealed intimate details about his 2 secret sons. According to a report by a Russian investigative organization called the Dossier Center, Putin shares 2 sons with former Olympic gymnast Alina Kabeva, a relationship the Kremlin has long denied. The Russian leader, who's now 71 years old, is already known to have 2 adult daughters, Maria and Katerina, from his first marriage to Ludmila Putina. However, the latest investigation claims that Putin and Kabaeva's relationship began in 2008, 4 years after she won gold at the Athens Olympics. In 2015, they welcomed their first son, Ivan, in Switzerland, followed by Vladimir Putin Jr., born in Moscow in 2019. The boys lead an isolated life at Putin's heavily guarded mansion in Valdai National Park, located northwest of Moscow. They're surrounded by nannies, governesses and sports coaches, but have little interaction with children their age. The report further cited that the boys see their parents only late at night and attend big gatherings with other kids only on special occasions. Being the Russian leader's sons, their lives are filled with lessons and lavish amenities. They are taught English, German and music by hand-picked tutors, one of whom has been with the family since 2017. They also have a massive Lego collection and several iPads for games and online lessons. The children enjoy luxurious summers, yachting within the safe waters of Russia and holidays at Putin's Crimea residence. But despite their opulent lifestyle, their existence is highly insulated. Teachers and staff communicate with the family through intermediaries, and new hires must pass rigorous medical exams and are often prohibited from leaving the premises. The boys are said to be avid skiers and spend February and March in Russia's Krasnaya Polyana city. They travel via armored train or private jet, living a life of security and secrecy. In fact, the identities of the boys are hidden up to an extent that their names are not listed in official databases, and they possess cover documents, which are similar to those issued to spies or people in witness protection. Also, it's worth noting that while Putin dislikes American cartoons, Ivan is reportedly a Disney fan and enjoys mimicking characters, which reportedly annoys his father. Putin is known to be extremely private, often dismissing reports about his personal life as erotic fantasies. When rumors of his relationship with Alina surfaced in 2008, he shut down the Moscow newspaper that reported it. While Putin remains tight-lipped about his family, this report paints a picture of 2 boys, living in seclusion, surrounded by wealth, but isolated from the outside world.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in all week. We hope you have a great weekend, and we look forward to seeing you right back here next week. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on First Post America.
First Post reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with South Africa, where tensions are simmering once again over the docking of a Russian naval ship. South Africa's Ukrainian Association has expressed anger over a Russian naval ship being allowed to dock for several days at Cape Town Harbour. They say the incident calls into question South Africa's purported neutral stance on the Russia-Ukraine conflict that has been raging for over 2 years now. The Ukrainian Association also said the vessel was docked in South Africa as Russian bombardments in Ukraine killed scores, including children. The Democratic Alliance, the former opposition party that is now a part of the coalition government with the African National Congress, condemned the incident as cozying up to Russia. It says the incident underlines the contradiction of President Ramaphosa's claims of non-alignment in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Not just the DA, the docking of the Russian naval ship even took local authorities by surprise. The mayor of Cape Town told local media that he had been unaware of the port call and said it seems to have been under the radar. The naval ship, the Smolny, is a part of Russia's Baltic fleet. It was said to be on an unofficial visit to South Africa, during which the crew replenished water, fuel and food supplies and performed technical inspection. It had earlier made unofficial port calls in Cuba and Venezuela. Now, the Russian Consulate General in Cape Town said that the ship's command met with South African naval counterparts and hosted a reception aimed at strengthening bilateral ties. Amid outrage, the South African National Defence Force issued a statement saying that the Russian vessel docked for resupply purposes. It added that currently South African waters have 3 foreign vessels, including a Ukrainian vessel that was there for repairs. The Ukrainian Association of South Africa also condemned reports of South Africa welcoming a long-range Russian bomber at Africa's largest air show. According to reports, a Russia Tu-160 strategic bomber will be flown to Pretoria to participate in Africa Aerospace and Defence 2024 exhibition later this month. The Ukrainian Association says the Russian bomber is possibly the one responsible for killing Ukrainian children in Kharkiv. The African National Congress, which has most seats in the parliament, shares decades-long ties with Moscow when the former USSR backed its struggle against apartheid. Both South Africa and Russia are also BRICS partners. The two countries have also been hosting joint military drills. South Africa has refused to criticize Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It had even abstained from a United Nations vote criticizing Moscow's aggression. Previously, the mysterious docking of Russian cargo ship Lady R in Simonstown in South Africa also sent shockwaves across the country and sparked massive international scrutiny. In December of 2022, US-sanctioned Russian cargo ship Lady R was reportedly loaded and unloaded under armed guard. The controversy over the docking snowballed as the vessel had shut down its marine tracking system. Speculation ran rife as international community questioned whether South Africa was secretly supporting Russia's invasion of Ukraine. 2 weeks later, the South African government said that the ship was offloading an old order of ammunition, but 6 shipping containers were reportedly loaded onto the ship before it left. This raised questions about the nature of the cargo. U.S. Ambassador to South Africa, Ruben Brigitte, claimed that the vessel was indeed loading weapons. The incident triggered a major economic and diplomatic fallout. Months of investigation by an independent panel, chaired by a judge, found no evidence to substantiate claims that weapons were loaded onto the Lady R. The probe only confirmed offloading of equipment. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa said the allegations leveled against the country affected its currency, economy, and standing in the world. Pretoria's non-committal stance on the Russia-Ukraine conflict already caused friction with one of its biggest political and trading partners, the United States. Now, these incidents and the latest docking of a Russian naval ship could further escalate tensions. Critics have been accusing South Africa of not maintaining a neutral stance, as it claims. So has the South African President Cyril Ramaphosa picked sides in the ongoing geopolitical conflict? Now, for more on this, we are being joined by Christopher Van Dome, a Senior Research Fellow at Chatham House. He joins us live from Johannesburg, South Africa. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me on. Thank you.
Now, what are the strategic implications of the Russian naval ship, the Smolny, docking in Cape Town for South Africa's foreign policy, especially in the context of the Russia-Ukraine conflict?
Yeah, this is a really important moment. And obviously, as your piece has pointed out, it harks back to events at the end of 2022 with the docking of the Lady R and the incident then and the fallout that followed. And I think that when the government of national unity came to power in South Africa only a couple of months ago, there was an expectation that in terms of its foreign policy, while the new foreign minister, Ronald Lamola, his previous role at the Ministry of Justice had him working on the Israel-Gaza case, which is another area of contention in the international fora. There were expectations that perhaps South Africa's positioning on Russia-Ukraine would be less of a contentious issue, that this would be something that the South Africans would not be pursuing so forcefully. And also given the way in which there are suspicions around Russian support for various different parties within the election cycle itself, whether the ANC would be slightly falling out of love with Russia and some of those historic ties that were mentioned. So the fact that so early on in this new administration, another Russian ship has docked at the same naval base, and this time it isn't a civilian cargo ship, but it is actually a Russian naval training vessel, This is clearly a huge signal for South Africa. And I think that it's also one that, that the Russians are also quite good at putting upon South Africa. You mentioned that there's going to be a Russian bomber visiting the air show. At previous air shows and at previous state visits, there have been Russian aeroplanes visiting South Africa. And the truth about what was or was not on board those airplanes in terms of their armament was only discovered upon their arrival. So this is not necessarily a military relationship that's completely open all the time. And it's really important, I think, for Russia to demonstrate that it still has friends in the global south like South Africa.
Right. And how does the presence of this Russian naval ship in Cape Town align with South Africa's stated position of neutrality in the Russia-Ukraine war?
Yeah, it's becoming increasingly difficult for South Africa to maintain a narrative of neutrality. That doesn't necessarily mean that the government itself has taken one side or another. I think that what's really happening inside the government is that it's really struggling with how to maintain a position of neutrality. The Russia-Ukraine war has sucked in players from across the globe, many of whom far more powerful than South Africa is. And this is a really complicated terrain to navigate for South Africa. However, clearly having a Russian naval vessel present in the country makes it very, very difficult to maintain a narrative around neutrality. And speaking to diplomats in Pretoria, there's always been the suspicion that, while South Africa says that it's sitting on the fence, it's got both feet in the Russian garden. And this is clearly going to be used again to further point to the fact that, South Africa is saying one thing, but it's currently, it has been harboring a Russian naval vessel. And that makes it very, very difficult to claim a position of neutrality. I mean, likewise, it's very difficult to claim neutrality if it's got a Ukrainian vessel. And it's just, sorry.
Yeah. Yes. And Christopher, what has been the reaction of the local and international communities to the docking of this Russian naval ship? And how might this affect South Africa's diplomatic relations?
Yeah, I think that this is being met with deep frustration. Your piece at the beginning outlined the impact that the Lady R incident had nearly 2 years ago now, and the fallout with the American ambassador that created. And I think that there was expectation amongst the international community that as a result of that, and given what's on the line in terms of South Africa's trading relationships, in particular with the United States, and the amount of diplomatic efforts that have been put into trying to smooth the relationship with the United States in the wake of that incident, I think that there was great hope that South Africa would, as I said earlier, be taking a far less prominent role. And the fact that it's hosting military assets from both sides of this conflict is clearly something that's going to really, really agitate people. And I think it really, as we've discussed, it calls into question the position of neutrality, whether or not South Africa can really maintain that position. And I think that the international community will be looking at this and saying, okay, well, we gave you the benefit of the doubt. That clearly hasn't played out. And while there are perhaps more amicable friends in Europe and the UK and those who are kind of a bit more understanding of South Africa's position, I think that the position of the US is hardening. And I think that there are really hardline voices in the US who are really trying to say, hey, look, we need to stop our friendship with South Africa, look at their behavior. That's been going on before this incident. And clearly this incident really is going to catalyze that view.
Christopher, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your valued insights and analysis on the latest coming out of South Africa.
Okay.
Shifting focus to Uganda, there is a growing outrage in the country over the horrific death of Olympian Rebecca Cheptegei. Now, Cheptegei succumbed to injuries on Thursday after being set on fire by her boyfriend at her home in Kenya. The attack was carried out by Dixon Ndema Marangash, who is a Kenyan citizen, and it's not clear if he was Cheptegei's former or current partner. But as per reports, the two were at odds over a piece of land that Cheptegei had bought and built a house on near Kenya's elite athletics training centres. Now, it was in this very house that Marangash had snuck into on Sunday while Cheptegei was away with her children. As soon as they returned, he doused petrol on her and set her ablaze in front of her two children. She suffered almost 80% burns and died due to multiple organ failure. The attacker also suffered 30% burns and is currently in intensive care. Now, the incident came just weeks after 33-year-old Cheptegei represented Uganda in the Paris Olympics. She made her Olympic debut in the women's marathon at the Paris Games and finished in the 44th position. Her family and friends are devastated by the news of her death. Grieving parents are now demanding justice for their daughter, they describe as very kind-hearted and someone they were dependent on.
I have lost the one that we depended on for help. We have children in both primary and secondary, and I now don't know how I am going to deal with them till they clear their school. I appeal for your support to pursue justice for my daughter and the perpetrator be charged.
She was a good child, very polite, and she did not have a lot of issues. I just don't know.
Outrage is also growing on Ugandan streets, with many residents demanding severe action against the accused.
Boyfriend is in their country, the Ugandans, or we as Ugandans, we have to raise a voice, and even that person, because he's below the law, you understand, that person has to be acted on how the law it has to be, because no person, even though it wasn't a Ugandan, even though it was someone from another country, that wouldn't have been good, because trust me, we are all human beings, and trust me, each and every person has a right to stay, each and every person has a right to be alive, understand, because there are very many girls that are inspired on how the lady she was doing.
Ugandan officials have also condemned the incident. The country's sports minister says tough action will be taken against the perpetrator.
We are in constant touch with the Republic of Kenya, and we have given our counterparts all total benefit of doubt, and they have assured me that justice will be brought. Whoever was behind these acts will definitely, the laws of Kenya will be able to take its course.
The United Nations has called the incident a violent murder. The Paris Olympics organizers have also expressed their profound indignation and sadness. Paris mayor has said that the city will honor the slain Cheptegei by naming a sports venue after her. While reactions have also come from Kenya, the attack has highlighted the high rates of violence against women in the East African country. Kenyan President William Ruto's advisor on women's rights says Cheptegei was another victim of the ever-silent pandemic of domestic violence. Kenyan Sports Minister said the incident is a stark reminder that more must be done to combat gender-based violence in the country. Cheptegei is the third prominent sportswoman to be killed in Kenya since October of 2021. Women rights activists are warning of a rising femicide epidemic in the country.
This is the fourth murder in a series of murders from 2021 for female athletes. But this is also another, I will not call it murder, I will call it femicide, because femicide is the intentional murdering of women due to their gender, and also intimate femicide, which is what happened in this case, where she was murdered because they had a quarrel about land that she built on.
Kenyan officials say they are working on mechanisms for the prevention, reporting and response to gender-based violence in sports. But the attacks on women are not just limited to sports. As per the government data, around 34% of Kenyan women suffered physical attacks from the age of 15 in 2022. Now, according to the Kenya Demographic and Health Survey 2022, 4 in 10 dating or married Kenyan women have experienced physical or sexual violence by their partners. Such data highlights the gravity of the situation for the women in Kenya and a dire need for the authorities to curb this menace. Shifting focus to the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Central African nation, which is at the center of the Mpox outbreak, has received its long-awaited first shipment of vaccines. The first delivery of almost 100,000 doses of the MVA-BN Mpox vaccines has arrived in the DRC. Produced by a Danish pharmaceutical company, these vaccines have been donated by the European Union. Another batch of around 100,000 doses will be delivered on Saturday. Now, the MVA-BN vaccine has been administered in Europe and the United States. DRC's health officials say that the vaccines will be rolled out only to adults in the country. Trials are currently being conducted for the potential use on children over the age of 12. But the DRC has received its first shipment of vaccines more than 18 months after it declared the situation an epidemic. Out of the 13 African countries where the disease has spread, almost 90% of cases are in the Democratic Republic of Congo. As per the World Health Organization, over 17,500 Mpox cases and 629 deaths have been reported in the country since the start of the year. The situation has worsened with the presence of a more deadly strain, the Clade 1b. Most infections in DRC are among children under 15. The outbreak prompted the World Health Organization to declare a public health emergency of international concern. However, the arrival of vaccines to the continent has been slow. The only other African country to have any Mpox vaccines is Nigeria, which received last week 10,000 doses from the US. As per the Africa Centers for Disease Control, the continent now needs some 10 million doses to stop the spread of the virus. In the DRC alone, at least 3 million doses are required to curb the virus. The reasons for the delay are considered multifold. Wealthy nations have been accused of hoarding the vaccines, while critics say that WHO's regulatory process poses a major challenge. The WHO has not officially approved the 2 available Mpox vaccines, saying it does not have the data that it requires to do a full review. Many low and middle income countries rely on the WHO rather than their own drug regulators to judge which medications are safe and effective. Even though vaccines are now slowly trickling into the worst affected nation, the DRC, a quicker rollout likely impossible due to logistical challenges, and officials are hoping to induce the jabs only by October. Now, poor roads and infrastructure and erratic power supply are expected to pose a big challenge in vaccination drives. The DRC's predominantly young population that has been widely affected will also remain largely unvaccinated, as vaccines are only approved for adults. And moving to North Africa, where 24 million people head to the polls on Saturday. The incumbent president, Abdelmadjid Tebboune, is seeking a second 5-year term, and experts say that he faces no real risk to his rule. The 78-year-old presents himself as an independent candidate, but his bid is backed by major political parties, including the historic FLN, which led Algeria's fight for independence against France. Elections in Algeria are traditionally held in December, but in March, Tebboune announced that they were being rescheduled. He said it was done so that voting day coincides with the end of summer vacation and the start of the new school's year in hope of increasing voter turnout. Critics say the decision was made so that his opponents have less time to campaign. In the 2019 election, the turnout was below 40%. Tebboune was declared president with 58% of the vote. Elections in Algeria come amid growing concern over what rights groups call a steady erosion of human rights under President Abdelmadjid Tebboune. Over 24 candidates that signified their intention to run were disqualified or were forced to resign. The opposition leaders claim the president has fostered an authoritarian climate. In recent years, the North African country has seen dissolution of political parties, civil society groups, and independent media. It has also seen a surge in arbitrary arrests and prosecutions under terrorism charges. He faces two opponents. The first is Abdullahi Hassani. The 57-year-old is the leader of the Movement of Society for Peace, or the MSP, Algeria's main Islamist party, and his campaign is focused on promoting democracy, pluralism, and a competitive political environment in Algeria.
In order to establish democracy, pluralism, free competition and rotation of power, so that programs compete in the country and that the demonstrations that lead to unilateralism, one-party thinking and one opinion do not continue.
The second is Youssef Achiche. The 41-year-old heads the Socialist Forces Front, or the FFS, and is a member of the Parliament's upper house. FFS is Algeria's oldest opposition party. It has boycotted elections in Algeria since 1999. Now, Achiche has focused his campaign on social issues, improving living standards, and democratic reforms.
We want to pay more attention to the social sector because helpless people are living in very bad conditions. There is a great deterioration in the purchasing power and people are suffering, and for this reason, we must improve the social conditions and raise the standard of living. A change in all sectors in order to establish a democratic and social state as it was transcribed in the proclamation of November 1954 and clarified by the resolutions of the Summum Congress.
Many say President Tebboune's legacy has offered little hope of a better fortunes, and the country's voters too are largely indifferent about the upcoming election, which is unlikely to change the status quo.
Whether it's these elections or the last ones on December 12, 2019, it's really the same thing. Nothing has changed. During the campaign, there are promises made, but then we discover that they are lies.
The real issue is not who will be president, since we all know, given the addresses of the main political parties, that it will be Abdelmadjid Tebboune who will win a second term. The real issue will be the turnout, popular support. Will Algerians next Saturday, September 7th, go in large numbers to participate in this election?
Algeria is Africa's biggest country. It is rich in gas and is the largest exporter of natural gas in the continent. Its vast desert holds major reserves for crude oil and natural gas. The OPEC oil cartel member gets 3/5 of the state income from oil. This goes to subsidize petrol, electricity, health, and social services. But despite this, Algeria has struggled to rein in inflation. Algeria has never had a peaceful transition of power. However, it may see one now, with Abdelmadjid Tebboune posed to win a second term. And that's it on the show for today. Thank you for watching. We will see you again at the same time on Monday. Have a great weekend, and goodbye. Across continents, one powerful news source.
Bringing you diverse perspectives on the issues that matter.
We go beyond the boundaries to give you that little extra about every sporting moment.
So thank you for making Firstpost 5 million strong. We're counting on your support, and you can trust us to bring you the news unfiltered and unvarnished.
Climate change is on our doorstep. It's time for a revolution to take root. And it starts with 1.4 billion Indians. It starts with one tree for humanity, one tree for Mother Earth, one tree for our future. Project One Tree, a News 18 network initiative.
On the show today, the T20 World Cup bandwagon fans move across to the West Indies. What can we expect from this?
Hello, I'm Alison Green, coming to you from Durban, South Africa. Today we have a special show.
Start with a report on India's shifting nuclear costs. The first time since India officially became a nuclear power.
Hello and welcome to First